Masons. Fraternities are weird in general, so you can't really. I'm not really gonna, put too much stock in, the weird shit that they do and during ceremonies and shit like that, because they're weird. Like I was in a fraternity in college, and we did weird. Like I got knighted, and there's a sword. I didn't know I had a sword there, but people just did do weird shit in secret.
The point is that it's a bribery culture. That's the point. It's like they've all got shit on each other.
Honestly, I think that's different, man. I think like the Epstein stuff is different from what they do in fraternities, because really don't they really don't like talking like that shit in fraternities. Like, didn't George Bush's dad or grandpa he stole Geronimo's skull? He like grave digged him and stole his skull and stuff like that. And I don't think they'd use that stuff against him. I think that stuff's kind of protected. But yeah, Epstein Island shit, yeah, I think that's definitely used for that.
I don't know, but it was just weird because she seemed genuine to me. I mean, she was an older lady. She knew all the folks, and yeah, she was telling some pretty intimate stories. It's a long time ago. It must be a decade ago at least. Can't remember her name. Yeah, I don't mind talking about the Freemason stuff because I never did the dagger to my chest and the blindfold and all that, so I can talk about it. I just think it's a bit weird. The little aprons. I still think the G might stand for gnosis. That kind of makes sense to me. Knowledge. I mean, a little bit of knowledge goes a long way, but can we say that we're better off since we started figuring out the causes of these effects we see? I'd say yes. Definitely yes. Would you agree, Kosho? I don't know.
I think maybe my mic stopped working, Andy, because you stopped responding to me. But could you hear anything I said?
No.
Not at all.
Okay. What was the last thing you heard, Andy?
I don't know. I was talking about cause and effect, and that's the last thing. I don't know. You didn't say anything after that.
I agree with you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But don't you think there's a line though as well, isn't there? Like, I don't know. Because sometimes I think, are we better off? And I'm like, yeah, of course we're better off. Of course we're better off. And then I'm like, but are we though? Do you know what I mean? Like,
It's one of the top questions of today, dude. Because I talked to a Greek guy one time, about secret societies, and he told me the reason why, like Pythagoreans and Masons, the reason why they held these secrets, these knowledges, the reason why they kept them secret, they did that. There was actually a purpose behind it, and they thought that it was dangerous in the hands of a lot of people. And I didn't really get that, but the way he expressed it, which I can't remember, it made sense to me. I was like, I never thought about it that way. But but I think
Yeah, that makes sense because it reminds me of that movie K-Pax where he's like, where he, Kevin Spacey's playing the alien and he's talking about light and he's like, you wouldn't believe the power and the amount of energy in a beam of light. And they're like, well, tell us what, and he's like, no, 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 no. You'll blow yourselves up or worse, someone else. But yeah, I've thought about that. And I suppose if you go up the ranks and you earn it, then you treat it with a great reverence, the information, I suppose. But I don't know. There's another part of me that's like, it feels like they like
Coconut
kids. It's like,
Mason.
yeah, it's like kids with toy though, isn't it? As well. That's what I used to see it like. I'd be like, do you see what I mean? Like very egoic. Like it's mine. It's my information. You can fuck off. Unless you, of course, do as weird fucking rituals and jerk off in this coffin and let's film you doing it. It's, uh, it's weird.
But what if Hunter Biden smoking stuff and other stuff that is being like publicly pushed? What if that's just a big ritual and you're taking part of by watching it?
Well, I'm not watching it for a start, so
Yeah, I haven't watched it too, luckily. But I'm just saying.
I mean, I keep saying it's like it's just the theatre, isn't it? It's political theatre, though. So yeah, I'm not dead against sci-fi or anything. I quite like it. So I think if I were going to watch something like that, I'd watch sci-fi. Because I weren't into sci-fi as a kid. I never watched Star Trek, never watched Star Wars. Them seemed to pass me by. And now I've just got back into TV. I'm like, oh, I'm going to watch some sci-fi. But unfortunately, all writers are retards now, apparently. The stories aren't that good. Although I did like the new Dune. The second one's coming out in October, I think. I'm looking forward to it.
I enjoy sci-fi, man. Sci-fi is actually awesome.
I did wonder about. I mean, I'm going back some years now, but I was like, when I was learning about Gnosticism and all that stuff, I was thinking, did these people just get bored? I know this is silly, but that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe they just got bored and they just started like, imagining shit. And they were just like, look, we'll say this. You can go, look, we can go to other planets, we can go to other places in the universe, and yeah, just having fun with it, like a Hollywood script. I woke up with a funny thought. I'm going to read this. I wrote it down because I thought it was profound, but having looked back at it, I must have seen it on something else. I don't know. But when you wake up and you're like, it's before the like person comes online, and you're like, you're sort of nobody in that moment. Weird thought jumped into my head. I'll go find it. Drafts. No, that's it. Okay, you know, I was thinking about stars the other day, and I was saying, what's the star? You know, and they're interested. I don't. That's this is a bit retarded, but I'll read it anyway. The stars oscillate at different frequencies, which creates a bridge from the spirit realm to here. When I first, I just wrote it down because I thought, oh, that seems quite profound. And then on reflection, I'm like, I've probably heard that on something. And it's obviously very speculative. But it's just funny. It's just funny to me that I was thinking about stars of the day and I was just rambling like I am now. And then the people in the chat were like, well, they're mostly hydrogen and a bit of helium and like I'm a fucking retard. I am a retard. That's fine. But it just made me laugh. We've got spectroscopy, so we know what they are, don't we? Don't we, Zanik? Yeah. Nobody in talking mood today. That's okay. Lee, why don't you read me some out of your Bible? That'll be fun. That'll be fun for the listeners. I'm reading a book at the minute. It's called The Perennial Philosophy. I took some good screenshots. I could read them for you.
What Bible?
Oh, I don't know. Whichever one you hold dear. Listen to this. Took the screenshot. A man must become truly poor and as free from his own creaturely will as he was when he was born. And I tell you, by the eternal truth, that so long as you desire to fulfill the will of God and to have any hankering after eternity and God, for just so long you are not truly poor. He alone has true spiritual poverty who wills nothing, knows nothing, desires nothing. Tell you, Meister Eckhart, he's he got some shit from Catholic Church for that as well, for a lot of his writings, apparently.
I don't get it. Sorry.
Well, didn't Jesus say something similar about blessed are the poor in spirit? What was the next line on that? For he will inherit something, or
Oh, blessed are the poor in spirit, for they will inherit the kingdom of God.
in that along the same lines?
No, it's sorry, it is for theirs the kingdom of God.
I think that's probably along the same lines.
Yeah,
Sounds
for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, there you go.
Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth.
Who are the meek, do you think?
Well, what does it? I don't even know what meek is in English. Sanftmütig. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess people who don't really want to fight. Does that make sense?
Could it be the egoless?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like people who would put themselves behind others, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the universe is inside us. Like the two sides. Like
What happened to Carlos? Oh, did you fat finger it, Carlos?
the universe is actually you and I. Verse.
Oh no. No,
You
please.
and I.
I don't want you to be inside me.
So there's got to be dimensions to this universe, because every time you use the word verse, it's implement you're basically invoking the word verse, which is it's always going to have measurable points in space, which you can look at as more than just one point. Yeah. And they've made this universe just this one thing, and you can't measurably see two different points.
Sorry, no comprende.
Come on, Clay.
Dude, I don't get it, man. I literally don't.
That was funny.
I have literally no clue what he just said. Sounds good. Ugh. Me gusta so.
Sorry about that, Andy.
It's all good, dude. Wait, where's your lady tonight?
She's in the other room. She's harassing me right now. So
Well, why? You should be with her, dude, instead of talking to us.
I'm cutting my hair.
You're cutting your own hair.
I'm trying to, but I gotta keep pressing the push to talk, so I keep walking over here. But yeah, I'm cutting my hair.
I mean, that's something else she could be helping you with. FYI.
No, she won't do it.
I feel like I ought to read you something. I ought to read some of the Orlinda book to Clay, just because it's your brethren, Clay.
Andy, are you trying to instigate a religious discussion?
No, I was watching Twitch. I went for a drive, and then I was just like, I'm feeling a bit fed up, I think. So I was just like, oh, see what we're talking about. I'd rather talk about anything but the let's see, the horizon. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about Jeremy's fucking Coriolis either. All right, Jeremy. I don't want to do that. So yeah, anything else?
Why don't you want to talk about the horizon, Andy? What the horizon do to you?
I've had enough.
Andy, I feel like these are all things you probably definitely want to discuss with somebody like Peyton Show. I'm sure that's exactly what you want to do.
that sounds like it's instigating a fight right there, Napalm.
I don't know. Flat Earth stuff gets it just. I don't know. At some point, you get a bit bored with it. I'm a bit bored with it. So unless you got something new to bring to the table.
Bro, Andy, you should have been in here late last night with fucking Cyrus just giving a fucking.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of him. That dude, he's good. He's very honest. He clearly knows his stuff. But it was like It was like 4 a.m. So I had to I bugged out. But yeah, I had a little bit of what he had to say. I was enjoying it, but not that much because I'm not that interested in it, to be honest. Napalm.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, you're just drawn to what you're drawn to, aren't you?
Yeah, no.
Maybe it's because when I was like 20, I tried to plug a broken plug into a socket, and I got a whack out of the plug.
Dude,
I'm telling you, it was like being hit like with a sledgehammer from the inside somehow.
Oh yeah.
I felt like Superman after it happened to me. I got 220 volts in the Caribbean in Barbados. I went to plug into an AC, an air conditioner, and the jolt came through. My grandfather had to smack my hand with a piece of wood to stop the connection. Bro, it's crazy. So cool. Electrocution, brother. Salute.
Yeah, but you bet your heart will beating for a while after that.
I felt like I was Superman. I was like, wow. I think it was like maybe 10 or something like that. But yeah, dude, it was insane. Super cool. Sorry, I didn't want to take anything away from you. I just wanted to align and just say, wow.
Yeah, just stealing my thunder. I get it, Kiwi. It's all right.
Nah, I'm propping you up, bro. I'm propping you up.
But yeah, my heart was beating so bad for a scary amount of time. It's terrifying.
So because you got shocked, you have no interest in trying to better understand what that powerful energy is?
No, I'm just putting things out there because I ain't got anything to talk about, so I'm just rambling. And I definitely remember thinking, I'm not going to be an electrician. I sort of crossed that off the career list at that point.
Yeah, so I had a friend growing up who would always like shock himself, like literally. So he became a union electrician.
He couldn't wait to get in. He was like somebody wanted to kill somebody, so they're like, "I'm going to be a police officer. I'm going in the army or something,"
Stop resisting.
But yours are less though, aren't they? Yours are like ours are 240. I think yours are less, to like 120 or something.
220.
Are they? Oh, okay. Oh, that's pissed on my parade. I don't know why I thought they were 120. I'm such an idiot.
Well, in Canada, we got 110. Canada.
110. That's what I was thinking of.
But then do we have 240 that comes in for like your dryer and your appliances and shit?
Yeah,
we have
stuff. Yep, 100%.
We have 125 here.
I'm just flicking through the Oral in the book now for Clay. He's not that he'll listen to any of it. This pagan trash. Oh dear.
Yeah, funny you mentioned that about cops or whatever. So one of the hockey teams I play on, like, let's just say out of the 3 hockey teams I play on, there's one cop that I play with who spends more time in the penalty box than anybody else I play with.
What's that? Sorry, hockey.
Oh, sorry.
He's talking about hockey.
Yeah,
right.
I play on the 3 hockey teams I play on. I play with one law enforcement officer, and he spends more time in the penalty box than anybody I play with.
Right.
Okay. So, question for
Constantly.
you. Question
Oh.
for you, Napalm. Do you ever skate by when he's in the penalty box and say something like, upholder of justice, ladies and gentlemen, or law and order, ladies and gentlemen, or something like that to be dramatic? Or would he like punch you in the face if you did that?
No, but sometimes I do drop the stop resisting joke on him.
Nicely done. You gotta capitalize on something because it's way too specific to not point out and say, hey, this is pretty awesome.
It'd suck
Like
if you were the
he'll be in
goalie.
the locker room. He'll be in the locker room afterwards, like that motherfucker, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh, was he resisting?
It'd suck if he was the goalie and everybody knew he was a cop. And every time they tried to take a shot on him, quit resisting. Why are you resisting? You shouldn't resist.
Yeah.
Resistance is futile. Also, that's a pretty good one. I like that one.
Yeah. They're a different breed, man, for sure. Comes into the locker room instead of like, oh, I got a good sale today, or oh, I got a bonus at work, or oh, work was great. I didn't have anybody fucking with me, or blah blah blah. Nah, this dude, like, he's super stoked to come into the locker room and be like, I gotta fucking tackle somebody today. Like, what?
Yo, high school didn't end for me, motherfucker.
This homeless guy on the railroad tracks, I gotta tase him today. I'm like, what, dude? Like, why? Why are you tasing homeless people living on the fucking railroad tracks? Jeez.
Well, the captain said. And you don't disobey orders, you know. So like I said, I was tasing him. And he just couldn't stop saying, don't tase me, bro. And I couldn't stop thinking about that one video when that pussy was saying, don't tase me, bro. It was so funny. No.
Dude, do the mushrooms guy. I can't remember his name. Terrence McKenna. Do that.
Shit, hang on.
And
Well,
if
when you're in law enforcement, the
Ooh.
thing that you want to do is beat the shit out of the. No, I'm just.
See, when you stumble upon a car that has perhaps mushrooms inside of it, you should take the mushrooms. You should eat all of them. And you should go to that special place where not only are the boundaries of science obliterated, but you have a damn good trip doing it.
It's not my best, but I was
Pretty good.
focused more on what he was saying.
No, Terrence McKenna.
Yeah, I gotta listen to him too. I think Napalm did it better.
Yeah, Napalm's good too.
Hell yeah.
So did you guys see the debate?
Sure did.
What did everybody think?
Well, I guess I'm still trying to decide what I think, honestly. It was a lot of what I expected, a little bit of what I didn't, so that's good. That's really all I have to say right now. And by what I expected, meaning, yelling at each other and calling each other names and stuff.
Who's debating?
But it wasn't the whole time. It wasn't your typical Nathan shouting over everybody and or over Jaren and Jaren. I mean, Jaren kept pretty calm, but they both. I mean, you just gotta watch it. Don't ask me about it. I don't know if they agreed on anything, but they did. No, I think they did end up agreeing on something towards the end. But then they got heated again, and I don't know. Just watch it.
No, I did watch it.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
say I didn't watch it. I did watch it. Yeah.
Cool. That's how. I mean, I like I said, I'd have to watch it again to really pick it apart if I even give a shit. But I mean, I thought it was. Listen, man, it sells tickets. I was saying it the whole time. That's how I feel at the end of it all. It just
Yeah.
sells fucking tickets. It's like, ooh, big names, Jaren and Nathan, and like I don't know who's milking what, why, or whatever, and who like these they could be acting like they don't like each other and acting like they disagree on this. Even though I'll tell you what, Jaren does seem pretty passionate. So I mean, so does Nathan, obviously, but he always does. Did Jaren? I don't know. Like I said, man. I think it was even just put on so that we'd waste time talking about it, but I don't know. Did they accomplish anything? Are we closer to knowing what science is or isn't? I don't think so.
That's not good. Hey, you talking about Nathan? You must be talking about Nathan Thompson. Nathan Oakley wouldn't have done that, did he? Or was Nathan
Oakley
Thompson?
did it. Yeah, Oakley did it, dude.
What?
Oakley and Jaren, yeah, they argued about science.
Must have been
You
on
were in the
Nathan's
bathroom
show.
again, Kosho. You were in the
I'm in the
bathroom. You missed it.
I'm in the bathroom now. Yeah.
You're kidding me, man.
What did you think
Cut
about
my
it,
fucking-
Sid?
It was kind of. I don't know, man. I'm kind of still processing the both sides things. Like you know which side I stand on proof, right? I mean, I think there is proof, so I don't know. To be honest with you, if I was to say like which side I would go for. Are you asking like a win, who won and who lost, or
No, I'm
that's
asking if you learned anything or what you thought.
no? I didn't learn nothing. No, absolutely not. There was nothing to learn there. Nope.
So I didn't watch it and got the same out of it that you did.
I guess, yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
can
man,
tell like they
basically.
didn't like each other. Like that's off the bat, right? But yeah.
And it was just super dramatic. And every time these names come on and they do stuff because they're names and everybody pays attention, it just I don't know, it sucks to me. And plus, listen, it's not arguing about anything that we can even prove or disprove. If you think science is one thing, great. I may think it's another thing, and I may use it a different way. But that doesn't mean we're both wrong or both right. And it's off in the weeds anyway. You know what I mean? It's flat on flat. It sells tickets. That's my opinion. That's all. I'm done.
I didn't watch it either, and I don't really know what you're talking about, bro. I'm assuming it's the science doesn't prove things, and I just see it like, if you're doing something and it's testable, it's repeatable, that is proof, right there. That is proof. And if you move on and find that there's an extra something else later, it was still proof. Do you see? It was still proof. So yeah, this fucking 99.99999 shit. That's just something they can, I don't know, they just chuck in there just so they can entertain us with this fucking pseudoscience. That's the way I see it. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that same team. Like, if you want to tell me that water boils because you apply heat, and then I go put a pot of water over heat, turn it on, and lo and behold, it boils. It's kind of proof to me, right? To what extent and all that, y'all can argue that till the cows come home. But water will boil if you apply heat to it, I promise. Like, you don't have to teach a kid not to put his hand over the fire to burn his skin. Like, to me, that's proven, right? Because you can get close to a fire, it gets hotter and hotter, and put your hand over a fire and it'll burn you. I mean, to me, that's proof. Now, scientifically and to what degree and all that, I don't know.
Is that the proof? But would that be considered proof of how water boils? Water boils because of heat? Could that be a true statement as well?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. You can kind of twist the words around and it gets kind of funny money, but like you put a pot of water over the stove and it doesn't start boiling until you turn the heat on, right? In that instance.
Yeah,
but
there's things like there's parameters to it though, right? Because you can apply heat to water, but not enough, so it doesn't boil. And then you can also have something like
I agree.
Pressure in and
No,
of
I agree with
itself
the
can
parameters.
cause.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
but
a
to
weird.
formulate an actual valid hypothesis, you'd have to have all those. Like you could say, like water boils at a temperature at a particular amount of time in a particular vessel, a particular type of water. Now you have something. Now you have all the
Exactly.
factors. Yeah. Then you
Yeah,
can
that's the
prove,
trick. The
you can prove
formulation.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing I just said, like X amount of time, temperature in a, let's say, stainless steel pot with a flame, whatever, all the parameters, then you can prove that that will happen. And unless that doesn't happen in the future, then, unless it does, okay, like if you were able to prove that and it works today, you do it tomorrow, does it again tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day. Like to the extent of what the word proof means, you've established something as true and it's consistent, you have proven that. Now, if tomorrow, if we live in some virtual reality and all of a sudden something totally changes and reality just shifts and changes, it doesn't really mean you didn't prove that you already proved. It just means that now the material world is different. But I don't think any of us have ever witnessed that to occur, so it's not like
I've cooked rice, and every time I put water in the pot and turn the stove, the oven on high, the water boiled. Right, that's proof enough for me. I don't know. I do believe in the parameters, but to what degree you have to go to boil rice is different than what degree you have to go to cook rice or to be in a lab in a scientific experiment. There's different degrees that you have to go to with the parameters.
Well, with respects to what they were observing directly, there was talk about putting a pot of water into an oven at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, 200, 300, 400, and the water not boiling. So there seems to be a direct relationship a relationship with how that heat is applied to the pot of water itself. So, if it's on stovetop, there has to be some direct contact with the heat being applied.
Yeah, you can get water to boil in an oven. You do have to have a high enough temperature and the vessel and all that. But I mean, you can definitely get water to boil in an oven, but it is different. Yeah. So the thing is, though, you'd have to just set those parameters. Like, okay, water boils in an oven at 570 degrees or whatever it may be at this amount of time in this vessel and this type of water. You could prove that. And every day you put that water in that vessel and that temperature in the oven, it's going to boil at that temperature. But just because it's different in those scenarios doesn't really mean that you've invalidated, the water boiling at 212 when it's in a different type of scenario. They're just two separate experiments.
Yeah, but then that's the question. Was he measuring the temperature of the water or measuring the temperature of the internal temperature of the oven?
Right.
So
right.
When he said it went reach 500 or 450, yada yada height. I mean, was it the oven or the water? Because the water is the one that has to reach a certain temperature, equal to the pressure of the atmosphere and whatnot.
Yeah. I think a lot of this comes down to how you view reality. Is it a consistent thing in that way that is repeatable and you can actually prove something? To take an example, if I went up on my roof and jumped off of it, every day of the week, I'm going to fall and hit the ground and probably break some bones and be messed up. The day that I just fly or I float instead of falling, then I guess we live in a totally different type of reality that all of a sudden we can just fly or something like that changes. But I mean, in as much as one perceives reality as an actual consistent thing, and it surely seems like it is consistent. I mean, you can boil water at a particular temperature with a particular vessel, etc. Every day you can do it 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day. You can do it tomorrow. You can do it next year. So it doesn't mean that in 400 years in the future, maybe physics are different or this whole realm changes or something dramatic. So, but I mean, like I said, in as much as we perceive, we can experience and repeat things, then, you can prove it within that range of reality.
And science does leave the ability of things changing, meaning you found something new, but you will then have to validate that as well. And then most in a scientific theory, you're able to have more information come to light.
But isn't that the point, though, why it's sort of bizarre that you guys are talking about scientific proof? Because that's not an outcome in science. It's the outcome in science is meant to be experimentally testing hypotheses and using many hypotheses and tests to develop theories which will encompass models for certain things. So now that you have a model for the states of matter and for water, and its transition from ice and steam and stuff like that, the model will allow you to describe what's happening, and none of that involves proof. That all involves, the facts that you've used to build up this model, which can at any point, be further developed or changed or whatever. But it seems like proof. Talking about proof is just it seems like it's bizarre to put in that in that category of things, because at no point are you at no point are you finalizing fact or something like that. Like you can build up models and use that to describe how the temperature of the water and the pressure, like how it's going, and you can further explain what's happening and get into quantum mechanics and blah blah blah. But those are all just models and theories.
Yeah,
Like,
but
whereas
Kosho,
proofs, they don't exist.
if you, oh, sorry, are you done?
Yeah,
I kind of cut you off, so sorry. I'll give you a chance to finish if you want.
It was
Right,
a
I
good
said,
walk.
I said proofs don't. I said just proofs don't exist there. So I said,
Okay, fine. Now, but if you eliminate certainty, that's what you do when you take out proof. If you eliminate certainty from the real world, then we'd be finished. We'd be all dead, bro. First of all, how could you build a bridge if you weren't certain that this amount of weight, if you exceed this amount of weight, the bridge would fall? How could you build a plane if you weren't certain every time you build a wing this big, this thick, you need this much weight of the aluminum to carry so many people, and the wheels have to be so big in order to. How could you? I mean, that's ridiculous if you say that. If you say there's no
yeah,
proof
I mean, it
in
would be
reality,
ridiculous.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the whole world runs
It'd
on
be
things being
ridiculous.
proven, like computer systems, technological systems, engineering. The fact that we do all these things we do, like I get in my car and go drive here, and all these things happen every day. All of that depends on many, many, many things being proven, validated, and consistent to where we can have the world we have, where you can drive to an airport and get on an airplane and fly to another country and use your cell phone to look up data and all the stuff that we do.
Yeah, but to respond to what SC said about, because he just accused me of something, man. I didn't say take certainty out of it. That's not the question. It's not taking certainty out of it. The thing that science does is they quantify the certainty and they give it a threshold. And then once you pass that threshold, it's seen as significant, and it's considered to be true. And it's actually, instead of just saying, "Oh, this is either proven or not," proven, and later actually it was disproven, then it was never proven. So that's why it doesn't really make sense. It makes more sense to give something a certainty, which is quantified. You can give a value to that certainty and go off of that. And if things aren't going to be taken seriously unless that certainty is extremely high, like 5 sigma is like 1 in a million. It might be one. Is it one? Yeah, I
One
think
in
it's 1 in a million,
3.3
right?
million, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Yeah,
a lot
right.
of this.
So
I thought you were done.
I'm just saying one. That's the probability of it being wrong. So that's a pretty high certainty, and that's the standard.
Oh, I was going to say something. I mean, I think a lot of this has to do with epistemology. Like, what is your actual like theory or approach, or what are your methods? Like, what are your entire tenets for what you're doing and how you're using the words and the approach? But I'll say this, and this is something, obviously I can't go back in time or know exactly what was going on in 1750 or hundreds of years ago, but I suspect that the word science, when it originally was being utilized and so on, was the experimentation, independent, dependent variable, proving specific results of things. That has lingered into today's world, obviously, because when you design a Ferrari, there's a tremendous amount of engineering proofs that have to be done to design that car, to have the tires and the carburetors and all the fuel and everything to be a high functioning machine to where you can go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, and you can do it, over and over and over, and it'll happen today, tomorrow, and the next day. So but I'm just saying, I think that scientific method is, I suspect, what originally was what the word was utilized for. However, that basic experimentation process has been, now the word science means a whole bunch of other stuff. And we could get into like whether that has to do with corruption or politics or what that all is. And you could even argue that maybe like it's a good thing, like we've developed it to some greater level. But I think a lot of us suspect that a lot of that is so pseudoscience could get its way in, get its grips in there. So like a lot of those things you just said, Kosho, like I'm not down with any of that, with like a lot of that stuff that you were saying, like, oh, it's about kind of getting these probabilities and then building these models and having like things that are 99%. Like to me, none of that is really science.
I didn't
Even
say
though
that,
it could be categorized into, sorry, I was just summarizing. I'm not trying to straw man you. I'm just saying like you said a bunch of things that I'm not even criticizing you for. You were saying things that today's usage of the word science, it does fit that. So I'm not even criticizing you saying in that way. Those things are like building models and potentials and all these kind of things. That is part of how it's used today. But what I'm saying is that is not necessarily the rigorous scientific experimentation. So I think a lot of people feel like that has been like hijacked and then turned into this whole other thing, which is this whole other beast or whatever it is of now what science is like. Well, it does involve some experimentation, but it also involves all these like models and theories and, ideas that you got to disprove. And otherwise we accept it because we think it's 99% a decent explanation. And now that's called science when it isn't actually been proven. It's just a theory and a whole bunch of gobbledygook that people have concocted together, and then they sell it. And then you get corruption and pseudoscience just reign supreme at that point.
Yeah, it's like science is like a company who built its name off of like the best quality products ever. And then the company gets sold and people come in and they start cutting corners and blah blah blah. And before you know it, the Train air conditioner that you've come to know and love and trust for its quality and reliability is just a shell of what it used to be, right? And in science, that's kind of what's taken place. They've taken what I think initially, like Gio was saying, was, hey, we've proven it out through science, meaning we've done the experimentation, we've done rigorous varying of different things to kind of prove that this is the cause of the effect, or at least get us the highest statistical proof, if that's what you're looking for, Kosho, that this is the cause of the effect. So we're going to categorize this as knowledge. This has been fleshed out through science. So now we have things like observational science, where it's like, well, we looked at this thing through these pieces of glass and we made a bunch of assumptions based on other assumptions based on a few other things, and we're going to call this science because this is the best idea or concept that we've come up with based on what we're looking at. We haven't done actual experimentation on it, but we're going to call it science for some fucking reason,
Kosho,
you guys, hold on, Fuzzy. I'm gonna go back and respond to what Gio said, Fuzzy.
Kosho,
So just
relax.
give me a second.
I'm moderating to make that happen. Fuzzy, please let Kosho respond.
I wanted Kosho to respond.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna respond to what Gio said though, and that's I'm just holding in place for a second, Fuzzy. But I just want to say, and because Napalm said the same. They're saying the same thing. So I'm not saying that I'm only responding to you, but what I'm saying is that what you guys are doing right now, and don't take this the wrong way, but you're just assuming what happened in history when really history is written. So I can tell you that science, the scientific method, is attributed to Francis Bacon and Rene Descartes. Okay, and Rene Descartes, where the scientific method began, right? He's the same person that's also given us this whatever, where
epistemology.
He said, yeah, epistemology. There you go. About how to view the certainties in the world and what you can know and where to write that. That's the whole point of the scientific method. It's a method. It's a tool for us to circumvent that and come to a shared degree of something that we can hold to be true to a high enough certainty because of his epistemology about not being able to be certain about anything other than that you can prove that you exist. Everything else is going to be a less than 100% certainty, and so for that reason, we have to use this shared investigation that leads us to this high probability. So it's not that it got taken over by somebody and changed. It was created by the same person who's the epistemology that you guys are criticizing. So it's yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, then you said something
All right,
about the.
now let's maybe time to pass the mic because I think from here it's going to be waffle. You've said good stuff, but is it all right to keep it a little? Can you?
Yeah. Go ahead. That's fine.
There, did you want to say more? Because I think Fuzzy was going one of the.
No, I wonder. Yeah, I was going to respond because, like I said, there's people you guys say a whole bunch, but I'll respond again to the other thing.
No, I totally hear what you're saying, and we're not. I guess yesterday you said you were willing to meet us in the middle, or the other day you said you would meet us in the middle in certain cases. Would you meet us in the middle now in saying that yes, certain sciences are true and all these different things, but when you get to this point where observational science is considered the same or has the same credibility or statistical proof as actual like experimental science, we're into a different kind of territory? You understand, right?
No. I'd say that the best place to go or to come from is a place of understanding that those are both tools that are used in science. Observational science, experimental science, theoretical science. These are all tools that are used in science, and they all have their place. And it's not usually the case that it's settled. Like you only settle with one aspect of an understanding, and you don't do further testing or further observations. They're all different parts of the same thing. So
I guess our question then becomes is that how do you differentiate the difference between science and pseudoscience? Because if something's not following the scientific method, observational science, this absolutely you would agree is not following the scientific method, correct?
no, I'd say that what you're stating right now is vague, and observational science is indeed science. It's not.
I'm trying to get very
specific.
specific. I'm trying to get very specific, not being vague. I'm trying to get to the definition specifically of where do you draw the line between science and pseudoscience? Because I kind of was always told that science has to follow the scientific method. Anything else is kind of in the realm of pseudoscience, right?
Well,
yeah, something that hasn't gone through. Right, that's what they kind of try to claim. So, pseudoscience, something that has not gone through the scientific method. But I think that's why Nathan Oakley had mentioned something where he said, that the scientific method with experimentation, with your dependent and independent variable, etc. I think he was. I don't want to quote him, or I'm just saying my understanding of kind of this part. So he's basically just sort of saying that, like, in somewhat more older times, that if somebody did the scientific method with independent dependent variable, they could say, okay, we've proven that water boils in this way or whatever it may be. Whereas that would delineate between somebody else, like you could use quackpots or whatever these words you want to use, of somebody that just sort of says, the sun is 93 million miles away and it's a gas ball and there's a core in the center of it made of diamonds or whatever, that would not be considered something that has gone through the scientific method of rigorous proving something, and would be in another category altogether. What do you want to, so like, well, let me just finish real quick. So just send it back to you, Coach. Like, where is the line between, we can test this, we can get this Ferrari to perform in this way, water boils at this temperature, etc. We've proven those things. Where's the line between that and then all these other things that science is, people just observing birds and coming up with the hypothesis of what might be the case. Like, where's the boundary there between what we can prove to be consistent and then all these other things that, like, a Foucault's pendulum does this, and then we're going to make these assumptions and begging questions, and then we're going to say that that's science now, and science has proven the Earth is rotating, when it really hasn't. It hasn't gone through the dependent independent variable. It really hasn't proven anything. So that's the crux of a lot of this, I think, right? Like what we're at right now, and in terms of the kind of Jaron and Oakley dynamic, and then a lot of in the shape of the Earth, and it plays into a lot of ways.
So you don't have to do the scientific method in order for it to not be pseudoscience. Observational science is not a different type of science, which can be claimed to be less valid than pseudoscience. Things don't get scientifically proven, whether it's at Ferrari or looking at the sun. So that's just I just want to address all that right away. But for instance, if you're looking at the sun and you're making claims about it, or you're looking at Jupiter and you're making claims about the diamonds or whatever, you guys are probably thinking that that's just observation science, and it's just somebody made an observation and they're guessing or something. But you're not realizing that there's so much that goes in. There's so much science that was both experimental, observational, theoretical, different
Can you
aspects
tell
of
us one
different
experimental?
fields that go into what makes up like the sun, for example. And some of those tests were actual experiments that took place on Earth, like spectroscopy tests or whatever. Like those are real experiments. So it's like there's a lot of real experimental science that goes into it and observational science. It's not just
Let me
observational pseudoscience.
let me tell you how the
You broke up, Rakia.
You broke out, Rakia. Rakia, if you can hear us, you broke up. So maybe if you come back in a minute, or he dropped out. All right. Let me just say real quick, Coach. I mean, a lot of this comes down to like words and how we're using the words. I mean, the first definition of prove, if we're going to go off the dictionaries and so on, to establish the truth or genuineness of, as by evidence or argument. So, I mean, this gets into like, what is truth, you know? Like, if I get up on my roof and I jump off, I'm going to fall to the ground and it's going to hurt my body. I'm going to be bruised and cut and maybe broken bones, whatever it may be. To what extent is that true? You know what I mean? Like, is that a truth? You know, that's going to happen? Has that ever not happened? Has anyone jumped off of the top of a building and just started flying, or have they ever fallen to the ground and they're not injured? Now you get into like the idea of like,
yes,
you know,
but
yeah. But let me
yes,
just
I know of people. If they're underwater, yes. If it's one of those cities that have been sunken underwater and then they've been flooded, you can jump off the top of a building and float. It all depends on your medium. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I hear you on that too. And I mean, there are maybe like miracles too. Like people get into like Jesus rose from the dead and these things too. And I'm not even saying those things are not possible or could happen. There's stories of these ancient in like these certain traditions, these like yogis who claim that they like basically sleep for like 1,200 years. And then they like come to 1,200 years later and they're not aged at all. So, I mean, who, you know, whether that's true, that's like transcending the physical world though, because as far as
yogis
we know,
are crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, now that's kind of transcending the physical world. So then it gets into all of that. Like, is the physical world even physical, or is it just kind of playing like it's physical? Like we're kind of just, it's almost like it's just being that way now, but all of a sudden somebody could fly or somebody could fall to the ground and not hurt their body, or different things like that. I mean, it gets into, I have a friend who she's claims that like when she's like burned herself and it's like a 3rd-degree burn, and she claimed this, that she could like look at it and like with her mind like be like, I am not burned in like a severe extreme way, and the burn just disappears. Now I don't know, that's extreme, you know, that's a very, very extreme thing. And whether that's true or not, I mean, she had mentioned that once and I kind of was like, wow, I didn't really ask her too many more questions at the time, though I wasn't able to. But nonetheless, I'm just saying, like, sorry, I'm being too long-winded. I'm just saying I was trying to make a link between the word prove, because that's what we're talking about, as establishing truth. And then what is truth? Is truth something that, you know, is consistent? Water boils at this temperature, etc. You know, so if those are the case, then we can then use a method to establish that thing as true. So if we're then going to call that a scientific method and have dependent and independent variables, then we can do that practice and utilize that to prove it as true today. And as far as we know, it will happen tomorrow and the next day and the next day, which gets into like laws and consistency and all of that. And then I guess just to finish, I'm just saying, like, with the word, I mean, but a lot of these words, like the word science, it seems like in today's world can indicate not what I just said, other things, which is, you know, models and ideas and 99% and assumptions and all these other things that are then being called science, you know. So
that's why we say things have been hijacked. That's why we say hijacked, because not everything is science. Everything is, a lot of things are pseudoscience, or some things can be, you know, well tested, but science is technically, that's the whole point of why we're all here. Give me the science, the actual science. Give me the experimentation that Coach O was saying about. They actually did do experiments on spectroscopy. I thought that had to be done in a closed environment to account for all variables. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Right.
Is my mic better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
let's
you're
make
good.
a small point. If Jupiter is raining diamonds, then you bet your sweet ass there would be a lot of companies finding out a way to go get those diamonds. I mean, You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me that diamonds are raining down on Jupiter and no one's going after them. It just doesn't add up.
Oh, oil.
It does. Of course, it adds up. There's plenty of diamonds in the earth, for example, that we know of, but there's nobody spending their money to go get them because it's
What?
it would cost way more. It would cost way more money to try to go inside of the earth, down below where the lava is, to try to find diamonds and bring them back. Just like it's so expensive to try to go to Jupiter, go into the lower atmosphere, and bring back diamonds. It's not cost effective.
Kosho, do you think that there is that diamonds are rare, or do you think that diamonds are a basic commodity, controlled by a company called De Beers or so?
Are we gonna go into this whole topic? I was more.
Yeah, no, we could
Well,
definitely.
I'm just curious as to his level
Yeah.
of what he trusts about what the real world tells him. I mean, if we're talking about he's
Yeah, that's a
basing
side
that
talk.
entire
You
argument on.
answered your own question, man. I mean, there's no point in responding to that. You're
That's a
just
side topic.
what's really going on with diamonds.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, seriously, you do understand that the diamond price is fixed by certain companies, right?
No, I didn't know that, man.
Side topic.
I didn't know that. Tell me more, buddy.
Kosho,
Okay, good. Well, no, I wanted to know how
Doesn't have to do with
actually,
anything.
into what the actual world is around you, or do you believe what the commercials advertise to you? I'm just curious. It was a legit question.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
I'm gonna try to get it. I'm gonna say a joke. Kosho, do you think diamonds are forever? Haha. Okay, now
or a girl's best friend.
Yeah. Okay, so we could go off into that. I might kind of pull it back a little bit because I guess it sounds like. All right. What if I summarize? I'll try to be brief. What if I summarized it at this? What we're talking about? If there's a thing of independent, dependent variable and validating something that is consistent, like water boiling at this temperature in this vessel, this type of water, distilled water, this, and that. You have all these things, and it boils at that temperature. We can do it today. We can do it tomorrow. We can do it as far as we know, unless reality changes, whatever the word we're using, reality, that consistency changes, then that is proven for today, for tomorrow, etc. And there's a million things we could do. This is why airplanes work every day and bridges work every day to sustain their weight. And our cell phones, every day I wake up, my cell phone works. It does the same thing. The screen pops up and I do what I do on it. I make a phone call, etc. So that's a thing that, we can, in terms of like proof, like that is something that is consistent. Is there a reason? Could we maybe separate that thing I just said, whatever we want to call it, from other methods of inquiry, which the word science is kind of used for both of these, it seems like. The other methods of inquiry could be a whole bunch of other things, theories and ideas, and I made up a theory and no one's disproved it, and I have all this evidence that points to it, and so can I sell it? Can I get you to believe it? Because I say I got a purple elephant in my garage, and I have all these. I'm proposing it. I have all these pictures. I have all this evidence. So hey, can I get enough people to believe me and go with it? Even though we haven't validated through the scientific method or through any actual like consistency that the truth of the matter is that there is actually a purple elephant in my garage. So is there, and that's where we get into pseudoscience. People, that's where they try to claim like these things are pseudoscience because they haven't gone through that method. But then there's all this room in between of things that are called science, but perhaps would actually more fit into pseudoscience if we're calling science that method that establishes something as consistent, as true in that sense. So I feel like in whatever the new paradigm that is coming in the world, this is a distinction that I think needs to be parsed through and delineated, whether we need a different word for it or something, but there's some kind of massive conflation between the first thing I said, proving something that is consistent in the physical world that has been done with the independent and dependent variable, if this, then that, the null hypothesis, all of those things, that needs to be a thing, a name, something for that thing that we're proving of those things. And then perhaps all the other things that I just mentioned should maybe be in a different category or should be called something different because to conflate them, it makes this huge gray area and this huge potential for what we would call pseudoscience to creep in.
But that's it. There's already a distinction. It's called pseudoscience. There's called science, and there's called pseudoscience. The problem is that people like Kosho and what we used to believe as to be science is actually pseudoscience. Some of it, a lot of it, most of it. That's the problem. Is that still Kosho is sitting here saying that that's not pseudoscience and won't even meet us halfway, even.
Listen, I try to inform you that the scientific method was created by the same guy whose epistemology that you guys saying was used to hijack the rest of science. I'm trying to show you that it's not the case, and that
Well,
proof is not a thing even in science, and
okay.
it only exists in math and logic. It doesn't even make sense to describe it in science.
Well, see, well,
So
Okay, which is
there's no
why my
point in
question,
persisting about this because
yeah,
there's
the
no
actual
point
question was,
persisting.
where do you distinguish the line? What is your definition of science versus pseudoscience? Legit question.
Well, and Coach, so before you respond, let me jump into that. Okay, so here's the other thing. We have a word, science, right? It's a tone that we make with our bodies. And then we have this thing we call the English language. And then we try to denote the meanings of these words and the history and the etymology and all these things. So there's obviously a lot of ways that could go in terms of analysis of that in and of itself. But what you just said, Kosho, is like, oh, the scientific method was linked to these guys. It's Bacon and Descartes. I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, maybe in today's world, that is a thing. Like, I'm not doubting that there's some information. So, oh, Descartes was this genius guy. And I mean, it's like, are we standing on the shoulders of giants or are we standing on the shoulders of the mentally ill? I mean, whether Descartes was a genius or a schizophrenic, we could talk about all day, but it's like, I don't associate that the words, when I say the word science, the way that comes out of my mouth, I don't associate that with the claim of a guy that may or may not have lived some years ago, who may or may not have written a book that other people think is important. So like, I'm just saying, like, to just say like, oh, it's attributed to Francis Bacon and Descartes. I mean, that even in and of itself is going off a certain like epistemological framework that's based upon that history, that story, that narrative, and then assuming that we all have to go on whatever those dudes thought. So I'm kind of suggesting more of like, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, both you guys, specifically you, Gio. No, you guys are sitting here and saying that it was hijacked, and Napalm as well, that it was hijacked, and it was one thing, and it was valuable, and then it was like he gave the example of like a company where he had this valuable product, and then they take the name and they start spewing out shit, and so I'm responding to the claim that you guys are making that it was hijacked. It was something different before that involved proofs, and now it just involves models and certainty, the numbers and stuff like that. And I'm using what I understand to be, to where it came from and what it is now. And I'm wondering what you guys are using to make the claims that you're making that it was hijacked. Like, what history are you going off of that it was hijacked? Like, what was it before?
Next.
If it wasn't from Descartes.
So hijacked might not necessarily be the proper terminology, and it might be slightly off, but the way that we are taught science from a young age, right? We grow up having our first introduction to science typically being experiment based, right? Do we all remember doing experimental science in grade school? I do. Plant a little seed, we watch it grow. We are trained at a very young age that science is factual information bore out through experimentation. And then once we get ingrained at a very young age that the term science should be associated with factual information bored out through experimentation and quote unquote proven, then we start to get older and move on. And then we hear things like, well, science says, Science Today article, scientists say blah, 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 blah. Right? So then we take that term and we have the subconscious association with that term with what we did when we were a kid, boring things out through experimentation, and we make the same assumption today that that's what's taking place when it's not. I don't know if you call that hijacking, but
I call that understanding something or misinterpreting what you were taught, because just because you were taught experiments as a kid doesn't mean that that's the extent to what science is. That's just it's obviously useful in science, experimentation. But observation is a useful tool in science. The theoretical science is a useful tool. These are all things that are useful in science. And if they taught you that there was proof that was found in science, they taught it incorrectly, because the proof is not a thing in science.
I got next. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing, though. Yeah,
this is why we're asking you what your definition. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry, but that's why we're asking what your definition.
Continue.
So this is the thing, though. You're saying observation is a useful tool, and whatever else is a useful tool, but that's not what it's based on. The natural science is based on empirical evidence from observation and experiment. They have to come together. It just can't be one or the other.
Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, so you're saying, oh, they could just do observation, and there you go, you have science.
No, I
It's
didn't.
incorrect.
I didn't say that. I said observations are part of science, and there is a perfectly valid thing to use in science, and so are experiments. And yes, when you obviously when you have both, and more, like I said, theoretical science, all these things
There you go.
make up what
It's,
science is. And
no.
if you're only an experimental scientist, or you're only a theoretical science, or you're only an observational science, you're still a scientist.
No,
Like,
if
you're
you go
still
to
doing
theoretical,
science.
then it doesn't become empirical. It's not empirical evidence because that's actually the opposite of empirical.
It's not empirical evidence.
So,
you're right.
Yeah, but
So
experiments
So
again,
test the
why?
ideas.
when science says is based on empirical evidence, then if you're saying something is theoretical, then it isn't natural science.
Yeah, but the typical flow of discovery in science is that you have theorists putting forth hypotheses that are then tested by experimenters.
Incorrect.
Right. Well, so,
That's
which is
totally
why I'm
incorrect.
still
It starts
wondering
with a
what your
natural
definition.
observed phenomena.
No, I'm
As
just
you have a
telling you
natural
the
observed
way.
phenomena, then you start doing some qualification, looking at what's going on, looking at some data, see if anybody. Then you start forming your hypothesis. Then you go through your experiment, and therefore, if everything works out, blah 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 blah. Then when you test it again, you let somebody else test it. Then you go and write an explanation, your scientific theory of your explanation of the observed phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm just telling you though, like scientists aren't like fourth graders, right? So how your computer, how your cell phone, how medicine, how biology, how geology, finding oil, everything around you in the natural world has been discovered in modern times is that there's theorists putting forth hypotheses from observations that they're making or that anybody can make really. They put forth hypotheses, experimenters then test those hypotheses to see how valid they are, and then experimenters and engineers try to use those experimental results to develop technologies and products and all
Not
sorts
to
of
be
stuff.
not to be a pain in the neck, but what you just said had nothing to do with what was just said to you. You're basically
Exactly.
everything that
Yes, it was.
doesn't relate to anything that was just said.
Yeah, I'm telling you how the modern flow of information discovery works. It's not
Which
the
is
silly
irrelevant.
little
Which
fifth
is
grade method you're taught where you have to make an observation and make a hypothesis and change this variable. That's
Okay,
not
so
what's
all right, so I
done.
really
Sorry.
legit question then. So I really
Why are
want to
you
know what
mocking that?
is the distinction between science and pseudoscience? What is the definition between the two? Because it's not very clear to me. Because it seems by my definition and by the definition of other PhDs out there, what you're claiming to be science is actually pseudoscience. So please help me out and have your definition of what pseudoscience is or where you draw the line. Please, legit question.
I was just gonna say real
So
quick, how
you're
could you mock
saying,
that? By the way, hold on. Before you respond, how could you mock the dependent and independent variable thing? You are a scientist, right? Isn't that your profession? And you just mocked the idea of a dependent independent variable. You just made this whole like mocking, like, you're doing independent. Are you joking? Like, dude,
you're
that's
kind
how
of straw
everything in the
man.
world is done that is consistent, like in engineering and all. No, it's just amazing that you mocked that. Like we're in the day now that's quote unquote PhD scientists, which you claim you are mocking that.
Yeah. Well, earlier,
No,
Gio, you said
hold
about
on.
truth.
Let's
Well,
not
Let him
we're
straw
living in
man.
a
Fuzzy,
we're
hold
living
on.
in
Let
a
him
post
Let's
respond.
not straw
we're
man,
living in a
right?
post-truth era.
Let's
That wasn't a straw
yeah,
man, Jace.
exactly.
That wasn't a straw man. That's exactly
Let's
what
Guys,
you
not
let
did.
him
straw man.
respond, dude.
Let's not
Let's
straw
let him
man.
respond. I jumped in. He was go ahead, Jace. You got the floor.
Right. Let's not straw man. Right. Originally, I was just telling you how the flow of information discovery works specifically in chemistry and biology, because that's the field that I work in. Right. And then you guys who sit here on Discord all day, every day, told me that I was wrong about that because apparently you have more experience, right? And then you brought up the little 3rd grade, 4th grade scientific method that you're taught, and that simplistic thing is what I'm mocking, because in actual science, it's much more complicated than
That's
that,
bullshit.
right? Like the
No, that's
ACS
bullshit.
has the guidelines for the
No, it
scientific
doesn't get more
method in
complicated than that.
chemistry.
No.
Hold on, we're gonna
The
let him
AC
respond. Please don't interrupt. Travis, you can go next. I know. Just try to wrap it up. Try to be concise, though, Jace. Just pass the mic, please. But Travis, you're next.
The ACS, the American Chemistry Society, has the guidelines for what science is in chemistry, what's accepted as science, right? And it's not just this little 3rd grade method that you're taught. It's much more detailed. They needed a 400-page manuscript to outline all the requirements for what can be accepted as science. So saying that it's this silly little 4th grade scientific method thing
Okay,
is
you can
just
stop
absurd.
saying that. You can stop saying that science is silly, because it's not. What science is simple. Okay, what you're describing with your 400-page manual of all of these languages that get created to explain things that don't exist, that's called pseudoscience. That's complicated because you're trying to depict an idea that you
That's not what
hold
it
on,
is.
hold on.
Please
Okay,
don't
first of all, we don't have anything on the table that we can look at and in terms of evidence. Okay, so right now it's just an abstract conversation. But what I'm saying to you right now is absolutely spot on. Basic science. Okay.
Jace, let him
Basic
finish,
science.
man. Don't interrupt him. Just you can respond, please. Just I asked him not to interrupt you. I muted him. I'm going to do the same for Just don't interrupt him. Just let him finish, and then you can respond, please, because then we can't hear anything if there's interruptions. Go ahead, Travis.
Thanks. Basic science is cause and effect. That's it. If it gets more complicated than that, you're adding your concept to some idea that you can't demonstrate, you can't test, you can't manipulate, and then you have to represent with a language that you can manipulate and demonstrate, but then has no correspondence to reality. That's what's going on.
All of that is just a straw man. The ACS handbook is not a language. It doesn't have any other than English or whatever language it's written in: Chinese, English, Russian, whatever the standard languages that everybody uses. It's not giving some new language for science, right? It's just the standards of what a hypothesis is, what observations are, what an independent variable, what a dependent variable, what the controls are. It's giving the standards of the field, and it's much more complicated than this little 3rd grade things that you guys always bring up.
Okay, can I jump in just real quick, Jay?
It's much more detailed, so
Yeah,
that
you
we can
keep saying that.
get
Okay,
much
great.
more closer to accuracy and precision.
Okay, great.
Let me hit next.
You keep saying it's much more complicated than that. It's much more complicated than that. What's going to happen at this point is for you to bring up something that you think is more complicated than simply making scientific observations, creating an hypothesis, doing a test, and drawing a conclusion. That's A, B, C, D, E. If you want to add into that lambdas and parentheses and forward slashes and backward slashes and all this bullshit, then you're going to have to bring something up and show us what you think is complicated.
Yeah, I'm talking about the chemistry tools that are used to
No,
develop
don't
all
talk
the
about anything.
materials
No, man, you
around
can't
you.
just talk about it.
Right,
You have
the
to provide
methods
something.
and the guidelines, the standards that are used to develop like silicon transistors and the type of semiconductors and superconductors that are used in the
Okay, hold on,
materials
Jace,
in
man.
your
Come
cell
on, man.
phone, in your computer, the biological standards that are used to develop
Let's just let
Let him
medications.
finish.
The biological standards that are used to develop medications and MRIs and medical imaging and all these things.
Man,
right?
you're just
It's
gish
not
galloping,
just
dude. You're just
make an
gish galloping. Keep going.
observation, manipulate this
Go ahead, Napalm.
variable,
So, all right.
this other variable changes, draw a conclusion. That's not what it is, man.
So
That's far tasteful.
can I get clarity?
Hold on, no,
Can I-
Napalm's next. Guys, hold on. I'm going to
Yeah.
be kind of aggressive. Hold on, Napalm, for a second. I'm going to be kind of aggressive with the mute button. Please, nobody take it personally. But I think it would be really good to keep this convo like on point. Like Travis, you kind of bowled through Jace's whole thing. Even if you don't agree or you don't, whatever it is, you got to let him finish, man, because he might not agree with you and he wants to interrupt you the whole time. And then we do that and no one can hear anything. And it's crazy. So we have to take turns. We just have to do it that way. So unfortunately, Jace, we didn't fully cover what you were saying. If you want to say it on your next time again, but I'm just going to do quick mutes if anyone interrupts you guys, because please just, don't do that. Okay. So Napalm, go ahead, Napalm, because we got.
Yeah. So Jace, you laid out that the basis or the standards that the field in which you operate in is pretty rigorous, and it's got pretty detailed ideas of what an independent dependent variable is, all these things that they would consider standards for your scientific field. We were having a discussion regarding whether or not something would be considered science that doesn't even involve an independent and dependent variable and doesn't even have experimentation attached to it, right? So that's the bigger argument being had, is if you don't have actual experimentation or an independent variable that you're trying to manipulate to prove some sort of cause of an effect that you see, but then you are making assumptions strictly based off of either observation or things like that, then would you say that that's not quite up to snuff or the standards that science would consider something being quote unquote scientific?
Yeah, sure, but let me guess that you're hinting at like astronomy and astrophysics, which, by the way, they spend a lot of time in our labs, in our chemistry and biochem labs, right? And so they're held to that same standard of experimentation, by the way.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily just those sciences, right? Because we do have theoretical sciences where there is no actual experimentations being done at all whatsoever, right? So I guess we could maybe pose the question to you, because I think Kosha kind of dodged it pretty well. What do you think? Where do you think the line can be drawn between what is considered science and what is considered pseudoscience?
Okay,
or
well,
even if we
just,
don't use the word pseudo, just something that isn't science or something.
Engineering,
I
trial
got
and
you.
error versus
Okay,
science.
I got you. I know what pseudoscience is. Right. So when you're talking about like theoretical physicists, there's also theoretical chemists and theoretical biologists as well. Right, but it doesn't end there, right? Like they take either their own observations or someone else's observations that's been reported, right? And they come up with hypotheses for those observations. And right, if you just ended it there, if you just said this hypothesis is the truth and we don't need to test it, we don't have to test it, yada yada, right? That would indeed not be science. That would just be a hypothesis that's untested, right? But all of these theoretical fields, when they put forth hypotheses, they're then tested. There's experimental. Most chemists, like for chemistry and biology, you don't even have to put the word experimental in front of their title. Like people just know they're doing experiments. But there's experimental physicists too that tests the ideas, the hypotheses of theoretical physicists. As far as what pseudoscience is, right? Pseudoscience, there's a bunch of different ways you can put it, but it's basically, like I said before, just putting ideas out there that either can't be tested, so they're unfalsifiable, or that you haven't tested them, you don't really have a desire to test them, but you're declaring the hypothesis or the idea as the truth, and things of that form.
Give one of the examples that we would all know of pseudoscience.
Astrology. No offense to Geo. I actually was thinking about that, but
asking Chase, not Kosha.
I know you were. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. I'm
Can
just,
I
just
speak,
saying.
please,
I'm saying
Kosha?
one. No, not when I'm in the middle of answering. Even though you're not asking me, I'm just saying one word answer. Jesus Christ.
If you gave your answer, that's it. Quiet down.
What just happened? Or did we start talking at the same time? Chase, Can you give us an example of a pseudoscience that we would all know?
An example of pseudoscience. Well, one I'm familiar with is things that are kind of like terrain theory.
Your mic's going out a little.
Yeah. Okay. Is it any better now or no?
By the way, Coach said astrology. Imagine me in Pulp Fiction when he's in the room with the gun to that guy's head. Say it one more time. Say astrology one more time, motherfucker. All right, I'm just kidding.
So I was apologizing real quick because I didn't mean anything against you, but that's an example that I know is always used. But
yeah, I almost timed you out for 1,000 years. Go ahead, Jace. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Hopefully the mic is better. But I mean, an example people probably heard of, one that I'm familiar with is there's something in, the cover of biology in that context of terrain theory or exosome theory of, disease or whatever. And I would say that is an example of pseudoscience. It's declared as true with very little experimentation, just solely off the authority of a lot of people. Will reference some PhD biologists or whatever that they like and say, oh, this person says that it's exosomes or it's the terrain or whatever, and like that's the evidence that they're giving, which is just it's a quote from a person. It's an argument from authority, and that's pseudoscientific.
All right, well,
it's definitely not germ theory, though. That's definitely proper science there. Fucking hell. Dude, I'm sorry, but Jace, the first assessment I made of you, the first sentence out of your mouth, remember, I said you were full of shit. You hadn't changed, dude. Sorry.
Well, all right, this is a good conversation. Please, let's not go into...
Dude.
Yeah, let's not go into the personal attacks, you guys. It just derails everything, and we'll get nowhere.
Sorry, but this is one topic that grinds my gears, Gio. It really is.
No, I know. And him bringing that up, I realize it's a hugely contentious discussion in terms of that medical thing, especially in today's world, considering the last few years. Now, we could go into that whole thing, but let's just, okay. What I want to do is bring it back to this. I hear what you're saying, Jace. At least I understand what you're putting forth after Rakia asked that question. Let me just throw this out there. I'll try to make it super brief, then I'll pass the mic. All right. An example, very simple things that we can relate to in these discussions. We've been talking about the water boiling. Let's say water boils at this temperature, in this vessel, this type of water, at this atmospheric pressure, etc. Boom, water boils. You have your dependent, independent. You can test it. You can test it today, tomorrow, next week, next year, and you're going to have that consistency, which is why every day people boil their water and make tea, and it boils at the same temperature. It works the same. So as much as we can say that's consistent, that's reality. You have your variables. You get the right temperature, the right vessel, the right heat, etc. That water is going to boil, etc. So we can, and that gets to the idea: has that been proven? Whether we link the term proof with that. Now, I'm just saying, let's take that thing right there. I'll compare that to Foucault's pendulum. Okay, we have a pendulum, we swing it, it makes this precession. Now, the claim that, and I'm not even trying to take it into the whole discussion, I'm just trying to lay it out to the difference. The thing about the Foucault's pendulum, it is not the same as water boiling. You don't have a dependent, independent variable. You have an effect that you've observed, but you haven't actually manipulated anything. You haven't actually isolated what is causing that pendulum to precess. There could be 1,000 different things that are causing it. But what they've done with that particular one, which is kind of, that's why I brought it up, because it's linked to a lot of this. So what they've done with that, though, is looked at the effect. We could get into begging the question, assumptions, all of these components that they've done to then say, it's because the earth is rotating. That's why it's precessing. And then they've gone professing that as the same thing, to pretty much the same level as scientifically validated, et cetera. That's what they push it as, that the earth is rotating. We have people all day come in here and say, of course the earth's rotating. We know for sure because Foucault's pendulum precesses. So my basic point is that the one thing is water boiling, independent, dependent variable. It's consistent. You can validate what is causing that water to boil to the fullest extent that we can in reality. The Foucault's pendulum, on the other hand, is put into that same category in our mainstream kind of world to convince everyone they're living on a ball, but the Foucault's pendulum processing has not gone through the same methodology as the water boiling. There isn't dependent independent variables. There's an observation of an effect and then assumptions and begging the questions and a whole bunch of shenanigans that goes into it to try to conclude that it's the Earth rotating. So, where do we delineate between those? Like, is one of those is it pseudoscience that you haven't done the dependent independent variable on the Foucault's pendulum? So is it pseudoscientists running around claiming that proves the Earth that's spinning because it's only the observation of an effect and it has not gone through that method? Well, some would say no, and absolutely it's it is proven or whatever. And then you get into all the gray areas in between when you have all of these things that we have in evidence that points to this or that. And then that's being lumped into the same category as something as solid as the consistency of water boiling.
And don't forget that part that it starts with a natural observed phenomenon, which was the hot springs and whatnot.
I would say if it doesn't include an experimentation, to call it science when they falsely call it that is pseudoscience if they're trying to present it as science. Anything shy of experimentation would, if it's observations or if they're studying it, would be called a study. And I think what we get today is they conflate studies into science.
They also conflate trial and error into science.
Well, they have scientists who are supported and backed who are doing these studies that call it science because they are scientists. I think that's where they go wrong.
Well, I think the thing about the Earth, as this all links back, to the Earth and what the Earth is that I think many of us, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but when it comes to things that we can validate and we can actually test, in the physical world, can we do that with the globe? Bringing it back to that's the question. And that's why it's like there's the scientific world claims that the Earth is a globe for a whole bunch of reasons that don't seem to actually fit the whatever you want to call it, the more rigorous like actual testing and validating something to be true. So it's like we live in a world now where that's being spouted as science when it could be argued that it's all pseudoscience. Especially like just to finish real quick, the word if, just to be neutral. If the Earth isn't a globe, then what the heck is going on that has been purported that we have science that has discovered the Copernican revolution and everything that goes with it? What in the F have we been doing? And what is going on? If you don't call that pseudoscience and come up with a different name for it, corruption, something is really problematic, if that being the case. And everything needs to be questioned at that point, including the 400-page manual, whatever Jace was saying, that is some standard for the chemistry thing that he's involved in. It all needs to be looked at, and we have to figure out what has been going on.
Yeah, well, I have to go, but again, we live in a completely post-truth world where up is down and left is right. It's all completely crazy, and that's the world we've been brought into, and it keeps perpetuating itself. But anyway, I gotta go. I gotta
Some dogs together.
Right.
I agree. That was brought in
as,
through.
As far as like what Gio said, as far as it goes for like chemistry and materials, right? Like I don't get how you don't see the irony. Like the device you're talking on to try to discredit the science is the end result of that science. Like the guidelines are what have produced the device. It's not really it is guidelines, but it's standards as well. And that's what's produced these devices, computers, cell phones, the things you're talking on to discredit that science. Now, that's different from physics and other stuff. This is just solely chemistry and material science.
Hold on, Jace. Nobody was like necessarily discrediting anything specific regarding chemistry or anything like that. We're talking in generalities. And I notice lots of times you try to take generalities into real specificity and make the application there when that's not necessarily the case. But yeah, something where Gio was talking about earlier, right? Regarding Foucault's pendulum and stuff like that. Most people just want to say, we know that the Earth spins because Foucault's pendulum. And it's like, well, what's what's actually being tested as the cause of the effect that we're seeing. What's the effect? The effect is the pendulum swinging and precessing. Okay, what's the cause? Well, Earth spin. Okay, how are we doing any manipulation between these variables? How are we trying to actually prove out this causal nature that is claimed or alleged? It's just it's an assumption, right?
Right, that's what I was
I
saying.
don't
Like,
know,
how do
man.
we
Foucault's
delineate?
pendulum is not like the sole evidence for the Earth spinning. Like
That's
you
what.
have variables of your latitude and the time and the precession rate
Sure.
and the
Sure.
controls you're controlling for to eliminate errors, right? And I would
So,
say you can come up with a potential conclusion that the Earth could be rotating from that. But then we have like right with a interferometric, I could then take that conclusion, turn it
mhm.
into a more specific hypothesis that I want to test, right? And build an interferometric gyroscope and just directly measure the rotation of the Earth.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
I don't get
Yeah.
what you're.
If you want to call
That
it that,
stuff
right?
isn't done in a vacuum.
So what variable is proving that the rotation of the Earth is the cause of the effect that we see within the Sagnac effect? What did Sagnac think was taking place?
The gyroscope is just a direct measurement, right? It's just measuring rotation. You put it on an airplane, it measures the roll, pitch, and yaw, whichever axis you have it oriented. Same thing with a ship, right? So it would
Yeah, but
be fallacious. It's called special pleading to say the measurement when you have it just on the table in your lab and it's still picking up the same movement in an axis, right? It would be special pleading to say that, oh, in this one case, that's actually not the rotation of something that the device is picking up, it's something else. That would be a fallacious argument.
Yeah, but we have in the past had ideas and concepts of what might be taking place within the Earth, and we have something called the ether that even when you talk about things like Michelson-Morley and things like that, it's like, oh, is the Earth traveling through the ether, or is the ether drifting in and of itself? What is actually going on between these two things? And somehow one just got eliminated from the discussion without any valid elimination to be had, to just say, oh, well, we've gone ahead and proved it because we've eliminated the ether from the equation. How? Just because philosophically we want to go with this relativity idea, and we want to go with these Lorentz contraction transformations, claim that certain physical apparatuses are contracting, even though we can't actually physically measure that. We can't measure it because it's in the same reference frame, but from another reference frame, it would be contracting. So based on this other reference frame, we can then hypothesize the theory that there's a bending and warping of this stuff due to the mass, and blah, blah, blah. And we go off and off and off and all this theoretical bullshit. But it could still be the fact that Foucault's pendulum and the Sagnac effect are caused by ether drift across a flat stationary plane. Could you falsify it?
Let me just jump in real quick too with the work Alan's done. Well, okay, I guess I won't go on long because if you were going to respond right to that, but I was just going to say Alan's done some great work in terms of breaking down like Dayton Miller and the history and what this stuff actually shows on a deeper level and why it can't be the rotation of the Earth. So there's much, much more to that story. And they were trying to eradicate Dayton Miller's work. They even called them anti-Einsteiners, like back in the sort of 20s and 30s when that was all coming to a head. So there's some serious like additional components to consider with all of that could be going much deeper into. And like I said, Alan's done great work in this field. But I'll just, and Jace, if you want to go next, go feel, or for whoever wants to jump in. But I'll just finish by saying, I mean, let's keep in mind too, Foucault's pendulums are displayed in quote unquote science museums all around the world, often in a dramatic way. It's in the center of the center of the whole fucking place is a wiggling pendulum that they're claiming proves that you're on a globe. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of what actually is causing that has not been validated independently or using the scientific method. in any way, shape, or form. It's the observation of an effect. And I'm just saying it's sitting at the center of many of the world's most prestigious, highly funded science museums as trying to teach children and grown adults that don't know any better. Hey, look, that's the spin of our Earth because its pendulum precesses around the pit.
A lot of things were said there. As far as napalm, I don't get what you're getting at. Like Michelson was a champion of the ether. He was involved with 3 different experimental types. Like he did multiple versions of 3 different experimental types, and even he had to admit at the end that what he was predicting just wasn't coming forth. But I think, I don't know, this thing with the reference frames and like the device contracting, I don't know what on earth you're talking about with that.
The Lorentz
And
contraction.
as far, yeah, the Lorentz developed the Lorentz contraction as like a rescue device for the ether. You do know that, right?
I love how you guys get sold this story that's like the opposite of what actually took place. But anyways, man, I'm not gonna. I know
It's
a
his,
guy
you
on the
can
internet
read
is gonna
his
convince
work,
you of.
man. What do you mean?
So Lorentz brought in the Lorentz contraction to save the ether. Is that what your claim is?
Yes, Lorentz was a proponent of the ether, on all of his work of developing the Lorentz contractions were in the framework of the ether and trying to explain experiments where the ether was not being detected and giving ad hoc reasons why.
No. Why we were not detecting the movement of the Earth around the sun through the ether.
Right.
So you can't just eliminate the ether and be like, but it still goes around the sun. Like, I don't know. I got to go play a game. I'll talk to you guys driving to my next game.
Hey, but you're just severely misrepresenting it. Right? Like Lorentz was proposing these contractions because the predictions of these ether models were not coming true, right? And some of them didn't involve the movement of the Earth in any way, right? And these ether predictions were not matching the experimental results. And so you can read his papers and see where he proposed these ideas. And you can see how Einstein took versions of them and incorporated them into his work of relativity from 1905 to 1915. He published multiple papers on this subject.
So whenever it was to save the ether, it was ad hoc, but whenever Einstein used it to save the orbit, it was legitimate. Can you name what experiments it were?
Those weren't proposed to save the orbit. What are you guys
So
talking about?
why is it ad hoc when Lorentz proposed it for ether, but it wasn't ad hoc when Einstein integrated it?
Because Einstein put it into relativity as part of the contravariance of reference frames. It wasn't proposed to save any kind of idea. It was just, these are the results of experiments and these are the transformations that will get you to those results. There wasn't any idea behind it. Like it was just, we have to be able to figure out how these results are coming about. Here are the transformations to get to those results.
And those results specifically was that there wasn't a fringe shift predicted by the orbit, and so you throw out the ether and you say that from the reference frame of the sun, the apparatus contracted. My question was, why is the integration of length contraction not ad hoc whenever Einstein uses it, but it can be dismissed as desperate and ad hoc whenever Lorentz introduces it, when in fact he actually introduced a physical mechanism and Einstein simply integrated the math?
I've got to go for a bit, but you're going to have to elaborate. Like, they weren't doing the experiment on the sun, they were here on the Earth. I'm not seeing the link of like saying that there's a reference frame on the sun where the device is contracted, right? That's just the covariance principle. But I don't see the relationship of that to the experiment. I don't get it. So elaborate. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. So it is that the orbit is motion in relation to the sun. That motion was not observed on the Earth. So within relativity, the idea is that the motion in relation to the sun is causing contraction in the reference frame of the sun that the Earth is orbiting in relation to. So on the Earth, there is no contraction for you because you're in that reference frame. But in the reference frame of the sun, which is what the orbital motion is in relation to, there is a contraction. It is the exact same ad hoc excuse that Lorentz came up with. The only difference is Lorentz wanted to keep the ether and not throw away all electrical field theory. Einstein wanted to take Maxwell's equations, reintegrate them into a new explanation. That's it. It's the same ad hoc excuse for both scenarios. The fundamental difference is Lorentz offered a physical mechanism claiming that the ether was actually physically pressing on the matter and causing it to contract, where Einstein just didn't even offer a theoretical mechanism at all. He just took the math.
And only ad hoc'd it.
Yep. And this is where they'll then say stuff like, and Lorentz's idea was disproven. They're correct. What they did was they did a test where there were different lengths of arms, and they wanted to see if you could measure the contraction, because if the ether is actually pressing the matter, you should be able to measure the contraction, and it wasn't measured. So Lorentz's ether theory version of contraction was just disproven. Conveniently for them, the relativity version of contraction wasn't disproven because it couldn't be tested. Right, so it didn't offer a mechanism. It was simply mathematical, and it couldn't be tested from the Earth according to their theory. So they say, oh, well, Lorentz's got debunked. Well, yeah, okay, and Einstein's would have too, but he made it unfalsifiable.
Well, we just have to go to the sun, dude.
Yeah, we just have to go to the sun. Yeah.
Just go chill out, take a lawn chair, and do some tests up there. Yeah, it's falsifiable.
What's crazy is, bro, Einstein does like point blank say this too. He points out, he brings up the rotation around the sun, and that's the specific motion of choice that would cause the contraction in Michelson-Morley. So I mean, he point blank says what I'm saying, right? I mean, he says that there would be no contraction on the Earth, but in the reference frame of the sun, there would be contraction.
Okay. I'm back for a short period. Okay, I get what you're saying now, but right, I think where I'm having trouble following you is that the null result of the experiment was not said to be because there's a reference frame on the sun where the device is contracting. That's not the reason that they gave for getting just results within the experimental error of the apparatus.
Well, okay, specifically put, if you're trying to detect the orbit of the Earth, that the orbit is a motion that's relative to the sun. That's what orbit means. So if you're trying to detect that motion, it has to be in relation to the sun because all motion is relative according to relativity. So if you're on the Earth, you can't detect it because if you were trying to detect the motion that's relative to the sun, which means from the sun's reference frame, that's the relative comparison or reference, right? That apparatus is actually going to contract as it moves around the sun. But since you're on the Earth, you will not experience contraction because you're actually in the process of contracting. So to you, you won't detect any contraction. Basically, what relativity just says is you can't detect the orbit of the Earth from the Earth because that's motion relative to the sun, and from the reference frame of the Earth, it would be undetectable.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. That's the covariance principle, though, right? Like that's not the explanation for the experiment. It's just it's like a side off. Like if someone was watching you guys perform the Michelson-Morley experiment from a a reference frame on the sun and you transformed to their reference frame, right, you would the results would show that the device was contracting. But the people on the Earth, right, what Einstein, the whole thing he was proposing is that the Earth is on a geodesic around the sun, which, right, the device, the interferometer works, it needs an acceleration, right? It picks up the roll, pitch, and yaw of a plane or ship because those are accelerations in the plane's motion. And Einstein proposed that the gravitational orbits are not accelerations. It's just on a geodesic, and that the path is just curved by the coupling of the larger mass. And so the object orbiting the larger mass is not actually accelerating at all. And thus, so using devices that measure accelerations, you're not going to get a measurement for that because
Yeah, but
the
you
Earth's
want
not accelerating.
you want to talk about ad hoc though. I mean, that's just ad hoc anomalous physics. I mean, yes, that's correct. That's what he claimed, but that's the definition of ad hoc, which is that the Earth is actually orbiting, changing direction, but it's not technically changing direction. It's going in a straight path, but it's like it's a curved path. So it's changing direction, but it's really not changing direction. Therefore, there's no acceleration to explain the result. And that's cool. That's whatever. My point is that Einstein specifically says that Lorentz proposed the contraction idea to save them from the difficulty of not detecting the fringe. Sorry, I had an unconnection from the Wi-Fi. And then he said, we see that from the perspective of relativity, this was the correct explanation. Only with relativity, it's a much more satisfactory explanation. And it's different in the sense of time and space. Okay, so that's why he finishes that section off by saying that it from the sun there's contraction, but from the earth you wouldn't experience contraction. So, I mean, honestly, that's another example of just an ad hoc claim. Can anyone show such a thing in a lab or anything? Of course not. Right? It's just a theoretical idea to explain why you can't detect acceleration in an orbit that should be detectable. It's never been substantiated.
But why should it be detectable, right? That's what they were questioning, right? Newton was the one who put forth the original idea that it should be detectable. Einstein and Lorentz and these guys and Minkowski and Hilbert and them were questioning that idea that orbits should have a detectable acceleration. And Einstein eventually came to the conclusion that they actually don't have any acceleration based off of ideas he got from Lorentz and from Minkowski, etc.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? So it's not that that's just what Newton suggested. That's what all evidence ever on the Earth shows you. If you have any orbit or circular path, you have acceleration because you have change of direction. So they had to come up with a new explanation that is outside of Earth, quite literally, right? It's an ad hoc explanation to say, well, sure, on Earth, this is the case, but in orbits, it's not the case. Because you can obviously detect acceleration from anything that's moving in a circular path on the Earth because it's changing direction. So it's just an ad hoc claim. Length contraction was just an ad hoc claim. You know,
You keep saying
Mike,
it's ad hoc, but right, these weren't things like, other than the contraction was a rescue device for the ether by Lorentz, but these ideas were not proposals to like rescue ideas. The notion of a gravitational orbit not being an accelerated path was a consequence of relativity, not like a thing relativity was saying to rescue not measuring accelerations. It was a prediction. It was something, if you have this framework, one consequence of this framework is that orbits will not have accelerations. And then you do experiments and you say, like, okay, we can't measure any acceleration for what these so-called orbits are supposed to be. So it fails to nullify the relativity hypothesis.
No, you got it backwards though, because relativity came afterwards. Relativity came afterwards, right? Einstein didn't say, "Oh, I got a theory. It predicts that there will be no acceleration measurable in an orbit," and then they did a test and didn't detect, and they're, "Oh, look, relativity verified." They did a test with an
Doesn't
accelerometer.
matter the order. It doesn't matter
It
the
does.
order,
It does
because
ad hoc.
Einstein was not proposing a theory of accelerations in orbits. He proposed a theory called relativity, with one of the consequences of the relativity hypothesis is that orbits will not have accelerations. That's not what the whole theory is about. Thus, it's not ad hoc.
Okay.
That's
No,
just
no,
one
no,
of the
it is.
consequences of the theory.
Okay, so the order is specifically relevant to your contention about the use of the phrase ad hoc, because ad hoc implies it's in response to something. Okay, so it was in fact in response. What we saw was there was an accelerometer, and if the Earth is orbiting around the sun, there should be acceleration. Therefore, any explanation, any framework that was going to explain the observation had to remove acceleration. It's the only way you could keep orbit, and just keep the orbit, frankly. It's the only way you could do it.
But
Keep
you
the
have
orbit
it
and
all wrong.
see the result. No, that is what happened, bro. That is what
That's,
happened. And
no, it's
okay.
not. Einstein
It really is.
proposed relativity originally to fix electrodynamics. It wasn't even about gravitational orbits to begin with. So trying to say that this was some, acceleration and gravitational orbits rescue device is just so off the mark. Like, that wasn't even the original reasoning for Einstein proposing. The original paper was called on the electrodynamics of moving bodies.
That's correct.
The original paper that put forth relativity. It had nothing to do with gravity at first.
But that's not the point, bro. The point is that even Einstein himself said that when he came across the peculiar outcome of Michelson-Morley, that's what first led him on the path to special relativity. And even if he didn't say that, which he definitely did, and if people want to bring up that he seems to contradict himself right before he dies or something, I don't care about any of that. He clearly, in his paper,
You cut out. What's it? If you can hear us. He cut out, right, guys? I didn't cut out.
Yeah, he did. I was going to ask the same question.
Even if I give you even if I give him.
All right, hold on. Now, Jace, Jace, your mic went out too. So Witsit dropped out entirely. Witsit, if you can hear us, you dropped out. And then Jace, your mic just went real quiet and distant.
Is it better?
No. I don't know if you changed, something happened, your Bluetooth turned off or something. By the way, while there's a little pause here, I will say, just to give some context to this conversation, I just want to say, if we want to ever go back to it or round it back to it at some point, I mean, these guys, if Witsit, if you come back, I mean, or it'd be good to hear you guys continue on this as well. But I just want to give some context to people that have joined after. This began with, the question of the scientific method, can things be proven, et cetera. And then I believe I had brought up, because we're talking about the water boiling thing and all of that. So it's like the consistency of using an independent dependent variable to validate that water boils. How is that in the same category as, Foucault's pendulum, et cetera, which doesn't have dependent and independent variables. It's more just the observation of an effect. So I just want to say, if we do want to loop back to that at some point, we could. But I was just saying that's kind of what birthed this conversation, because it went from Foucault's pendulum and then into gyroscopes and interferometry. Do these things actually scientifically validate the Earth is moving and spinning the way they claim it is? Or is there pseudoscience afoot, or a lack of consistency with whatever they're calling the scientific method that to come to these conclusions and assert it as science. And, to the point to where Foucault's pendulums are in the center of science museums, and they claim, this is the peak of science, which is why they make a huge hoopla about it. So I just want to give some context. That's kind of part of where this had started. But I don't know, Whitson, if you're back, or Jace, if you're back, you guys carry on.
Is my mic still sound like?
Yeah,
sorry, I got a call.
It's really bad, Jace.
I got a call.
Yeah, your mic sounds like shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
All right,
Whoa.
whoever that was, I guess that was a troll or some auto-tune thing. I muted him, but yeah, go ahead, Whitson. Jace, your mic, we can hear you, but it's like real distant, and so something happened to it. But yeah, go ahead, Whitson.
It might be better now. I just took the mic out.
Yeah, now it's good.
Dude, I'm murking these wasps. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, that's whatever. I don't remember where we were. I mean, it's not much of a dispute. Einstein said it himself. He said that they expected a fringe shift. He says it's in special and general theory, right? His paper. And he says, in a speech in a university that, Michelson-Morley is what led him to special relativity. Doesn't matter. But in the general special theory paper he wrote, summarizing the two, basically he says it's so that your grandma could understand it or whatever. He explains, it's crazy because people don't understand it. He says, point blank, that they expected to see a fringe shift and they didn't. And this negative result was puzzling for physicists. So Lorentz attempted to save us from that difficulty by introducing a contraction in the direction of motion, just the sufficient amount that you weren't able to detect the motion. Because you weren't able to detect the time difference, because there was a perfect sufficient amount of contraction. He then says, right after that, he says, we see that from the viewpoint of relativity also, this was correct. So he says, in the context of Michelson-Morley, the explanation of contraction is correct according to relativity, but that the difference is the interpretation is not the same. He point blank says it, then he goes on to explain that on the Earth you won't see contraction, but from this reference of the sun you would see contraction. If you're trying to detect motion that's relative to the sun, you're not going to be able to do so from the Earth, because you're in relation to the sun, you're contracting. Right? I mean, there's obviously it's not really fair to be like, well, Einstein wasn't. That's not why Einstein proposed his theory. Einstein proposed, like, kind of in a way, almost like a theory of everything. That's how people interpreted it. He integrated electromagnetism. He integrated the idea of gravitation later. He integrated all kinds of things. Right? But the point, as it pertains to Michelson-Morley, contraction is specifically relevant to the phenomena according to Einstein himself.
Yeah, but again, now you're just going back to the original thing. You're talking about the covariance principle, which is like a consequence, right? The explanation originally for the people on the Earth doing the experiment is that one of the predictions of relativity is that the device needs an acceleration to pick up a measurement, and relativity predicts that gravitational orbits won't have an acceleration, thus they don't pick up any measurement, any fringe shifts. A consequence of that is something called the covariance principle, where so if you wanted to view the experiment in terms of a reference frame on the sun, right, there would be this effect called length contraction, or the Lorentz contraction. And that's what that was talking about. But it's not the reasoning for why the device itself here on the Earth didn't pick up a measurement.
It is directly relevant. You can't pick and choose. If the theory of relativity claims that the Earth is contracting in relation to the sun, and you're trying to detect motion in relation to the sun, thus a fringe shift in relation to the sun, then you won't be able to do so. That is what the theory says. We can't pick and choose the theory. The theory says that. So it has to be related to the outcome.
But the whole thing of relativity is that it's reference frame dependent. There's the explanations are different in each reference frame, but we're here on the Earth doing the experiment. So the explanation for that is just that the orbital path of the Earth is not accelerated, and the device requires an acceleration to pick up a measurement. Now, because relativity says that you can transform to a frame on the sun as well, you also need, and that's a consequence of relativity, so through the covariance principle, you also need an explanation for why that frame would also not pick up, because they have to have the same results. Relativity says the events that occur have to be the same in every reference frame. They may occur in different orders, etc., but the events still have to occur. So you still have to get the results in the reference frame on the sun, the same results. There's not two different realities. It has to get the same results. And the explanation for that is that there would be a contraction of the device that you would see from the frame on the sun, looking at the people doing the experiment on the Earth.
Right. Okay. This is the part that always gets skated past. To say that there would be no contraction on the Earth is a moot point when we're talking about Michelson-Morley, because we're talking about orbital motion. And relativity says that all motion is relative. So you cannot invoke the orbit of the Earth at all unless you say what it's in relation to. You can't even claim the Earth is moving in space without invoking the sun. Relativity says all motion is relative. So as soon as we say Earth's orbit, according to relativity, we have immediately, out of necessity, invoked the sun. Okay? So that means that anything discussing the orbit is automatically discussing what would happen in relation to the sun. And it says that the Earth, along with everything on the Earth, is contracting in the direction of motion in relation to the sun. And I could ask you this question. What did Einstein invoke as his evidence for length contraction?
But what's it? The important thing about what you just said is that is only what's experienced from a reference frame on the sun viewing the experiment. From the frame on the Earth, this is what relativity is all about, that both frames are equivalent, both what you would see from a frame on the sun and what you see from a frame on the Earth are both equivalent. There's only one reality, right? But the way you get to that reality may be different. And from the frame on the sun, they see that the device contracts. From the frame on the Earth, there just isn't an acceleration in the Earth's orbit.
All right, watch this. Check this. So to say that the Earth orbits the sun or that the sun orbits the Earth is equivalent according to relativity. They're equivalent. They're interchangeable. I mean, he called it quite meaningless, and it's simply a coordinate system preference. Therefore, we can just as well say that the sun is orbiting the Earth and that there is a contraction experienced on the Earth. They are interchangeable. Yes.
Oh, it's oh man, this is
Oh,
the
yeah.
covariance principle, right? Originally, Einstein thought that relativity was formalizing the relativity principle, but really it was formalizing the principle of covariance with the use of tensors and coordinate systems, that effects that were independent of the coordinate system and all that. But the covariance principle is what you're on about here, and it's the way that one result is explained in two different frames, and you can get to that one result through two different effects, each one of the effects experienced by each frame.
Why would it be two different effects if the motion is interchangeable?
Because relativity doesn't say that on the Earth you would see the device contract.
No, you're right.
Effect. You're right. That's the effect you see from the frame on the sun. On the Earth, you just don't get an acceleration because the gravitational orbit is not an accelerated motion.
Okay, so therefore you could say that from the Earth you would see contraction on the sun. From the Earth you would see contraction. They're interchangeable. That's why I asked you, what would Einstein say is his evidence for contraction. And based on your previous answer, you would say he didn't actually have direct evidence of contraction other than it being a required byproduct of his theory.
Yeah, you could say if you revert, right, this is the covariance principle. If you reversed the experiment where they were doing it on the sun and you were viewing it from the earth, the person viewing from the earth would then see the device contracted on the sun. You'd have the same
Correct.
kind of vice versa effect.
Right. But do you agree with my characterization that Einstein, what he actually invoked as evidence for contraction was Michelson-Morley in special and general theory of relativity? But I'm assuming you're going to say he had no direct evidence of length contraction. It was just a requirement for his theory, that it was basically an effect. It was a byproduct of the theory.
Yeah, sure. It's in the maths of the Lorentz transforms. If you do the transform from one frame to another, you see that the result is that it's contracted.
Right. So if the Earth is orbiting the sun, so it's orbiting, which means it's movement relative to the sun, then in that context of motion relative to the sun, the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion that it is moving around the sun. If you invoke the orbit at all, you have to invoke both the sun and the Earth, and once you do that, you invoke contraction.
But that, again, that's only from the frame of the sun, of viewing the event from the frame of the sun. You would see the device contracted on the Earth. From the frame of the Earth, you don't see the device contracted here on the Earth.
Correct, but that doesn't mean it's not contracting, though. This is where we always miss paths. This is like where FTFE and MC2 and all these people just drop the ball. I'm hoping that we can just meet minds here, right? Okay, that obviously that means there is contraction in that test. You just don't experience it on the Earth. But if you are trying to detect the orbit of the Earth, you can't do it because you're trying to detect motion relative to the sun. And in that scenario, there is a contraction of the apparatus, just the sufficient amount that it would compensate for the missing time difference. So, I mean, yes, I agree. We wouldn't experience on the Earth, whatever. That's not even the point. And then Einstein came out and corrected people that were trying to represent his theory and said, my theory does not say that contraction is merely subjective and apparent. It is a real physical effect. Right? So, it just is what it is. It's all good. It doesn't matter. Without contraction, you can't have the theory of relativity. Or you can say it the other way around. You can't have the theory of relativity without contraction.
I don't know whether Jace is going to respond or not. I just wanted to say, this is sort of like a little analogy, but it made me think about, if you had like a device, like an interferometer or something in a room, and then you had another one in another room, but the second one in the other room is locked, like it's in a sealed locked door that you can't even get in. And then it would be like making an assumption oh, well, the one we have access to isn't giving this result, but we still need this Earth to be going around the sun in that analogy. The other one, I'm using the idea of it's locked up in a sealed room because it's on the sun, which obviously can't go to the sun. And like I said, put lawn chairs on the sun and set up a little device and sit there and, do the test. So that's why I was just making that analogy. It's almost like the other device that you would need to prove the lack of result on the one you do have is locked in a room that you can't even access. So how can that be rigorous at all to come to a conclusion if that was the case?
No, it's just ad hoc and unfalsifiable. But this is where it gets really sticky for them, bro, is there was a friend shift. It just wasn't the right amount. So if there's any fringe shift that can be detected, then it has to be a very specific amount. but it wasn't. So they said there was no friendship because it's either exactly the right amount or none. That's the only two options they have. But in reality, there was a friendship. They just ignored it. They literally said, nuh-uh, there isn't a friendship, even though there provably was. It's been replicated hundreds of thousands of times at this point. It's been replicated with millimeter accuracy in 2002 with radio waves. There is a friendship, and it changes with altitude, and it changes throughout the year. That debunks the entire heliocentric model on its face. Or we can say nuh-uh all we want to, but science doesn't deal with nuh-uhs. And that's a freaking death blow. All they can say is that there's not a friendship. Because there is no physical possibility or explanation to explain there being a friendship in the heliocentric model. There's none.
To have a friendship and the one that would show, you're saying because it would pick up both the axial rotation and the motion around the sun? If it was real?
It should detect both, and that's another thing you'll never get a rebuttal to. But specifically, to explain why the amount of friendship that should be there, based on 30 kilometers per second orbit, wasn't detected, you have to now invoke principles of physics. You have to say, oh, well, because in this framework of physics, this is how it works. And it's either able to detect the motion or it's not able to detect the motion. There's no in between. There's no form of physics that could be proposed to say, oh, well, you would detect part of the motion. That doesn't physically make sense, right? It has to either detect the motion or not detect the motion. So they obviously went with not detect the motion because if their physics says that you can detect the motion, it would immediately debunk that the Earth is orbiting the sun at 30 kilometers per second because it did not detect that much. So they said, oh, well, you can't detect the motion. And then they said the friendship is just instrumental error, right? Now, the side point that you're kind of alluding to, I think, is Michelson, Gale, Pearson did detect a sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy every single time. And why is it able to detect that and not the orbit? And that's where they say, well, they say the rotation of the Earth has acceleration because it's change of direction, but the orbit of the Earth doesn't have acceleration, even though it is a change of direction, but it's technically not a change of direction at the same time. It's absolutely absurd.
You understand we've gone and back and redone this experiment thousands of times since then with greater and greater accuracy. So now we're down to 10 to the 1 to the minus 17 centimeters per second, right?
No, that's actually not true. So
that is very true.
No, it's actually not true.
You can say no all you want.
All right,
but
hold on. NASA, we're not doing a shit show, bro. You can have your full time to speak. You won't get interrupted, etc. It can be all good, but you can't interrupt. I'm just going to temporarily mute you if you do. But dude, if you want to go back and forth, keep it clean, keep it good, and actual real content, not just descend into personal attacks. And you can have your full time to speak, but you can't just clip and interrupt and create chaos. So go ahead, Whitsitt.
The reason I'm saying it's not true is because the results, the tests that show those results don't actually replicate Michelson-Morley. They changed the length of the arms, they changed the medium, they changed many different variables to get it as close to zero as possible because they assume that zero is accurate. So they just fix the test as much as they can to get as close to zero. But it was actually done over a minimum of 200,000 times by Dayton Miller alone. And when he perfectly replicated the test, right, it does always detect a friendship. And this has been done multiple times, even in the 21st century, again, down to millimeter accuracy with radio waves, for example. So changing the variables to get close to zero doesn't count. That's called cooking the books.
No, they redo the experiment because technology has changed. So instead of using, so what you're saying basically is the only way we can do this experiment is use the same equipment floating on the thing in mercury in a big vat. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't have to necessarily be the same propagation. You can use lasers now, right, which are actually more accurate. You can use radio waves, right, which are highly accurate at knowing the medium. you just can't change things like the length of the arms, the orientation of the arms, the relationship of the arms, and then drastically change the mediums, run them through crystals, try to get it as close to zero as possible, and then say that you replicated Michelson-Morley. If you can show me a test where they actually kept the length of the arms the same and didn't grossly alter the medium, I would happily look at it. But I've looked at the list that McToon has. I've looked at the list on Wikipedia. They all mess with the test to get it close to zero. But when they don't do that, which I'll post a list of people that didn't do that, they all coincidentally recorded a fringe shift as recently as 2020.
Well, of course they changed the length of the arm because they're using different wavelengths. They don't need to be that long. There's a reason that they selected the arm length. It was I mean, come on. What you're basically saying is, okay, you have to have we're going to do a new speed test, but you have to use the engine from 130 years ago. You can put it in a new car, but you still have to use the same engine.
Now, look, I cited a paper. There's a bunch of papers there. If you look at 2001, I'm trying to remember the name, but ether wind inexperience of millimetric radio waves or something like that. Radiometric something. 2001 it was done. These are the names of all the papers, and it has all the results. So, yeah, we have replicated it with more precision, specifically down to the millimeter precision with radio waves, and we detected the fringe shift. And some of these people actually did what Dayton Miller said, which was change altitude, and they detected even more. And almost all of the ones that say they got close to zero, you know what they do? It's not an appeal to authority fallacy. I'm appealing to the evidence from the experiment. But anyway, you know what they normally do? They put it in a basement. The people that claim they get to zero, they put it in a basement. Why would you have to do that? Because Dayton showed with like over 200,000 replications that it's actually best to go at higher altitude.
To get away from the vibrations and things. Usually they put stuff in like that in the basement to avoid that. Why would it change? Why would it change with altitude? I don't understand why this experiment would change with altitude.
Wait. You said vibrations. Wouldn't the vibrations be less at higher altitude?
No, they're usually best in basements where people don't go. You know, they put a lot of things. I think the original experiment was done in like that. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's a very old experiment. It's been replicated thousands of times with better technology. But no, we can't use better technology because that would be against the Whitsitt rule, apparently.
I just cited the better technology that detected the fringe shift.
Except they've done it, without fringe shift. That's okay.
Well, I'm explaining why. If we're using advanced technology and getting two different results, then there has to be a logical explanation. We can't just be biased and assume incompetence on the side that doesn't agree with our preferred outcome. So let's examine it. Well, we did examine it, and what we found out was that they do them in basements with varying length of arms, and not just by changing arm lengths, the actual relationship of the lengths, meaning that they don't even keep the ratio of the arm lengths the same. They change them. What a joke. And then they grossly change mediums and run it through crystals and stuff to get it as close to zero as possible. But when you actually go to higher altitude, you will get more of a fringe shift. Dayton Miller did this over 200,000 times. Einstein continually published his critique. He said, there must be fundamental error, like ambient temperature is causing the expansion of the arm. So then Dayton Miller did like hundreds and hundreds of tests manipulating the ambient temperature, even introducing radiant heat sources right by the arm, showing that he was incorrect. So then Einstein said, well, I don't know. And this went on for like 5 years. And Einstein said at 1921 and 1925, he said, if Dayton Miller's results are true, my theory is completely wrong. It falls like a house of cards. All right. And so he did it almost 250,000 times. And actually, some say he did it millions of times. So I just go with the lower end, 200,000. And it's been replicated in 2020. So, I mean, like putting it, if Dayton, my question is for you. If Dayton Miller showed that at higher altitudes, you get more of an effect, then how would you be truly testing that hypothesis by only doing it in a basement and then changing all the variables to not replicate the test?
Dayton Miller's experiment is 90 years old, 1933. Why are you picking that?
Well, it's not tests. It's hundreds of thousands of tests that went unrefuted, and they've been replicated now, and that's why I dropped a list of more recent replications.
Dayton Miller was 1933. We've done, that was all 90 years ago. In those 90 years, we've done, we have better equipment, and I'll have to look into your other ones, but this one is 90 years old. You continually, so you have a 130-year-old experiment. Now you have a 90-year-old experiment, and we can ignore everything that was done, post 19, what's the cutoff date for technology?
Well, first of all, I have all the way up to 2020 here. You keep ignoring that. But Dayton Miller did it over the course of like a decade. So let's see if you can answer this. Do you agree that within your paradigm's explanation of relativity, that you cannot explain getting more of a fringe shift at higher altitudes?
I haven't looked into it.
But do you agree that doesn't make any sense? Because we shouldn't be detecting any fringe shift, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to look at the experiments and look at the data.
Okay, I'm just saying that according to relativity, we shouldn't be detecting any fringe shift, and the only time we do is because of instrumental error. Well, just taking it to different altitudes shouldn't consistently increase the amount of fringe shift. Now, if the Earth is stationary, that makes perfect sense, because that means that the sky is moving, and we're detecting a translation of motion from the sky through the ether. So as you get higher to the sky, you detect more of that drift.
Post the paper.
I just posted all the different papers.
I don't know if you posted. Maybe you posted them somewhere else. I don't see
just
it.
a list of the papers. It's just a list of the papers. I'm in my garage on my phone. You can just type in the name of the papers on the list. And Dayton Miller's work is openly available, as well as Elias did an examination of his work as well in like 96. And he showed that not only does it increase with altitude, it actually changes throughout the year.
You may have posted it in a different chat. If you want to, it's not in this one, because if you post it, I can stick it to the bottom of the chat. Because I did.
I'm sorry.
He's asking for the paid is.
Yeah, that's my bad.
No, you're good. I'm just saying. He is asking.
I was in another Discord chat on accident.
Because he's asking you, like, if that's the results paid, then, No, I mean, it was valid what you said. You said, well, show me the data. So you're, and he's posting it. So I suspect you'll look into this and then actually come with a valid response, right?
I will look into this. Yeah, the Miller experiment was 90 years ago.
Yeah, but I just showed many tests from within the 21st century. And the most there's two of the most interesting ones. Is one of them is millimeter accuracy and precision with radio waves. Another one by Wang is linear. He did a strictly linearized, I hate the word, but linearized test. And it still detected the fringe shift, which absolutely decimates the globe model relativity explanation. You cannot detect the linear motion according to your model, which is the whole explanation why we can't detect the orbit, because it's a geodesic, so it's effectively a linear velocity, and that's why we can't detect it. Even though technically it is curving around the sun, it's actually straight and therefore linear, so we can't detect the linear velocity with the interferometry. Right. So, what's even funnier than this, though, is even if you bring up a geodesic, there's still a change of speed. We claim that the Earth goes different speeds around the sun. So, how is that not a change in speed? How is changing speed not a change in speed?
Because you're in
That's almost as ridiculous as good.
Because you're in a free fall orbit.
But it's changing speed, though.
You're in a free fall orbit nonetheless.
But is it changing speed?
You're in a free fall orbit. Hello? Did I stutter?
Okay, so if does that mean it can only increase?
Yeah, but he asked back, is it changing speed? And so what's your answer to that?
There's nothing stopping it from going forward, but the gravity's pulling it in, so they balance each other out. That's why it's a stable orbit. That's why it's spun.
That doesn't answer the question at all. Is the speed changing?
No.
The question is the speed changing? Like saying it's a free fall doesn't answer that question.
And the answer to your question is no. The speed is not changing.
Okay. So, are you sure that the mainstream model doesn't say that the orbital speed of the Earth changes throughout the year?
The orbital or rotational speed?
The orbital speed.
Oh.
Okay.
First of all, you won't feel it, and second of all, if you did feel it, by how much does it change with it over the course of
It
the year?
doesn't.
Not talking
It
about
doesn't
filling
change.
it. We're not talking about filling it.
It doesn't change. When's the last time you had a well? There's a reason we have leap years, sir. It's because the speed doesn't change, and we picked 365 for the number.
No, he means over the course of 6 months. He's saying that it changes by about 2,000 miles per hour,
Based on what evidence?
with a linear velocity.
Correct. Yeah. So,
Okay, based on what evidence?
well, that's just what the model claims.
What?
Yeah, we have an eccentric orbit, so yeah, when we're at the closest, it's like 68,000 miles per hour or something like that, and then when we're the furthest, it's like 66 or something.
Can I see a link for that? Because I'm willing to accept that, but I haven't heard that before.
All right. It's a very slight thing, and I honestly, NASA's Shill's thing about being in a free fall was sufficient. It's also sufficient to say that the acceleration is not going to be detectable by any of Michelson-Morley type tests if it were able to be detected. But still, if it's in free fall, so like something falling from the sky, for instance, an accelerometer is not going to be able to detect the movement. Like you could throw something up in the air and back down, an accelerometer won't detect it. So
well, eventually it reaches terminal velocity, right?
Right.
That's
exactly.
Yeah,
And
but
that-
that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. So how's it going to slow down then? Once it reaches terminal velocity, how's it going to slow down? If I drop something in free fall, it doesn't slow down.
No, it doesn't. It reaches terminal velocity.
Right. So if we're saying the reason we can't detect it is because it's in free fall, then what about when it slows down?
We're
When
in
does it slow
orbit
down?
around
This is
the
again what I've
sun.
asked to search for. If you have one.
I just posted it. Earth's speed is
Alright,
not
thank you.
constant as the Earth's orbit's elliptical orbit.
Very
That
slightly.
doesn't matter.
Let me-
It doesn't make it have to be any faster or slower. It
says if the Earth is the closest to the sun, the perihelion, it moves the fastest. On the other hand, when the Earth is the farthest from the sun, the aphelion, it moves the slowest.
Yeah, but it's the same. If you throw a cell phone in a vacuum chamber and you throw it up in the air and it makes an arc and hits the ground, it's going to be moving the slowest at the top point of the arc. It's going to constantly be slowing down until it gets to that point, and then constantly speed back up before it hits the ground. And it's accelerating the whole time, and it's in the vacuum chamber, so there's not going to be terminal velocity. But even still, the accelerometer is not going to be able to detect any of that movement, even though it's slowed down. They got to a stop.
Oh, so
and
we have a
it's
test we
gonna
can set
go.
up, and by the way, I'm willing to bet money on it. We can bet whatever on this. So we'll set up an interferometer in a vacuum, and we'll throw something up and down, and we'll see if it changes speed. Someone want to bet on the outcome? It will change speed. That's my bet. It'll
You
change
understand?
speed.
You know, there's a good point that there's a free fall chamber that they shoot things upwards, and it goes up and all the way up and then all the way back down. And during that entire time, the chamber is weightless. You familiar with this, or do I have to find it?
The Bremen
Yeah,
drop
the
tower.
Bremen Tower.
But hold on, what's it? Your test what's wrong with using the accelerometer instead of interferometer?
Well, what's wrong with using an interferometer?
It just seems more. I don't understand doing it that way. Maybe you can elaborate.
Understand. Okay, well.
Well, because accelerometers
just not-
utilize vibration, so you're actually removing the medium. So let's use an interferometer, which uses lasers that are highly precise. That's what we use for gravimeters, right? For gravimetric data, we use a vacuum-sealed chamber with lasers. That's how we measure the downward acceleration on different parts of the Earth. It's highly precise, like mind-blowingly precise. That's why I want to use that and not just some accelerometer in a phone that uses vibration. So,
I mean, any accelerometer. You could use a extremely high precise accelerometer, but even still though, let me think about that, because the interferometer I could see why you'd use that, but like you're talking about like a linear interferometer, like not a what do you call that, like
yeah, like we use in a gravimeter.
I mean, that would probably work the same way.
We use them in gravimeters, bro. It's the most precise way to measure acceleration that we have currently available to us as mankind is interferometry. But what I'm not understanding is, wait, if I drop an object, it's going to start to increase in speed until it reaches terminal velocity. And that's the claim. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever of that claim, by the way. No one's ever taken a vacuum chamber that's 5 miles high and dropped something and proven that it doesn't continue to increase in speed. No one's ever done that. All anyone's ever done is shown that once it reaches what we call terminal velocity, it doesn't change much, which makes sense. As you get closer and closer to the theoretical max, the change is going to be slower. No one's ever verified that an object dropped will not continue to increase. Because you'd have to have a vacuum chamber that's incredibly tall. It's never been done.
You mean they've never like drop a bomb and notice the speeds stop? They've never done that.
Okay, so now
skydivers
now
have never noticed that they have a terminal velocity.
So now we're in the air, and I've already explained that as you get closer to the theoretical terminal velocity, whatever that could be, if you're getting closer to it, as you start to get faster and faster and faster, the change is going to slow down. The change in speed is going to be inversely proportionate to the total speed. It's just common sense. So I'm saying that's a cool story. I'm not even claiming it's true or untrue. I don't know. I'm saying everyone just assumes it is true, and no one ever brings up the fact that to thoroughly test that, you need a vacuum chamber that's super tall. And that doesn't exist. But it's whatever. Let's pretend it's true. So we drop it, and it reaches terminal velocity. Okay, it's not going to ever slow down. The Earth's orbit supposedly slows down. So why can we not detect?
Because we're in an orbit. Once again, we are in an orbit around the sun. We are familiar with orbital mechanics. Obviously, you're not familiar with orbital mechanics.
You're not saying anything, dude. You're just baselessly asserting your conclusion.
What do you mean it's conclusion? It's observable. We know about orbital mechanics. We've plotted the orbit. Do you understand orbital mechanics? Yeah, it's a simple yes or no question.
I understand that your claim of orbital mechanics is anomalous physics that can't be tested on the Earth. That's what I know.
Incorrect. We know all about it. We've tested it on the Earth. We've tested it above the Earth. We've tested it going to Mars. We've tested it going around the sun. We've kind of plotted the planets. We know fairly much about orbital mechanics.
Can you cite a laboratory setting where we tested orbital mechanics, please? Can you show me any type of test I can do on the Earth that I can have an object in constant change of direction, free falling?
You want to test orbital mechanics on the Earth, like in a bucket in the lab, like Damok?
Well, I'm just pointing out that my actual point was not that you can't say, well, according to our theory, it isn't testable on the Earth. That is what you can say. My point is that it's never been tested on the Earth because it can't be, and it's a claim of anomalous physics. It's actually antithetical to the orbits that we do experience on the Earth, which is that the change of direction is acceleration, thus it's detectable. You guys claim that it's not in space.
That's incorrect. We have lots of satellites in many different orbits, some of them highly elliptical, and we know pretty much about them, yeah, because we put them there, you know?
Okay, so I'm not going to help. You're begging the question of an orbit in space.
No, I'm not begging the question. We've
Hold on, let him finish. Don't interrupt.
Wait a minute, stop. He's saying that it's basically, you're saying incredulity. I don't believe it, therefore it doesn't exist. In the meantime, though, it does exist. We know about the science. We know, people study this and work on it a lot. I mean, that's what rocket scientists does.
I didn't say it's not true because I can't believe it or don't understand it. I didn't no way do that. I'm just saying that's just anomalous physics. But and this is because the test showed that you can't detect the assumed orbit of the Earth. So they said, okay, well, even though it's changing direction, it's not changing direction. And even though it's acceleration, it's not acceleration. And actually, even though it's a curved path, it's a linear path. Okay, and that it's in free fall, even though it's speeding up and slowing down. And that's what you claim. Okay, that's just a cool story to me. I mean, there's no evidence of that other than assuming the Earth is orbiting. If you assume it's orbiting, then something like that has to be happening for sure, because there's no other way to explain how we can't detect it. But my point is, if it's not like free fall if it's slowing down. Things don't slow down in free fall.
Yes, they do. Here, let me show you. This is a Tom Scott thing of the Bremen drop tower where they shoot a load up, and it goes all the way up to the top of the tower and all the way back down the entire time after the initial acceleration is at 0G. You watch it. It's a video.
Dude, wait. Is something free falling when it's going up?
Yep, it's in free fall. It's 0G the entire way up. After the initial acceleration, all the way up to the top and all the way back down to the bottom is at 0G.
Okay, so it's free falling when it's going down. Now,
Right.
this is why
Your
that's just a
incredulity
question.
doesn't matter.
You can keep saying that, but
Well,
the
you can
irony is,
watch this. No,
it's not
it's a
that I.
Hold on,
video.
guys. Let Witchit respond. Let Witchit respond.
It's not that I don't understand it. It's that I don't blindly believe it, void of evidence. And this is what I keep on pointing out to you guys. In 2006 or 4, someone did the test with a linearized path and detected it. So you've been debunked with experimentation on the Earth. Wang did it with a linear path and detected the fringe shift in the 21st century. So experiments on Earth have debunked your claim that you say can't be tested on the Earth.
Well, in the meantime, in Bremen, they're happily doing zero-G experiments, going up and down the entire time in zero-G after the initial acceleration. Watch the video. It's a video,
Guys,
so
well,
it's not very long.
this would help. This might help because, to be clear, the term free fall it may be counterintuitive, but because it's called free fall, but it really is just defined as something that is the only force acting on it is gravity. Once something is let so like if you throw a football in the air, or you throw a football in a vacuum chamber, or something's in orbit, or something falls in a vacuum chamber, or you throw something up in a vacuum chamber and comes back down, the entire time it's in free fall, only because that's how it's defined. It's defined as something that is the only force acting on it is gravity, basically.
Yeah, so basically what they do is they just drop the container at free fall, and then they claim that it's going up independent of the fact that the whole thing is falling down.
Incorrect. They
We
shoot it
have
up at about 30 Gs. They shoot it all the way up to the top of the tower and all the way back down, double the amount of time that it's at zero G.
okay.
It's at weightless. It's not quite zero G.
My guy, do you agree that if we can detect with interferometry, we can detect a linear velocity, then it would debunk your claim of why we can't detect the Earth's orbit with interferometry?
I don't know this experiment. I'll have to look into it.
Because Kosho and I have talked about this, and at the time I didn't know. I'm like, yeah, well, I guess in theory you could get like the world's fastest jet and see if you can detect it or something with a linear path. The test has already been done by Wing. He did it with a linear path. He detected the fringe shift. So that would mean that even if we assume that the Earth is orbiting around the sun, changing direction, but not changing direction at the same time, and it's speeding up and slowing down, but not speeding up and slowing down at the same time, and it's curved path, thus accelerating, but it's not a curved path and not accelerating at the same time. If we were to just assume all that, then we can summarize it by saying the reason we can't detect the Earth's orbit on the Earth is because it has a linear velocity around the sun, which is actually a paradox. Linear velocity around the sun. Then you just say the word geodesic. And since you just made up a word, now we can just make up anomalous physics. But if I grant you all of that, begging the question, and all of that reification, the claim is that the reason we can't detect it is because it's a linear path. We have shown you can detect a linear path with interferometry on the Earth. That debunks the heliocentric model. There is no recovery. Unless you just say the test is wrong. The test could be wrong in theory. That's the only way out.
We go back real quick to because when I was talking about doing that like throw the accelerometer, and you said use an interferometer. I just was doing some research because I was just thinking like if they make accelerometers with lasers, and actually they do. There are several different accelerometers that basically use like a linear interferometer, so 2 meters sort of thing. And I would say that even in that case, like I said, if in a vacuum you throw one of those things across the room, or you throw it in an arcing motion, like you throw it in the sky like a football or something, it's not going to read that. If it's in a vacuum chamber, if there's
Hey, real fast,
an atmosphere.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you finish first.
I was saying, if there's an atmosphere or something, terminal velocity that provides something for it to push against, so it'll register that. But yeah, in a vacuum chamber, I'm saying specifically. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'd love to finish this conversation some other time. I'm gonna go watch Chosen with the wifey, but Kosho, I'm just curious before I leave. Like, do you agree that we had this discussion about, well, in order to even claim that Michelson-Morley should have detected the orbit, we need to verify the interferometry can detect linear velocity?
Yeah, we talked about something about an airplane. I think is what we were saying. We were saying like
Right.
it would be interesting to see that test done in an air or in something that's going fast enough at a, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we even like looked up the fastest jets in the world or whatever. So, I'll try and post this paper when I go inside, and you should check it out. But if this is legit, which I would want to replicate it, but if you can detect linear velocity with interferometry on the Earth, like even on a small scale, that's a very serious problem because your model would, like, let's pretend I'm a glober. I would have to go all the way back to 1887 and revisit Michelson-Morley. Like, I would have to. We would have to come up with a new theory to explain why we can't detect the Earth's 30 kilometer per second orbit. Right? And as amazing as an ingenious and innovative as relativity was to come up with all these seemingly paradoxical explanations to explain away the result, all of a sudden they don't work. Right? So I would say we should all kind of be interested, whether you want to believe in the globe or not, in whether or not that test is legit. If you can detect linear velocity with interferometry, it's a very serious piece of evidence.
Okay, I'll look at that. I don't want to keep you up, so we'll have to finish this some other time. But I have caveats about that what I'd said before, but I don't want to get into it.
All right, to be continued. I love you guys. Peace out.
Anybody here is interested, because I think you were talking about NASA. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to download some of what's its
Those papers, yeah.
papers.
You made good points though on the because he's talking, because I've looked into the Dave Miller ones before, and I was kind of looking for like some of the things that like the time of the year that it was done and why that could have an effect and all this other type of stuff, like the difference in temperatures. But what you said about the altitude and that being like cause for concern, like with vibrations and being lowered, like in the basement stuff would help negate that or whatever. I mean that did make sense, and so whenever he's talking about the airplane, I'm thinking the same thing. Like, I'd like to see this that he's talking about when doing it in a fast moving object, but you really would want to make sure that the velocity is as constant as it could be, because if there's any sort of vibrations or changes or whatever, like obviously those could be adding to the results.
Right. The original Michelson-Morley floated their stuff on like 2 tons of mercury. You can't do that in today's day and age, but.
Say 2 tons of mercury.
Yeah, they had liquid mercury. They were floating the entire thing on mercury to make sure, first of all, it spun without any sort of, hitches, and that it was a little bit of vibration resistance.
Jesus, how much is mercury by the pound?
Yeah, well, it was different back in 1893, I think, was the original Michelson-Morley. Things were a little bit different back then. They did some weird shit.
Nowadays, they just put it in everyone's teeth as fillings.
Mercury amalgam.
We'll take it. Let's take it out of everyone's teeth and then use it for something useful.
I mean, it's not just mercury, right? It'd be mercury mixed with something, right? I don't know what they put in your teeth. And fillings?
Yeah, I thought they got away from mercury amalgams, but I don't know. It's been a while since I looked into it.
And some still do use them, but yeah, it's claimed to be like a silver mercury combination with some other metals. But They still put them in today, but I do think that there's been so much evidence that shows the damaging effects of mercury, and that mercury definitely comes off those fillings. I'm not trying to take into that topic. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to.
let's not get into that, because a lot of the mercury chemistry, people have been afraid of mercury, forgetting that a lot of the mercury isn't bioavailable, but that's another issue.
Well, people are afraid of sodium because it's very explosive in water, and chlorine because it, will kill. It's actually against the Geneva Convention to use that in war, but put together in salt, it's perfectly fine. So I think the thing with mercury, we don't have to get into it. I just know that there's different. Like it's not like there's safe. There's mercury that has safe. What do you call it? Compounds, and then there's obviously unsafe.
Well, there's ethyl mercury and methyl mercury. There's organic. Essentially, there's the bioweapon form, and then there's the natural form in nature. I mean, that's the quickest summation of it. The bioweapon form is very toxic on the body, clings in the body, is very hard to get rid of. The natural form, the body can get rid of pretty easily. They've conflated those and tried to claim that the one is not damaging, and it is. So that the bioweapon one is legit, and it's just not. But yeah, it's a whole other topic for sure.
Well, go ahead. Sorry, somebody was saying something.
Well, I was just saying, like, if the interferometer is different at different altitudes, then yeah, I mean, is there any data from this that you guys would be like, okay, yeah, that actually doesn't work, akin to what Wits is saying? Like, is there any?
Yes, of course.
Outside of any bias or emotions or anything like that, I'm just saying on that level.
Absolutely, 100%. And just keep in mind that what we're doing is what is proper, because you don't just look at something that looks like it goes against the face of what's understood and accepted, and just completely change your paradigm. You have to look to see if there's what sort of flaws could be in this upheaval, this thing that's going to create a upheaval in the physics that you currently understand. So it's important to look to see if there's flaws in those tests, and that's what it appears to be, that there are instrumental flaws, but that's why it's good to look at these. Gio, what do you think about what NASA was saying about the basement thing and the higher elevation thing and the vibrations and all that kind of stuff being the cause of elevation change, changing the results?
Well, you said two different things there. You said going up at altitude versus the basement thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like those two extremes, and then obviously, Witsit was saying that Dayton Miller had noted that raising altitudes. He had suggested to other people who were doing the test to change your altitudes because you get varying results. And NASA's response was about the fact that you're sort of allowing or introducing vibration, the possibility for vibrations to interfere with your tests at higher altitudes. Versus being in the basement.
Yeah, he said that, and yeah, that is a valid critique as possible problem with that. I guess what I'll say on it from my perspective is that if you have okay, let's say that ether wind or ether drift is the actual cause of it, then it makes sense to me why putting it underground would change that, because the ether drift is going to function differently. Like, even from the perspective that the ether is electromagnetic, electrostatic, or that it has those components to it. Well, under the ground is grounded, essentially, and you're under the ground. So it would make sense to me that the field would function differently. Just using that term ether drift, that drift would, not be the same at 30,000 feet of altitude versus, 5 miles underground, that there's going to be
100 problems. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's what makes me think about the basement thing is interesting. And then the altitude, yeah, I mean, you guys would have to, potentially admit that if those results are what it is, then it doesn't correlate with the globe explanation. But like you're saying, I mean, the vibrations and some of these things all have to be taken into account.
Well, I have 100 problems with what you just said, and I can't remember what you just said now. What did you say? What did you say?
About the basement, the ether drift functioning differently
The
underground.
ether drift. Thank you. Sorry. Yes.
The ground is grounded. The ground is grounded.
Yes. Yes, I have 100 problems with that because it leads me to questions, like what is the ether drift? First off, why would it be different underground? You say because the ground is grounded. Then what is a magnetic component to the ether that we can't then use to test and investigate the ether through it? Right? If it has this electromagnetic component, surely we can use that to actually identify and test it. These are the questions I have, I guess.
Yeah, you want an ether
Basically,
drift.
what is ether? What is ether drift? What is ether drift, and what is this electromagnetic component you speak of?
Well, I guess if I'm going to talk about that, though, I would needs to be prefaced between, like my viewpoints, which others could see as speculative, versus something that can be tested with the current equipment we have. So
that's fair.
That could, yeah. So I mean, what direction do you want to go in terms of that?
Well, okay. Well, like I said, it's fair that you'd say that, and so that's why I don't want to hold your feet to the fire. But I do have to say that anyone who claims there is an electromagnetic component to the ether, let's say I'm not even criticizing it. I'm saying, okay, great, let's use that to identify it and test it. And so I guess you'd have to elaborate on what you mean by it, and I'll totally understand that you're just kind of speculating, and it's not like an actual, a claim. There's not a claim that you're I'm going to hold you to.
Well, there's a difference between like what I assert is truth from my perspective versus what can be experimentally validated with the equipment and things that we have, versus speculation, all of those different categories. Like if I start speaking about it, it would not be speculating for me, but I'm saying, unless I say it is, or unless I am speculating. However, for others hearing what I'm saying, I'm just saying it could be viewed that way. And I'm fine if they want to categorize it that way. So I'm just saying, just to delineate between what can be to use that word scientifically validated, confirmed with variables, and something that can be tested for in that way directly. Like, because that's what I'm asking. Like, it's like an ether detector, like, a device that would say, oh, there's 5 units of ether in this, box or something. Like, is that kind of right? Because we're talking about what could be causing this if it's not Earth rotation. Is that
No. When someone makes a statement like you make, and if someone who's skeptical about the ether, and they're trying to grasp it and identify it and experimentally test its, if it's there. Once somebody says that there's some sort of component that is in relationship to the electromagnetic, or there's some sort of electrostatic component to it, or something related to the Earth being grounded, having some effect on it. Like, these are all sort of things that we then can brainstorm. Okay, well, then surely there's a way to actually identify and test this, because this has electromagnetic components, and we have, like, we understand electromagnetism, so we can we can sort of break it down and hypothesize what the ether is, so that we can test for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if it has electromagnetic components, surely that's something we can then verify.
Yeah, but what about this? What if it is a precursor to electromagnetics and electrostatics, so that it can kind of tweak them or alter them, but isn't necessarily them?
Altered by it. So you're saying it can alter the electromagnetism, but you can't use electromagnetism to alter it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's kind of a different thing, but yeah, possibly it could be seen that way as well. What I was more saying is that, well, it's sort of like, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, are you saying it's like basically the framework from which EM propagation actually comes from, right? So like electromagnetism and the EM spectrum and certain other things that we see and experience with electricity and magnetism, even electrical currents and all that stuff, all of it stems from this base foundation in which we call the ether, right? So the effects that you see within electromagnetism, electricity, and magnetism are all effects of ether.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
And
how
that
would
was
you
almost
test
like,
that?
almost like the idea that like the ether can actually modulate them, but doesn't mean that like the electromagnetic, electrostatic fields, but doesn't mean that those fields are the ether. So what Coach was saying, like, how can we just detect this? If it's electromagnetic, we should be able just to get it down. But what I'm saying is if it's using that spectrum, the electromagnetic, electrostatic components to do what it's doing, then it's more nuanced than that. You're not going to be able just to throw an electromagnetic static detector up to it and just say there it is, because all you're doing is you're testing the thing that came after the underlying kind of force or cause or medium, etc., that is actually allowing those expressions to occur, and especially the fact that that matter has those electrostatic and electromagnetic components to it. It's like intimately linked with matter on that foundational level.
Right. Okay. So then, how is it? Okay. So I've said this to you for years, and Lemon, wherever he is, I've said it to him for even longer, probably. But how is what you're describing then about the ether? Because you're saying that you're saying that it encompasses electromagnetism, but it's more than that, and actually encompasses other things too. And to me, that sounds more and more like the way the quantum fields are describing the same thing. They're just using different words, and they have, you know, they're actually identifying these things and have ways to experimentally test them. But what they're showing is basically what you're describing. Just they're calling it something different, and they're further identifying what it is and describing what it is.
Yeah, well, what I would say, and that, not to step all over you there, Gio, but I'm gonna. What I would say there is, when you're talking about people working with quantum and quantum fields and all that kind of stuff, sure, it's just because they name and quantify certain frequencies within the modalities that we can experience of the ether, and they call them quantum, and they give them some sort of name, and the field modalities of the conjugate nature of the ether that we experience. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what's taking place.
I would agree.
Well, yeah,
that's what they're actually working with. Yeah.
I didn't hear. So I missed one part of that. But so you're agreeing that they're talking about the same thing then, and they're just calling it what they're calling it. But that's my point is, if that's the case, then why not just, instead of expecting them to change what they call it, why not you just change it what you're calling it, since they have like a lot of evidence and stuff like that backing what they're describing. So it's like that's why I would say I think that unless you're it, or you have some evidence for why it's different than the quantum fields, why not just call what you're calling the quantum fields instead of the ether?
Because it's not just a name game, right? It's a whole entire philosophy about what is taking place, right? I wish you would have been around for the conversation with Cyrus last night and listened to some of that. But he's kind of explaining reality being two sides of one coin. You have kind of the physical, and then the other side you have the metaphysical. Well, when you're talking about quantum and all that kind of shit, and how that's all being described, it's a bunch of people trying to look at the nature of reality from actually less than one half of one side of that coin, right? Not even the full physical side of it. And then not even recognizing that there's the other side of it too. And that's when you get into the counterspatial realms, which even quantum deals with mathematically, but tries to shy away from talking about any of the actual kind of philosophical implications of it, or even really perfectly explain it within the physical world. So, yeah. Then you start creating large hadron colliders, where instead of trying to work with the harmonic nature of the reality in which we reside in, we want to try to use sledgehammers and bang things together and try to glean something from reality that somebody like Philo Farnsworth gleaned from a fucking vacuum tube in his fucking garage, you know?
Right. And then you get all the baggage, as it were, that comes along with that modality of the quantum kind of, that field, if you want to call it that, etc. So you kind of get, you get a little bit of the atomism, and you get some of these other kind of axioms and, structures. Coach, it kind of reminds me of it's like, I'm trying to come up with a good analogy for this, but let's say like a Ferrari is the ether and it's driving down the road and you're like, yeah, awesome. There it is. It's like if someone else like steals the keys, jumps in it, drives it away, pulls over, they remove the Ferrari sticker and they put Lamborghini on it. And then they relabel it and repackage it and they spray paint it, they change it up. And then they're driving it around. It's like a Ferrari that's been dressed up as something different. And then they're like, let's call it this. Let's do it this way. And let's steer it over here and steer it over there. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to use that analogy for like what they've done with this. Like, and it's yeah.
And instead of using the Ferrari manual when you're trying to give it maintenance, you start looking at Lamborghini manuals.
You start changing it with Lamborghini parts, and you're like, when it's broken, you're putting different Lamborghini parts in it. So now you got this whole hodgepodge thing, even though originally it was a Ferrari and it was already cooking along. So I think there's like that term hijacking or co-opting. There's all those kind of terminologies, but that's just one of the many problems of I think what they've done with it and how they're trying to recontextualize it, because then they can control it. They can control what the perception is of certain results if it's in their paradigm. That's another problem, because I think it really goes down deep to the ether. You get into unlocking free energy, and they definitely don't want people doing that. So whatever they can do to control the narrative, and they're going to co-opt it to the greatest of their ability, because they know that there's a lot of potential, and I think knowledge that they've stolen from the old world and the ancients that they don't want to have revealed that they've stolen.
That's pretty cool, because we've just gone right back to where we started Co-Show there. Remember, we were talking about Freemasonry and certain knowledge and having to earn it.
Is that
going up the the ladder? That's super.
It's even
That's
funnier.
interesting.
What's funnier is that Cyrus himself is a Freemason.
Oh, is that true?
I was going to ask him if he's still into it. Yeah, he. My understanding is that he. Do you know what? I thought he was kind of just beginning though. I don't know his whole journey, but I think he was beginning. He was like first.
I think he's a Master Mason.
I'm gonna have to talk to him about that. If that's true, never mind the ether shit. I want to talk to him about that.
So Cyrus has just not too long ago gotten into masonry. Yeah. So when you say somebody's a master mason, that's like level 3. Like it's not saying much. It sounds all like, ooh, he's a master mason. It's like 90%, more than 90% of people that start into masonry become master masons, So.
Okay, fair enough. But my statement still stands. He's a Freemason. He's a Master Mason. Yeah.
Oh, I'll be asking him about that. Don't you worry. I want to know all about that.
Well, I look at Freemasonry as like, dude, I have neighbors and shit that are in Freemasonry that have been heads of the lodge, worshipful masters, all that kind of shit. And most of I look at Freemasonry as the philanthropic, the good natured aspect of a certain society, where 99% of people that are in masonry are in that kind of outward facing portion of masonry. But I also look at it as a filtering process where people can move up along and certainly be brought into circles that not your average neighbor down the street going to the lodge a mile away is experiencing. They're all just kind of kept there, spinning around, getting to their next quote unquote level, and realizing the level before that was all, 75% bullshit anyways. And yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly wasn't demonizing Masons. I've come to peace with that. I looked into it a lot, and of course, in truth, the community, Rato Shamana, they often demonized and they don't know what they worship in Satan. I don't care about any of that. I just I'm interested in it, and I've looked into it for years. I've talked about Bill Cooper a lot. He talked about Masonry a lot, but just as Bill Cooper said, it's not the Jews, it's some Jews, it's some Catholics, it's some Christians. That's the way I see it. I see it as it's just the same as it's always been. People with lots of stuff against people with very little. So I don't think that's changed. So yeah, I don't want it to come across like I'm demonizing Masonry. I'm not. I'm just interested in the topic. And the lower level people do seem to be good people, So, yeah. I was going to go somewhere with that, and I can't remember, so it's a bit late here.
Well, there's a lot to that topic for sure. I mean, the whole history of that organization and all of the different subsets of it. But I agree with what Napalm said, though, in terms of like the kind of surface philanthropic. I'm not saying that word right. Philanthropic.
Philanthropic. Listen,
philanthropic. There it is. I just was saying a little bit wrong. I'm just saying that part of it, the brotherhood, the kind of fraternity part of it. In some ways, it's not that different than a fraternity at a college.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is how they do it. They harness energy from this place by doing a lot of good shit, helping a lot of people, and that gives them power so that they can do a lot of nasty, evil shit. So it kind of all comes back around. If you're going to do something stupid, do something smart while you're trying to do that something stupid, and it might work better. You feel me?
Yeah, you're saying that it's kind of built into it to make it look like they're like supporting the community.
Yeah, it's like a karma thing, dude. You know about karma. It's like if I'm just gonna go out and be a bad person to people, that's not gonna end well, and it's gonna be quick that it doesn't end well, right? Usually. But if I go out and I'm helping people most of the day, and then I go rob a couple houses, I'm still doing good. The universe doesn't know good from bad. It just knows what you do. It just knows the positive charge or negative charge and reacts accordingly. You see? So you're going to be doing the like they say, like they have to kind of tell you what they're doing. There's conspiracy heads out there say they got to tell you what they're doing in order to get away with it, right? They got to sneak it in there. They predictive programming and all this stuff. I think there's something to that. I don't think that's the whole deal at all. But I'm just saying I think that the front organization for any good organization is benign, if not helpful. And if it's helpful, why are we just do a blind eye to it? You hear, yeah, you don't like brotherhoods? Well, they're out here helping XYZ with cancer and this, that, and the other, and the Shriners. So how can you speak against the Freemasons? And then all you get when you look into it online is conspiracy heads going, 33, man, fucking skull and bones, man, fucking, like that's where we're at.
Yeah, obviously the very top. I think there's some dark shit going off, but I think Napalm was saying the same thing. That at the lower levels, they don't know anything about that. It's like military in that respect.
No, and they're good people. They're really good people. I've known some lower level Masons, some Shriners. They're just genuine people. That, like I said, any good organization that's nefarious has an equally good front that makes people just turn a blind eye for whatever reason. It ends them here. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, you broke up for a lot, Sean, for me anyway. But anyway.
Oh, I thought it was just me who was breaking
Oh,
up.
sorry. Yeah,
it's all good.
Sorry.
It was kind of coming through though. Kind of.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
No, that is interesting though. That whole component of it. Yeah. Especially those like China's children's hospitals, like helping children with cancer and stuff. Yeah, they really, and then the philanthropy part of it as well, in terms of, So
Like
that is an interesting. Like, could that even, like, in terms of that whole thing as a psyop, like if there's a dark, seedy underworld part of it, like that would be part of that psyop, is to kind of have that surface level. I guess it's the wolf in sheep's clothing. Like, oh, from the outside, yeah, it looks like a sheep. Look at that, and then what's really going on?
From the outside, it looks like a laundromat, but in the basement, they're cooking meth. Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah, like my grandfather was a pretty high level Shriner. His fez he donated his fez to the Shriner Museum and all that stuff, and
yeah,
and
that's how they get you, dude. Is like
nothing nefarious with the dude. He was just doing it for business connections and shit like that.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, and you wouldn't even know, and hopefully they do a good job. I guess they do, of compartmentalizing those who are quote unquote in the know for the nefarious stuff and those who aren't, because it would break their little hearts, right, if they knew about the sick proceedings that we hear about. Now, let's be honest, you and I have never proven it, but I've heard a lot of shit, right? There's a lot of smoke near this, maybe fire. I tend to think, yeah, of course there's some nasty shit going on. I think that conspiracy heads blow it out of proportion. I also think there's a lot of truth to it. I don't know if we'll ever sift through that rubble, but and that was a rant. I'm sorry. I had a long day at work today.
Well, it's like JFK said in that speech, right? In an open and free society, there's no place for these secret sites. There just isn't.
Well, that's true. But listen, that's the thing. It's like, well, yeah, but what about the Shriners? What about the Shriner hospitals?
No, but I'm just saying that just shows that, I don't know, we haven't got this bloody open, free, bloody, I don't know, utopia that we sold, this democracy, and it's just all nonsense. It just, people still believe that. It's just retarded.
It's kind of it's the same. It's the Freemason thing is kind of the same thing as a doctor that prescribes chemo. Chemo kills 96% of the time. I don't care who you are; those are just the numbers. That said, a doctor who prescribes chemo, willingly or not, is doing a disservice to the patient, while at the same time that same doctor could have helped save countless lives in the last 10, 20, 30 years, right? So it's like they make it a really murky territory with that. Same thing with Freemasonry and philanthropy. They do a lot of good and a lot of bad. So anyway,
yeah, they have a two. I think it's a 2-year stat on that or something, where actually it looks chemo. I mean, it looks really good because it's quite high, the percentage. But if you look at people at something, I think it's 5 years. It's like you just said, Sean. It's ridiculous. But anyway.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: I've had a lot of cancer in my family. The people who have done chemo and are still alive, they did it very light, and then they stopped. They did a little radiation here and there. The instance where I know the chemo killed my dad was that he went full bore. He did every single thing the doctors told him to do to a T, racked up, close to $1 million by the time it killed him with all these drugs. He was leaking shit out of his feet. I had to clean up puddles of shit from his fucking feet. He couldn't hold his head up with his own neck bones because of the cancer had eaten it all away. So he had to use his hand while he was talking to you to hold his fucking head up. Imagine having to do that. Anyway, long story long and painful. And point is, he didn't treat himself great, but the worst thing he did was listen to his doctors, because he died within a window. And now they're curing multiple myeloma. Just research it. Just Google it up. WebMD that shit. Mayo Clinic. Look it up. They're making strides now with multiple myeloma. Whereas, like, I don't know if that was available in 2017 or not. But all my dad did was follow all the instructions his doctor gave him, and that stuff. I've never seen somebody go through more turmoil in a matter of a year and a half, then you know, I couldn't have written that shit. And it hurts to talk about, right? Because it's my dad. But I want people to understand that sometimes your doctor is just going to do what he was told by his, you know, his authority, and not what's going to be medically sound for you. And that's a lot of times that may or may not even be that single man's fault. There's a team of people that work on cancer patients. And you know, it's not just one doctor doing stuff, and shit can get lost in the shuffle. And that's that. But you know, that's me making excuses for the medical community. But anyway, long story short, that's why they call it practicing medicine. They're just practicing. They don't have it down yet.
That's rough, dude. I mean, I personally, because we shouldn't talk about this too much, but I recommend Amanda Vollmer. I mention her every time because she's just amazing, and I know a few people like her actually. Clive DeCarl would be another one who got injured by that establishment, and then through having to, you know, use natural practices to heal themselves, they then became very knowledgeable on certain subjects. So rather than talking about it, I'd just rather send them to the source because they do better than me anyway. But just to mention my Auntie Winnie, she died at she was well in the night. I think she was 91 or 90. She was at good innings anyway. When she fell asleep on the couch and they couldn't wake her up, she went to the hospital, and I think she died that same day. And they found she was riddled with cancer. The point is, though, that she had no idea. She had absolutely no idea, and her life didn't change that much. So, you know, just going on the back of what you said, Sean. There,
I mean, I'll tell
you're
you,
better
man.
off not knowing.
They want to get. Listen to me. They want to schedule surgeries. They want to prescribe you expensive drugs.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. There is no way around that. So listen. She didn't even know she had cancer, right? So it wasn't as bad as the doctors would have flipped the fuck out, been like, "Yo, spend all this money, waste all this time, kill yourself quicker. Let's do it." But that's 96% of the time, says the numbers. So what are you're gonna bet the rest of your life on four measly percent? I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that her life didn't. She must have had it for a long
She
time.
didn't know. That's the thing.
She didn't know.
Would have been
That's
like,
the
"Hey,
point.
how did
Yeah.
you not know you had all this cancer? Maybe it's
Yeah.
not as big a deal as we all thought it was. What kind of cancer did she have? What was it? You know, if she was going to the bathroom fine, breathing fine, what's the big fucking deal? At 91, you know, you're gonna probably have a little cancer at 91. Jesus.
Yeah, we aren't going too deep into it. I think everybody
Yeah.
on the panel
No,
gets
I
what
got
I'm
it.
saying. Yeah,
Andy, I love talking to you, buddy. I love talking to you. I just got off work, so I'll be popping in and out, but I love you guys.
Yeah, that's rough, dude.
Yeah, I feel for you too, man. And for your father. That's deep, and yeah, it's a multi-layered topic for sure. There's so many different factors and components to but I was just gonna say one thing about that. It's like the doctors are really just they're just following the protocol that's given to them by the big pharma overlords, basically. So, I mean, they're not concocting those protocols. They're not concocting the chemicals they're giving. They are just told, if you get this, if this test comes back like this, then here's the protocol. Now, the doctors can maybe modify it a little bit. They can choose, well, let's try this one for 2 weeks and that one for, you know, there's some leeway they have, but ultimately they are following protocols essentially from big pharma in terms of, let's just say, applying those medicines, or I wouldn't even call them medicines, those chemicals to people. They're almost like an operator of a machine rather than like an actual man of medicine, somebody that actually is wanting to actually heal and use natural abilities to actually. I mean, that's what the word medicine originally comes from. Like, it's like, and it's not a chemical that alters something. It's like a process that actually brings healing about through bringing a rebalance of a homeostasis to the body through.
Yeah, man. So
holistic
pharmakia
approach.
is magic. Yep, pharmakia is magic, and medicine is not. True medicine is basically food. and treating yourself right. That means all kinds of stuff. Loving
Yeah.
yourself and others, eating right, water, food. Yeah, but yeah, that's the difference, man. There's medicine and then there's everything else.
Yeah, definitely not medical advice, but it does seem to be that there's a lack of minerals aspect to this thing, and then inflammation. This is when I first heard one of these people who I watch say all disease starts with inflammation. That just stuck with me, that sentence. It's like, whoa. And it's I don't know, you can go into it, make it complicated, but it's pretty simple really when it comes down to it. But I don't think we should talk about it too much, especially if we're on YouTube.
I don't know these days where they're at with that, but yeah, I mean, it's worth using our best discernment with that. But
Yeah, sorry about that, early Geo, with Jay. So that it just sets me off that topic, the whole, terrain theory. And I start thinking of these needles in these kids, and I just get wound up with it, So that's all.
yeah, well, he represents that too, right? He makes the juices, right? He's literally making these the jabs and stuff. So yeah, he's right in there.
I've been into it with Jace a few times, so I might, if he starts talking about it in future, I might just leave or something. Probably for the best. Come back when he's gone.
Well, the first thing Kosho said astrology, and then as a pseudoscience, which I, said my joke about, if kind of to say that, that's why I said it's like that Pulp Fiction movie where he's got the gun to his head, say it one more time, motherfucker, so it's like that's why I was joking, trying to kind of say that meme. So perhaps you feel the same way with the germ theory versus terrain theory. It's like, call it a pseudoscience one more time,
Yeah, they did actually change the Hippocratic Oath. I was going to say that as well. I think they changed it in the 60s. I'd have to look into that a little more because I forget the nuances of that. But yeah, there was a time when I looked into that a lot, that kind of topic. And I don't know, it got to like 21 maybe, and I was like, and then I just stopped looking into it altogether. And it never ceases to amaze me how through those couple of years, in fact, I mean, I was looking into it before that because of how I'd messed myself up and I needed to heal myself, So, but still, in them couple of years, why didn't regular folk, everybody else, because that's what I was thinking, look it up, look this stuff up, and they just, they don't, I don't know. They keep themselves busy with something else. And then when you tell them, it's like you're attacking them or something. And it's like, I don't know, maybe that's something I've got to work on. Because, I've done that a few times where I've been talking, and I hate this term normie, but I've been talking to a normie, like just saying, no, this is how it is. This is, this has never been isolated, purified, etc., etc. And they you want to put the fingers in their ears. You know what I mean? They're just like, la, 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 la. So, I don't know. This is a weird time we're in now. It really is.
Yeah, it is. Well, it makes me think of like the macrocosm and the deceptions going on there with the whole Earth, what they say the sky is, outer space, quote unquote, that they claim it is, all of the distances, light years, everything on that large scale. And in my viewpoint, many of the deceptions and sort of like unscientifically validated or experimentation derived conclusions with assumptions, and even in the category of pseudoscience, all of those factors. And then just to think about what's going on the macrocosm, microcosm, like on the microcosm within our bodies, on the small scale to even the tiniest little cellular level, the claim of what cancer is, what they claim it is, the claim of what, the the V's, the illnesses that are the V's, those things, and what they are and how they work, on the tiniest scale, even to the point where it's like, well, these things are so tiny, we can't really see it under a microscope, but it is what we say it is, and you can't really see aliens or any another planet, these the exoplanets, but we have this radiometric data, and we can put a few pixels on the screen. Anyways, it just makes me think of the microcosm and the macrocosm, and what is out of alignment. You even go into electrostatics and electromagnetics and how that. So yeah, it does seem like there's a lot of categories, that where there's been some form of, what do you want to, what could we even call it? Corruption, malfeasance, deception, within these fields. And
do you think that's some of the problem, because there's so many fucking categories, like Coach was saying earlier about electromagnetism or different things we can discuss, but do we really know all about them? Does he really know all about electromagnetism? I highly doubt it. I'm not saying like he's dumb or anything. He's a smart dude, but I'm saying no human, I think, has the total lock on all this shit. And the way they split it up into 1,000 categories, like electric, dial, this, negative, like all this shit, just to fucking add more woo. But go ahead.
Well, they do that with the body as well, though, don't they? They've got a different doctor for every different piece. And it's quite
100%.
Yeah.
Now, it makes sense to be a specialist in something, but to not to be like, oh, I only do hands. I couldn't tell you how a pulse works or some other, come on now. Come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could even be argued that the whole Newtonian Cartesian, based on Newton and Descartes, as it were, and the kind of modern scientific paradigm we're in, is based on what you're saying. Yeah, instead of a holistic harmony and frequency and understanding how all these things interrelate, there's been much more on the side of ripping them all apart, isolating them, compartmentalization, and then, and sort of the opposite of holistic, where you're breaking it down and individualizing it to such an extreme degree, and then trying to kind of figure out how those little things interact. But unless you have understanding of the whole system, you can get into these pretty severe compartmentalized, fields of research. And yeah, I think there's a lot of, I think it's kind of how they got their grips into the whole system, to be honest. This is kind of connected directly to it. The fracturing apart and trying to say it's all just materials and we can study and we can control nature. We just, as long as we know about every factor, but how much of that is, what's the right word for that?
How much of it is knowledge versus action?
It's in replacement. It's in replacement in a way that's actually more harmful than helpful.
Oh, 100%, because it's the pseudo stuff. It's confusion. It's utter confusion. When I can make it simpler, you know what I mean? Why would I make it more complex? It's crazy. If I can have a one mechanism motor to show you how a motor works, why would I start with the V12? They're starting you with the V12, okay, you must understand a particle in a particular, stuff that doesn't even, that's not even a part of what you're trying to explain the action of. It's nothing to do with any of it, really. Action and reaction from what they see. They just put a new name on it. They put they make a slang for their science for whatever category or version or subversion, and then from their little slang they put that into school. And then if you don't know their slang and their terms and their ways, that just like math, then you can't do their math or their science, or you wouldn't understand.
The funny thing is as well that God, I've seen so many of these people on Twitch, and they'll be gamers and whatnot, and they'll say, "Oh, we'll do this. We'll do it for science," right? And they've just got this idea in the head that this is I think, what science used to be, and they don't realize it's faith-based. And what's really funny about that is that their birthright is the spirituality that I like to talk about. I know Gio likes to talk about, and it's definitely difficult to put into words. I think it's somewhat impossible, in fact. But and that notion of God, and I know you don't like that notion of God, by the way.
Who, me? I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with God. I just have a problem with
Okay.
people saying that they know exactly what God is.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
I call it the most known unknown, if that just helps you put it in perspective. So yeah, I believe in a creation, or whatever the fuck it is. I just don't know what exactly it is yet. I couldn't put my finger on it 100%. I think it's just intelligence of everything, really. But think about this. Do you think science needs to peer review after science is done by a guy? Or do you think what they're actually calling science or evidence needs to peer review? Like your hypothesis needs to be peer reviewed for what you're going to make your hypothesis. Or the evidence that you're calling evidence, how can Bob or Bill call this evidence when everybody else is like, no, that doesn't prove that. That's not. I mean, what good is evidence if it really doesn't do evidentiary things to be an evident thing to something? If it doesn't prove it or isn't a fucking evident thing for like a square versus a circle, what's evident about a square cannot be about a circle. You understand? And so the evidence, when they say, well, we come up with a hypothesis, we make all this crap up, and then this is evidence for this. I think the evidence is the problem of what they declare evidence.
Yeah. I don't know where to go with that demo, because to me, demonstration's king. And show me a demonstration, and then if it's testable and repeatable. But then again, some things aren't, are they? You know, we're talking about the ether quite a lot tonight, and that was a good conversation, by the way, between Wissit and Kosho. I thought that was great. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff concerning ether, and concerning a lot of stuff that I like to talk about that just aren't ever going to fall into that category. But that doesn't mean that it isn't a thing.
Right. Well, that's a good question. I mean, is intelligence a thing, or is it just action and reaction, like they say evolution? Yeah. Can we damn, hold on. Fuck, I forgot it. Oh, can we test everything in science? Can we science everything? And then when you say, Democ, test and repeat to prove your variable, what variable am I proving for what I'm testing and repeating? Like, who's the arbiter of how I'm going to go about doing this test and what the variation like has to be to follow the rigorous things? Like, it has to do this at this time, at this day, at this point, and all these things have to be manipulated. And most of the time in science, they'll say, I'm swinging a string. That's evidence of this. Do you actually think that's manipulated in any way to vary, all the different occasions of anything, when they don't even have a ball spinning to show you what a ball and a string under it would do, but they're going to get a ball and a string and claim that's what it does on it? To me, it's weird. Okay. It really is. Like, what they're calling science and what they're calling evidence in that science for what they're even talking about. So I can go get a bunny rabbit and wipe its butt and tell you that's evidence for ether. Regardless of ether, regardless whether, nothing about ether itself. I'm just saying for an example. Does that really evidence for ether? Just because I said I can wipe a bunny rabbit's butt. If there's fur and brown stuff on this toilet paper, we prove the ether. Now, would you say that's a scientific method that I prove the cause? Like, I don't get it. No, it wouldn't be. You have to determine what kind of effect or method that you're even going about in the first place. I think science takes a big ass group of people to even start the scientific idea, not just one guy ever. Like, it really makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to the wrong person about science, because science isn't really my bag, to be honest. The only reason I know quite a little, well, I know more than the average Joe, is because of flat Earth, to be honest. Listening to Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley for years. So, but it's an interesting topic for sure. I mean, we were talking about that the other day, like, and Noah seemed to be talking about it a lot, with this idea of truth and all that kind of stuff. And I like the idea that
Really have anything to do with science. That's the question. Like if I say I know something to be true, but I didn't do any science to do it at all, would that hurt you?
Well, I'll just say what I said before, which is I love the fact that experience is part of the definition of empirical. And when you experience a thing, then it becomes knowledge. To me, that makes sense to me. Like,
So that experience would be in a way you doing your science because you're actually physically and tangibly going through like an emission of something, like your experience, a thing happened to you,
yeah,
a thing that's relative, to you physically.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, so science really, the way they say science, it really can, like you. I don't think it takes science to know things. Really, you understand what I'm saying? Like, science can say, okay, this thing might manipulate or cause this thing, so far as we know. But to also say we know things without science can be fair too. And to say that science doesn't have to prove things can also be fair, but it can prove them to this point. Like as soon as you do it, and if you do it more than once, and you do it I mean, logically, like you said about the head thing, or Esty said about the head thing, you get your head, whatever, you're going to pass. That's regardless of whether you use science or not. That's a true statement. It's true. Now, is it true forever till the end of time with robots and shit? Don't know, but with humans, it is so far as we know.
I was just thinking how the idea of like decentralizing the concept of science and knowledge, like the idea that it has to be centralized, like, okay, we as humans have all come to this conclusion. This is the truth. That's the truth. Trust the science, all this stuff. Like, I was just trying to I was just thinking about how, like, philosophically, if you view it more in the sense that like, we're all individual humans on this earth, I would imagine virtually every human would agree with that. We're all humans on this earth, and we're all individual in that sense. Now, there could be all kinds of ways that, spiritually you could say, we're all one and we're connected and there's psychic connections and all of that. But I'm just saying on that foundational level, and I was just thinking about in terms of like what's true, like, okay, water boiling at that temperature in that way, I could do that, test it, and I could tell you. You could do it, test it, know for yourself. You could tell the next guy. He could do it and test it. But all of us can test it independently to validate that it's true. So there really isn't a need to believe it or push some kind of agenda or make a billboard or do anything really because it's just something that can be repeated by anyone. But it's just interesting to think of each individual person as just their own person. There is truth, I think, in terms of universal truths and things that are happening in the with physics and all of that. But I feel like where humans get into a lot of the conflict is when like a group needs to make a claim about something, and then they need to get other people to believe it. And you're not trusting our science, and you're against the thing, and you're anti-science. Oh, you're trusting the science. We'll give you a lot of money, and we'll give you a lot of funding because you're trusting the science. But I mean, the idea of science, like, is something that can come to truth. Should it not just be decentralized and that every individual can come to their own conclusions versus like making these groups and making it centralized? Like, we are the body of science, and then you have to obey by what we're saying. It's like that's where all the conflicts come in. And at that point, you're almost dealing more with like tyranny. You could get into the idea of religion, or it's almost a different thing at that point.
Because politics.
Yeah. Which gets into that term scientism rather than something that is actually able to be independently verified. Because if it can be independently verified, you don't have to push it. You don't have to promote it. You don't have to do any of that.
Right. It speaks for itself. You don't have to claim, I seen Superman the other day, and guess what? You can't do it until magic happens. And then, I don't think you can ever do it because until I get you this cat toy. And then you're not going to see Superman. You're going to see an analogy of something that acts or pseudo super. You get it? So yeah, 100%. You're right. That's exactly the way it is. You can either have it there. It claims itself. It proves itself for what it is with the demonstration, or you have to claim it. Yes, exactly.
I mean, if I told you water boiled, a particular type of water at a particular atmospheric pressure and all of that, like, that whole thing. I mean, do I need to tell you trust the science, Democ? No. No. I can just tell you
not at all.
Yeah, I would just tell you the parameters that you can do to validate that that thing is true, to prove it to yourself, and then you can test it 1,000 times. You can do it tomorrow. You can do it next week. There would be no need for anyone to tell you that you just need to trust that that's the case, because you can independently verify that it is true. Versus this other shit that we can't independently verify that's based on assumptions, and then people are pushing that, saying you got to trust this, you got to believe this, you got to go with this narrative. And if that stuff can't be independently verified, then you're getting into like a different type of thing. It's like a centralized tyranny of ideas rather than something that's like a decentralized method or methodology that any human being can validate that truth for themselves.
Well, that's why we have the problem with the concepts. Okay, Zanuck and them, they're not pushing science. They're 100% not. They're pushing concepts. And that's why we're in this dogfight, just for their exclamations for them to make these claims of concepts that they can't demonstrate to us. See, if they could demonstrate it, we wouldn't be like, oh man, come on, what are you saying? This is crazy. They would show us. They'd be like, shut up and watch this. But the story goes, shut up, you guys. You're crazy because balls don't act like how you see them act every day. They act a different magic way. So we're going to give you a concept instead of the fucking reality. Yeah, reality is doable. Concepts aren't.
Yeah, it's more like concept tyranny rather than any actual, testable, falsifiable, repeatable. Now, some of them are going to claim, oh, well, they're the only ones that can go to space because they have the money, so you're going to get into all those kind of, they built LIGO with billions of dollars. So they're the ones that can only validate that. And you don't have that device, and you get into that whole thing. But I mean, if I told you water boiled at this and that temperature, but then you didn't have the equipment to test it, then why would I assume that you would believe me? Like even in that same way, if you can't test it yourself, why would I run around? I mean, I could tell you, hey, this is the truth. I've got the equipment to test it. But if you can't test it for yourself, why would I try to force you into believing it? Which is kind of what they do with a lot of these things. The ones that I'm saying where they claim that they have the multi-million-dollar equipment, or they're claiming they can go to space or whatever with rockets. The rest of us can't. So Zanuck has never been to space, or any of these guys absolutely never have. They believe a quote-unquote body of what they think is science or whatever it may be of authorities. So, like I said, it's more like tyranny of thought rather than something that any one of them could come and actually validate to be the case and tell us, hey, this is true. This is how I know, and you can test it too. Instead, they're saying, well, this is true because I guess, a whole boatload of reasons and a whole, bunch of basically fallacies as to why they're trying to convince others that we should just believe it too. And if we don't believe it, then I guess in that paradigm, we're supposed to be outcast and ridiculed and beaten down because we're not just going with the narrative.
Just before I get off, not to change topic. I mean, I posted that video earlier about the Maui thing. I don't know if you've seen it, Gio, but the realtors have been in, and they're getting in touch with the people who've just lost their homes, trying to buy the land, and it is looking to me like a land grab now. I'm a bit paranoid about these, in my opinion, controlled opposition truther channels. I see it now for what it is, but still, it's hard to ignore. And I mean, look, it doesn't necessarily point to the fact that it could be a man-made thing and it was a land grab from the start. But it does look like that to me, like Paradise in California. And, well, we've seen them everywhere. There's massive fires in Australia, wasn't there, as well, not long back. And they're just everywhere now. Places where they want to take this land. I mean, look, I guess correlation doesn't equal causation or whatever, but either way, it's fucking, that is sick, innit? Imagine phoning these people up like, these are the kind of people that charge you for fucking water and air. They're going to be selling you cans of air soon. Because it's mine. They just lost their home, possibly family members. and they phone it up. I want to buy land. You know what I mean? It's gross.
Yeah. On that topic, I mean, I would agree. I've seen it happen in Northern California many, many years in a row. And
it just looks too. It's too weird, isn't it, Gio? The fucking the way the plots have just disappeared. You know, there's nothing left. It's disintegrated. Like it just looks. I don't know. Just looks dodgy.
It's like a form of like terraforming and land acquisition. Yeah. That's a whole thing. Yeah. I mean, a little bit hard to prove, I guess, because who are the ones buying that land? But yeah, I wasn't there also, Issa was saying, I don't know the details on this, but apparently before these fires, they had some thing in Maui of like how to implement like some kind of a new smart city thing. It was kind of like a whole vision or whatever. And then now this happens. So could that be part of that?
Yeah, they had like 2030. They had a huge conference just a few months ago, apparently, in Maui. So about this 2030 new smart city, renewables, etc., etc. So I don't know. It's looking that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a speculation, but could they be trying to set up bases, basically? You know, like Northern California, there's the whole tech industry is here. You know, arguably, the kind of most sought after area you could even say in the world. What I mean sought after is just in terms of the kind of the controllers, as it were, because you've got all the major tech companies that are basically. I mean, you have like Hollywood and LA, of course, which is huge, and then in Northern California, you have the whole tech industry. So, you know, could they be doing a lot of terraforming and land grabbing up in this area because they're going to set up in the future, you know, the goals of some kind of smart city thing that has some network to it. So, yeah, could Maui be the main island that they're going to be using for the headquarters? I guess that's what I'm trying to like kind of speculate on. Like, could they be trying to set up headquarters basically that would be part of some future network that they can control kind of things through?
Yeah, I remember seeing years. I can't remember it too well because it's years ago, so I probably shouldn't talk about it. But I remember seeing a map they shown years ago of the this Agenda 2030 or whatever it was. The one they showed, I think, was yeah, it was definitely America, and they had all different colours for what's going to be wildlife and what's going to be smart cities. And you couldn't go into the wildlife areas. We had certain, passes and stuff like that. So it does look like they're going that way because you saw it and you thought that's not true. That's impossible to implement. And I don't know, it seems to be going that way. In the land of the free.
It's definitely a pertinent topic for me because I live in Northern California and looks like they're starting up. They're cranking up. There was a huge fire up north, like on the border of Oregon, California, in Siskiyou County. There's a huge fire. I think that one's called the Head Fire. And then there's several others that are starting to. I just got some smoke last night. I was sitting here and I go, oh, there it is. You know, I'm not close to that one that far up north, but there's other ones all over already starting up, smaller ones. But who knows what this fire season is going to be like? I mean, is it going to be really bad or not as bad? I guess it depends on, in the idea that they're starting them purposefully, I guess it depends on if we're on their schedule or what's on their schedule this year. Because it never used to be like this. Now they're going to say climate change, but I mean, I've grown up. I didn't grow up here, but I've lived here since 2005. So I've been here for almost 20 years, and it never was like this at all. I mean, for all those years living here, there was never a smoke anything, literally at all. And now it's just every year, just these massive crises, fires, and power outages, and people having their entire homes burnt out. And I mean, yeah, they're going to try to say climate change. I don't believe that at all. But the climate has changed that much that now it's just ripping fires. Anyways, that's a whole topic. I don't know if we're going into that, but you brought it up. So, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know if you wanted, we're just going to mention that, or you wanted to shift gears to the
Yeah.
whole topic of it.
Okay.
But it's pertinent to me because, yeah, I've already gone through these things and kind of wondering what this season is going to be like.
Yeah, I kind of just, I don't know. I'm sort of obsessively looking at truth and stuff for years and years, and it's only the last year or two that I've really sort of biked off of that because it gets a bit much, I guess, and I started calling it truth or shit. Not into the truth or shit, you know. Just for the audience, the climate has always changed. That needs to be pointed out. The climate has changed, and whether humans have caused it, that's the real question. And I have big doubts on that as well. And so, yeah, that's it. I mean, people leaving California like like a deserted ship. I mean, seems to be a lot going to Texas as well. So, yeah, have you thought about moving, Gio?
Well, if it gets really bad, I might consider. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I might get out of here if it gets real bad. If it gets really bad, yeah. Because I mean, sometimes one of these years, I guess it was 2 years ago, it was unbelievably thick smoke. I mean, it was like the highest level of risk, you know, to your health, and it was off the charts, you know. So for just weeks and weeks, but well, I mean, I don't doubt people are leaving, but I don't know. It seems like everything's pretty packed around here. Real estate is still high. There's buyers for everything. I wouldn't say it's jam packed. You know, I'm not saying it's just like traffic's too bad or whatever, but I mean, it seems like all throughout California, it's still heavily populated. So I know what you mean that some have left, but I mean, you were saying it's like a deserted ship. I wouldn't say that. It still seems very highly populated, but I don't doubt some people have left for sure. I mean, are there actually lower numbers of population, or are you just saying in general that some have left?
Yeah, I remember seeing like a year or two ago, maybe more, because Joe Rogan he went to Texas, didn't he? And they talked about it a lot. I mean, back in the day, I used to watch stuff. I don't know. I'd stop watching all that anyway. But the point is, I was going to say as well, it's just a shame what's happened to California altogether. If you go back on, you can go onto YouTube and look at California from like the 1950s and even before, I think, and they've colorized it, and it just looks like a paradise. It looks like the most beautiful place on earth. And so, yeah, it's a shame what it looks like today.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Southern California is a little different. Well, it's its own thing down there, but I mean, I just looked at the last couple of years of population. It's stayed about the same, 39 million throughout the last couple of years. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's actually like lower numbers, unless that's false information. But I mean, where I'm at, it's still as beautiful as it ever has been. So, I mean, it's incredibly rich forests and the redwoods and mountains, and so I mean, it's as beautiful as it ever was. But definitely, the wildfires have increased. And I don't disagree with you. It is a bit sad in a lot of senses what's happened. Yeah.
Yeah, the homeless situation is what the homeless situation looks terrible.
Yeah, so San Francisco got that. That is very sad. Like in terms of the rest of the state, like in Northern California, it's still beautiful forests and the landscape and all that. Like Lake Tahoe is still incredibly beautiful. It's all the same in those ways. But yeah, San Francisco is absolutely, that's very sad what's happened there. I mean, it used to be this city of cultural diversity, and you know, you had all this like rich, you know, artists and musicians, and you know, it used to be this real melting pot, you know, for many decades. And I saw it decline considerably over the last 10 to 20 years. So yeah, San Francisco has absolutely turned into a. See, I don't doubt that they want to make that into a smart city. That's probably one of their biggest ones to do, actually.
Yeah, check these videos. Have a quick look at these videos. They're like.
It's got to be top. It's got to be top.
Quality.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's got to be top on their list, San Francisco. And yeah, apparently the homeless problem has gotten out of control. Probably a lot of people have gone homeless because the rents have gone so crazy, and a lot of the tech industry has like taken over San Francisco. I mean, San Francisco is like getting to be almost a little kind of dangerous. You know, lots of cars being broken into. Like it's becoming a little bit like Portland, Oregon, or something. I don't know. It's just getting to where it's like zombie apocalypse style in terms of just like not even safe. Last time I was there, I was in the city, and it did have an eerie vibe to it. It is different. So that is sad.
Yeah, I went to Las Vegas to play poker, and I don't know. God, it's tacky. It's so tacky there. That's the takeaway. And I was still in this pretty. Well, I was very broken as a young man, so it was just bad altogether because, well, for lots of different reasons. But I stayed in a hotel most of the time in the MGM. But I remember thinking, I'd really like to go to San Diego, and funnily enough, I got talking to some San Diegans in the pool area, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, it's beautiful. You've got to come down. You got to see it." Like, and I was like, "Shit." So yeah, I don't know. I missed an opportunity. Maybe I don't know. Just wasting my bloody time playing bloody poker. Stupid dream, you know. Back in the day, I thought because I won a lot of money, you see, and I thought, well, what colour's my Porsche going to be, you know? And then the universe just has a way of showing you, doesn't it? It's like, no, this is not for you. So, not meant to be. The funny thing is, I just started. Well, there's a place, big card room. I've just been visited, and I was gonna. I don't know. The thing is, right? That's left me. The gamble's gone altogether. It's a weird thing. But just to kill some time, I thought I'll just go because it's a nice place. The seats, it's really nice, like gaming chairs around these lovely plush tables, and it seems like nice people. They got dealers, and yeah, it's all good. So I went down, and I didn't gamble whatsoever. Then I left, and then I went back, and it's about 15-20 minute drive, something like that. I went back. Didn't gamble, just walked around, sat down for a bit, and then left. And then the third time I went, I was going to play. I was like, right, I'm going to play poker. This time I'm going to play. I've not played in 10 years, say. So I'm going to play this time. So I go, and they're going to kick it off in like 20 minutes, say. So I sit down. I've got like £40 that I just accept that I'm going to lose because I'm like, I'm going to gamble on something. So I'm going to put it in something. So I put it in this machine. And I won 400 quid. So it felt like the beast was sort of pulling me back in. Like, come on. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't usually play like fruit machines. So, I did, but before I started playing poker, I was playing fruit machines. But at some point, some switch went off in my head. Like, I'm just putting money in a locked box. Why am I doing this? This is fucking stupid. I'm like 19, I'm talking now, 20, whatever. So, yeah, I just gambled for the sake of gambling to say I'd done it or whatever. And then I won a shit ton quite a lot of money. And then I walked around card room and I was like, okay, I can tell just from the numbers what the prize pool is going to be because I did it for years, So I just looked around and I thought, I just left. I didn't even play. So it's a funny thing to try and explain, but back in the day, I played the cards because I wanted to be good at cards, and I can read people. Like, I was always good at reading people. I knew when they were lying to me. And like, in these panels, it's funny because I know there's lots of people, I know they're lying, and they think I don't know they're lying, but I know they're lying. I shouldn't say that. It's just fun. It's fun to me. Anyway, the point is that's why I got into it. So like, and I did pretty well. But the gamble is just gone. It's just left me altogether. I've got no urge to do it anymore. But back in the day, it had nothing to do with money. Money was secondary. I just wanted to be good at something. I just wanted to be really good at something. Yeah. Everybody feels that, don't they? Want to be. I wanted to play to be the best at something. To try and be good, and I don't know. Money were a secondary thing. So I know I'm rambling, but nobody else is talking about anything else. And so yeah, I won I won a lot of money, and I was like, yeah, this is my career. This is going to be my career. Just jet setting, living like a gypsy or something, going around playing cards, different card rooms. I thought that'd be my life, but yeah, I started playing online poker, and then that just went to shit, and I started drinking while playing poker, and then yeah, it all just stopped. And then yeah, like I say, that will to gamble, it just left. So I don't know. It's a weird thing. I've got no urge to gamble anymore, guys.
I have zero urge to gamble also, but for me, it's because I understand the probabilities and math behind it, and it just doesn't seem fun.
Well, you know what's funny about that, Matthew, is that I would say that okay, yeah, you do need some math in poker, but the truth of it is that I think it hurts your game. It can hurt your game. There are certain situations where you pot committed essentially, so you've got to put your the rest of you got to match the other guy's chips because it's just you just have to, because that's just what the numbers say, regardless.
Yeah, I would put poker in a different category. I was talking about like pure gambling, like playing roulette or something like that. But poker is actually, or it can be for some people, a game of skill against another person. And so that playing that way isn't technically fully gambling the same as like, pulling a slot machine lever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no when I was talking to the guy, the teller or whatever, who was sorting the money out for me, he was sort of giving me the lowdown on fruit machines, because I was telling him like I don't play fruit machines, and he was like, well, yeah, there's no skill involved. You just press the button and it's totally random and all the rest of it. But I agree that there's a lot of skill involved when you play poker against an individual, because the really top-notch players, they're fighting against that luck aspect of the game.
Right.
So, but if you'd really put it down to a mathematical, formula and nothing else, I'm just saying it kind of can hurt your game. I would say it is definitely more leaning towards, as Doyle Brunson put it in his poker Bible, it's called the super system. And in the first sentence, it says like, poker is about position and people, and that's ultimately what it's about. And I tell you something, if you really concentrate and focus, God, it's hard work. I mean, back in the day, I was like 20, so it didn't matter. But if you think you play for like 7 hours straight in a tournament, and you watch each person for an hour, because they change and whatnot. But you say you're watching people and you're trying to get a handle on them. It's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting.
No, I can believe it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I think it's funny when you go, like I live about 4 or 5 hours from Las Vegas. And if you walk through there, the roulette machines have like a history of which numbers have come up. And you see these people keeping track and like writing things down and trying to calculate it, but it's 100% pure randomness. And so that history is meaningless, but people like to find patterns and numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same with counting cards in a blackjack. It's basically meaningless when they're using like a 5 or 6 deck shoot. It's completely meaningless. That's why they do it. That's why they added all the decks. So, well, yeah.
Shouldn't you have more than one way to prove stuff too? If you're like, hey man, swinging this string proves that my arm is moving. right? Because I'm holding on to the string and it's swinging. That means some kind of action is going on with me, right? So, like, is there more ways to prove that I'm moving besides the string? Don't you think that if a string and a weight was strong enough to prove, or things, if one way proves it, don't you think another thing that has the same virtue of that would do the same demonstration? Like water, whenever you flick or do anything to water, or even yell across the room, it'll start wiggling. So, like, to say that water or certain things don't have the reaction rate, or just because you stick a string up real high, I'd say if a string hanging from a ceiling, I don't care if it's 1,000 foot high, if that notices movement, which makes no sense, but a cup of water, it will notices uh, more movement than that does. It's more agitated by any movement than the pendulum ever thought about being. But then you're going to say, well, this pendulum can read this, but the water didn't. No. This PB on the thing's not going to read it rolling around. This thing's not going to read it, but a string hanging up there is going to read the world moving or processing.
Demok. I don't know how that was sequitur to the conversation. That was just, I don't know what, I mean, how are we supposed to respond to
It's
that?
all good. It's all good, Gio.
It was part of the experiment thing, Gio. How many ways can you do one experiment? So if they say the Earth's spinning, shouldn't there be 5 ways to prove it, not just one? I don't know. That was my point. I'm sorry if that wasn't on point. I don't know.
Have you ever been to Las Vegas, Matthew? Are you still there? You obviously have, because you live a few hours away. You said.
Yeah, I've been many times. I would say maybe 8 or 12 times.
Nice. And what do you do? Because I described it as tacky.
Right. So I like architecture, and so 17 of the world's largest hotels are there. But also, there's a lot to see, like the Hoover Dam. There's a tour you can go on. There's Red Rock Canyon, which is really beautiful. There's the Valley of Fire. We went to Mount Charleston last summer. So there's lots of natural beauty out there to see. And then and recently there's a thriving arts district and coffee shops, and so there's lots to do there besides gamble. Plus, there's excellent food everywhere.
Yeah. Have you ever gambled there? Have you ever been just to gamble?
Back maybe 30 years ago when I first went, I was with some friends that were gambling, so I probably lost $50 or $60 at most, but not in recent years. My current job forbids gambling, so I'm not allowed to gamble.
Yeah, you're smarter than that, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I work for a university, and part of the code of conduct is we agreed to not gamble.
Yeah, I mean, I used to say to people, Las Vegas weren't built on winners,
Right, and that's exactly right.
By the way, to be fair to Demok, we were actually talking about experiments and stuff before, and then I don't know how we got on gambling, but so I guess what Demok was saying was actually linked to the original conversation.
Sure, I just showed up when he was talking about gambling, so that's fine.
Well, I heard you say you wrote down calculations and measurements, and I didn't know you were talking. I wasn't sure you were talking about architecture. I thought you were talking about the scientific method still. When I just started listening again. So yeah, it was my fault. I didn't kind of hear the rest of the point.
No, it's all good. He was talking about doing calculations and for poker. Like if you're playing poker professionally, trying to
Right.
I
wasn't. Yeah. I wasn't sure what you guys. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just rambling because nobody else was talking, basically. So if anybody wants to change the topic, please do.
Architecture's a cool thing. Don't you think architecture actually would be a lot different if gravity was real? Like the things that you could do and the buildings you could make?
I don't know what would change. I mean, practically everybody sort of does statics the same way, whether gravity exists or doesn't.
Well, I mean, have you ever saw the programs and they're like Vsauce and that? They're like, if gravity's real and if glow, they have this spike-looking building where the smallest point's in the ground like a needle, and then a big fat point with like the biggest, widest base way up in the air just sitting there. You know what I mean? So I think globe building and stuff like that with architecture would just be like totally amazing if it was possible, like gravity and all that.
I mean,
Yeah.
worth pointing out that gravity is real as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the cause is the issue, but to me, there's definitely being. I don't know. To me, it seems obvious that everything's being pressed down, or as Del keeps saying, they've got to push it at its feet. So it seems obvious
Well,
that there is
yeah, but
gravity in. If you see my point.
no, because there's vertical gravity and there's diagonal gravity on a globe. There's all directions of gravity, right? So if you're on a flat horizontal plane, gravity can only fall vertical, straight, horizontally, like a 90 down. If you're on a globe and gravity's going to the center of a pin dot somewhere, that's a total different gravity. If you don't get that, I don't know how to explain it, but the ideas even wouldn't even be the same for what it is and how it works. So what I'm saying is, not on a flat Earth gravity. Things you just would make you fall horizontally, no bendy, whatever, vertically down and touch the dirt. I'm saying on a ball around from the outside of that skin of the ball to the center, your architecture would be awesome and way different than a horizontal plane, is what I'm trying to demonstrate. Now, if people don't get this, I'm trying to help them picture it in your brain. An orange versus a flat table that's big and never ends, like the floor. And orange's architecture to the center of it, holding gravity to the center, and diagonal buildings being able to be a thing and all this other weird shit. Yeah, that's different than you just being held straight down below your feet. You understand that?
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying, but wouldn't they just say that it's just locally flat, like it's all relative? I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
so Demak is right.
Not
The
at all.
architecture would
Never.
look way
You would
different.
never say that. If you said that, you'd be insane. That'd be like saying locally a circle and a sphere are a square.
Oh, it's
Does
all
that
relative.
make
Then.
sense?
That's what I meant. Anyway, Matthew, let him.
Yeah, no, I was saying Demak is right that the architecture would be way different in those two models, but only if you had buildings big enough to see the difference. If you zoom way in on the orange, to use your example, like an amoeba building a building, it wouldn't notice the difference that much. So I would say that there is. So when you're doing architecture and engineering for buildings, they calculate the weight of something. And the weight is either caused by gravity or the weight is caused by density and buoyancy. And so the cause of that weight doesn't matter. They can still build the buildings the same, no matter what the cause of that weight is.
No, they wouldn't. Because you could build a building on the side of a hill pulling down to the inside center of the gobstopper portion of it, rather than a horizontal plane that can never have a sideways built building on it. The structural integrity of be on the building and the edge and the side, it'd be different, bro. Trust me.
I think it wouldn't be that different, is what I'm saying. There wouldn't be that much difference between the side of a hill and a flat plane.
Democ, the size they claim the globe is like you'd have to have some kind of structure that would that the curvature of Earth would make a difference, like plumb lines not being parallel as they claim. I'm just saying you have to do it on a scale where that would actually even come into play. That's kind of how they get away with this. So,
Well, that's how they don't get away with it, because they can't show us it, because they keep giving a concept of a scale that doesn't exist. It's easy to say they got a so big, so much, never be able to see concept. That's easy, and that's why it's not real. That's why it's a scientific thing. If you got to claim a concept all day without demonstrating, that's your problem, not mine. I don't have to believe it. Not you, I'm just saying. Because what I see is, if I got a building, no matter how big a building you give me, Gio, I'm going to know I can walk to the edge of it, buddy. There is no concept where you're like, Democ, this building's so big, it's magic now. Now water's going to stick to the side of it where the windows go. No. Hell no. Fuck no. It's never going to happen, buddy. That'll never logically happen with me. That'd be insane to think that you can be on something and not physically understand the physical attributes of that thing, how they're acting. That'd be weird. And we don't even have a way to test this. How would you even test that? What you said, an amoeba? How in the hell? We don't have pin dot. They're not doing pin dot hole cameras on the big Hollywood ball that's like 800 feet by 800 feet tall, or however 200 foot tall, or whatever it is. It's a big building ball they got now. It's a new one. They should have pin dot cameras on there doing stuff, little tanks, little airplanes, showing us how big it looks to not know where we're on that big ball.
So you don't.
It's not possible.
You're talking about the new sphere that they built in Las Vegas?
I'm saying you can't demonstrate your claim any way, shape, or form. How something so small that you don't know that it's a sphere going around it. You can't demonstrate that. That's the claim that you guys have to demonstrate somehow for us to believe it, because I'm not believing that. You can keep saying, Democ, this building's so big you can't get to the edge of it. That's bullshit. Bull fucking shit. I'll always be able to walk to the edge of that building and climb down. Just like real physics negates. That's reality. Not saying, oh, the building's going to be so big, now I'm going to stick to the edge and walk down sideways and walk without a rope, no jumping, just walk down the side of a building because it's so big. That doesn't make any sense. I don't have sticky stuff. If that was the case, why do insects have sticky stuff? They're not sticking to the building, man. They're not staying on the side of anything. It can't happen. And they would notice. You would notice. You'd fall off. Even the insects need sticky stuff, guys. I'm sorry if you guys think I'm not making sense, but just like if I put myself on a ball in my, like literally in my imagination, and the ball is super, 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 super big, even if I'm an amoeba, I can still get the points on that ball and say, okay, look, here's the dirt edge cliff of it. Here it is. We can look down past it now.
Anything else?
That would be a real thing. You know, there's no way you can't get to the edge of a thing you're standing on. It just doesn't make any sense. Or to notice it. No, it just doesn't.
Yeah, I ain't grasped that yet, Demo, because you know the edge of a ball. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. It's weird. Maybe it's just me.
Well, you ever walked across your backyard? Does your backyard follow you where you can't get from the hill in it to the other portion to your fence? Can't get from the front fence to the back fence? That'd be weird. That's what you're saying. You're saying in my yard, the earth's so big I can't move nowhere and I can't get to the other fence. But now you can clearly walk to the other fence, correct? So what I'm saying is 100% true.
I'm not able to follow where you're at with all this, man. Is there a point on what's?
Yeah, you guys are saying when you walk around, you can't tell what you're standing on. Go in a hill in your backyard, then go in a flat court. Tell me you couldn't tell the difference. You guys aren't making no sense here. I'm not understanding what you're putting down. You're telling me you somewhere in your mind believe a ball can be so big that you wouldn't know you're on it. That's bullshit. Fucking demonstrate that somehow. Other than that concept of their model, Democ. That ain't helping me.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, that's the whole situation we're in. That's the larger discussion, how to validate all of this in different ways. I mean, but what they claim, obviously, is that the Earth, the size that it is that's why they say it's like essentially locally flat. Now, if you created a video game in which you were on a huge sphere, your little character, like Grand Theft Auto type of thing, and you created, like they have in Grand Theft Auto, a massive city landscape, which is, I forget the newest one, how many square miles it is or whatever, of what it kind of scales to. So if you made a video game like that was like the whole Earth, and you had, thousands of those cities, hundreds of thousands of cities all over that are huge like that, then in general, you could walk around in that world and in theory not know you're on a sphere, because the curvature is so minimal within your local region, et cetera, that, if it was that way, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying the model of it. So that's why the bigger question comes, can you measure curved water? Can we measure curvature at all? Is there any way to indicate the Earth is actually moving? It's just more nuanced than just sort of, you know what I'm saying? It's more
Right.
nuanced than that. Yeah.
So I would say to a certain extent, okay, like if you said to mock the ball so big for a certain extent, like so many feet in front of you and so many feet around you for that certain area, you wouldn't be able to tell. But once I kept going, or once I'm in a car, or once I have a fucking airplane, I'm telling you, like in my mind, what the concept the Globers are trying to tell you is not true. You would be in an airplane and you would know you're on a ball. You would know for a fact, and you would know the fucking, you would know the attributes of it. You would know. I'm telling you. Like the video game would explain it, but you couldn't have a Glober make it because they would do it to where the ball doesn't ever move, and you'd always have to be stuck on center frame. You see, you have to be able to get from the front yard to the backyard. They can't stick you on North Pole forever and say you're on a globe. That's what can't happen. That's why their concept seems to make sense to you guys from a computer model. That's what the fuck they do. Because in reality, you can walk from your backyard to your front yard. You're not stuck anywhere in your grass. You're not stuck there. On their globe model, you're stuck there, never getting to the horizon, right? When we know that if I walk towards a cliff of dirt, I can get to the cliff and then jump off. So that means that I can get to this said horizon dirt edge. It doesn't keep going and running from me. It's going to sit there until I get to it.
No, dude, it would. I don't even know, man. I live just.
I don't know.
A mess.
I don't have no way to demonstrate that it would, unless it's rolling and following me. You know what I mean? Like a treadmill, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to steelman their model and try to defend it or whatever, I mean,
you're always on top. You're always on top.
Yeah, like imagine.
No way, that can't be real. That's not real. How does a rocket leave?
It's all relative. That's
How
the
could
point.
no bullshit? No, fuck all that. No, in reality, no, not relativity. In reality, how does a rocket go anywhere if you're stuck there? This doesn't make any sense.
Dude, nobody's stuck anywhere. Dude, if you have a sphere and the gravity thing works the way they say it works, and you have that fairly minimal curvature, I mean, 8 inches per mile, you go a whole mile, it's just 8 inches, another mile, 32. I'm not saying that's not significant. It is. You could get into, can that be measured and all of the different, can you actually measure curved water? There's all these components of it. But in general, if gravity clung, if weight was a thing that clung things to the center of a sphere, I mean, there are many issues with their model. Hold on. I mean, I can't even really steelman it to like assert it other than just being like, what am I even saying? However, I'm just saying, dude, in terms of the general thing you're saying, it generally would work in a way where it would be like it is, you would not, I don't know, man. You would, if it was a globe, you would be able to travel around it. And you were trying to say, go to the edge of a thing and fall off. It's just not like that, dude. Like as you keep moving on the sphere, the horizon would keep moving and you would keep being clung to it. Like that's one part of their model. It's just not really, in my opinion, it's not worth trying to like debunk something that doesn't need to be debunked. Like that part of the model is not that problematic. Like you can create a video game in which you can create a massive world that is actually a sphere, and you can walk around on that world and it's fine. You're not going to fall off any edges. There's no problems with elevation. Like you're going to, that's just how it is, dude. You can fly around it. And I know when Jin says this too, Jin's like, I've been all over the world. I can know it's not a globe. It's like, dude, I mean, in their model, in an airplane or on the ground, you're not going to be able to decipher, at least not that readily. It's not, you can't just sort of walk around it and be like, haha, it's flat everywhere. I mean, you can, I guess, but I'm just saying, if you're really going to consider their model,
within so many feet that you hell no. But I'm saying, in my mind, in an airplane, if you go up in the fucking air and you're flying forward so fast, eventually your view is gonna have to match that of what a ball, you being on a fucking ball is, rather than a plane that just keeps going out in front of you. That always extends. Like the view could not, I just don't think those two things are going to match. That's all. I don't think that the horizon is always going to be in front of you like that, the way you guys are thinking, to where you couldn't get to a point and say, okay, well, I'm on the edge of this portion and I'm looking this way to space. Now I'm going to keep going around it and I'm going to look this way. Like, I don't know. The video game thing would do it. It is hard to even try to fucking fathom the steelman the model. It really is.
I think there's other ways that can be falsified, you know.
Oh,
But
yeah.
elevation on a globe, I'm not saying it is this way, but it would work that it has to do with the elevation above sea level from the center of the sphere. So I'm just saying like that, and I don't know, man. I'm not
What
trying to
would that line look like, Gio?
I'm not trying to debate you on it. I'm just saying, imagine if
Oh, I
someone
know.
who's brand new to the topic, it's worth giving them at least the parts of their model that could be viable, and then rip apart the parts that actually don't work.
Okay, the elevation thing does not work. Now, how would a glober demonstrate elevation goes in an arc or a curve from where my head is and I draw a horizontal line? That's really what I need an explanation on. How can you drop down below a horizontal line, stay the same elevation while dropping and increasing? That's three different things going on. Even though you're to the center of a thing, I'm trying to see this happen. I want them to steel man it in real life to where imaginarily that plane is to the center of this bitch and they have to arc it and stay the same altitude. I'd love to see this happen. Like, this is impossible to me. At least that part. You get that part right. Like, no matter what, eventually you have to go down below your feet to get around this ball. For them to claim that's not the case and they always fly horizontal and there is no change, they just fly horizontal. That's fucking, that doesn't make any sense if it's like everywhere from me is below my feet. There's no way.
Yeah. Right, but see this, but you'd have to get into the nuanced components of it to measure that difference. Because I hear what you're saying. Like, if we had a perfectly straight LIGO type setup, you know, we built our own LIGO, at least in the theory of the way they say it is. If you can build a straight tube at a particular distance, then yes, if you over a planar surface, obviously that straight tube, if it's level and horizontal, will remain at the same distance above that ground, above the water, whatever it may be, obviously. So you do have elevation. It's like having the XYZ axes, you know, you have your vertical, horizontal, etc. And it's that's it. That's reality. It's the base foundation, geometry, etc.
Right.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. On the globe, they're going to claim, well, actually it curves away, and then the elevation changes, and your plumb lines are diverging. And I agree with you. Like, they would have to, if they want to, you know, support that, they would have to actually, because that's an assertion differently than what we, you know, planar surveying, the way that we actually measure elevation. Like, their claim is something different. So I agree with you that they would have to validate that. But I'm just saying, to make a more like nuanced argument, you'd have to actually get into like, hey guys, could you actually validate that over distance there is this actual arc that's occurring? There is this separation of the straight horizontal and the ground, like it deviates at some point. You know, like if you had a perfectly straight LIGO type thing, that actually is deviating from the surface, which is curving. I mean, I'm just saying that's where you'd have to get into the nuance of it. And that I agree with you that they would have to validate that. However, in general, as just like a theoretical concept or a model, you know, that is how they explain it's working. They would just have to validate that, you know, that it's happening.
Yeah. I'm 100% with you on the concept of things. I'm with them on the concept of the idea, but they do have to have some type of demonstration. That's why I asked for the Earth curve stencil, because that's what I was going to do with it. I'm going to line it up in the air, put it on a pole, and say, follow that bitch in a plane somewhere. You know what I mean? Because I need validation. But yeah, I understand the concept of how I can steel man the concept of a globe all day. Yeah. But it doesn't help when we're trying to figure out whether this or that is the true one for reality. To me, it's weird that they don't break out a ball in a flat plane and stop asking us to prove flat stuff, and they don't just say, hey, here's how this ball works. Here's how, with their hand. They ain't got to, you know, gravity doesn't have to be in effect just to explain the concept of how their helicopters and their stuff does, because they haven't demonstrated. They laugh at me. I'm like, what, how's that helping you prove your concept to us, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think there's more that has to be done on all fronts, no matter what kind of quote unquote side or what viewpoint somebody has. Like, I definitely think, obviously, my viewpoint, I have my viewpoint on it. But I mean, Dema, could you like 1000% prove? I mean, what you think the Earth is? Like, if you're asking them to do it, and I understand they're like the one that
in its entirety.
the globe one. Let me just say real quick: the globe one is the mainstream model. So these guys that are kind of believing it and then asserting it. So I understand the validity of being like, well, hey, can you actually validate this? How do you know it's the case other than just a belief? Because we're talking about trying to get to the truth and all that. But I'm just saying to validate that this, that let's just say the curvature versus lack of curvature. I mean, I think like planar surveying, long distance observations, laser tests. There's a lot of things, but I mean, can you really say that you have a 100% absolute done and done? Like, you could get up in front of the United Nations and thousands of scientists, and you could do a presentation. Democ presents that the Earth is XYZ, and do you think you could actually? Because I think there's a lot of.
Well, if I had some type of thing to do it with, I could demonstrate some shit. Now, what the Earth was all together in a whole, no, I don't think any human can do that, because it could be beyond it could be a horizontal plane forever. Now, and it could be a globe that is so fucking big, that would be so fucking big, it'd be 80 million times the fucking size they told us. Then what they're saying for the attribute of the concept of the so big globe, I would be on board with what you guys are saying about it's so fucking big. But in my mind, it would have to be bigger than the 24,000. You know what I mean? But no, there's a way that you could prove that you're not on a curving down elevation ball. Yes, 100%. You make a fucking horizontal line and you fly under it, and what you do is what you do. If you go down and the elevation drops or it raises below a horizontal, then it can't follow an arc and do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not gonna. Yeah.
All right, then how could you validate that? Then it's fun to just think about it and just say
a horizontal line.
Say things. Okay, well, how could you actually do that then?
You just get a stop sign and say fly under it with a drone. Arc any way you want from this point of view, from this position that I have this line here. Arc any way you want to follow the curve of the Earth from that point to this point. Here's our horizontal baseline right here. Arc anywhere you want and keep your elevation the same, and we'll be on a ball.
Okay, so.
And I would be on a ball tomorrow. I'd be a glober. You'd be like, fuck, Democ's a glober too.
Okay, so your way to test this, I don't know what the stop sign was, but I'm assuming if you're trying to say you take a drone, fly it in a straight line above the surface and see if it deviates from the surface. Do you have any way to validate that drone is flying in a straight line?
No, that's not what I would do. I would make a straight line, fly the drone in an arc, and keep the drone at the same elevation that the line is, the same way the line is. If a horizontal line is 10 foot from point A to point B, right? But the drone can't do it with an arc, then we're not on a globe. My horizontal line represents flat Earth's elevation. That's how flat Earth's elevation would work. That proves flat Earth elevation, a horizontal mean line. Now, if you can arc and do the same thing as my line does from point A to B, stay 10 foot and 10 foot, then we're good to go. You need to prove an arc can stay 10 foot in the air while you're arcing from point A to point B. That's how you prove a globe. You arc in elevation and prove it stayed 10 foot. Same way an airplane's supposed to stay 35,000 foot, go around this whole motherfucking ball at 35,000 foot while dropping below your feet. An arc of elevation is what I want. The horizontal is my reference frame for flat Earth. That proves flat Earth. Now, if you can do something different than that, then you'd be on a globe.
All right. So your plan is to, all right, first of all, how do you create the straight line?
Well, I don't have weird beliefs that horizontal lines aren't horizontal. They do. That's their concept again.
Yeah, but all right. I'm just trying to keep you on.
Well, how do we have horizontals, man? We have them. They're called rulers. They're called meter sticks. I'm going to use that. And if you don't agree with that being horizontal, that's your problem or whoever's. That's my fucking reference frame. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but your thing was to say take a straight line and then take a drone and program it to fly at the arc of what they say the sphere is. That would be really tough to do, because if you're talking 8 inches per mile, you could program that drone to only drop 8 inches.
No, you're thinking about it wrong, man. You guys always go to the fucking extreme. Listen to this. Don't you know that you can be a mile or 10 miles away from me when I put my first line? Right? From when I put my first line, you can already be 10 miles away from me. Now, that's going to be my starting point. So I can't arc nowhere. So there's nowhere in the world you can arc to show the arc of elevation on the earth of the world. This makes no sense. You're
Well,
not
dude,
giving yourself, you're not giving, hold on, you're not giving you or nobody else the ability to disprove this by saying there's no horizontal line. Well, that's stupid. If you're saying there's no horizontal line, you basically live on a globe then.
I don't know where I don't. Dude,
Dude, an elevation is supposed to follow an arc somewhere, Geo. If you're on an Earth that's 24,000 miles in a fucking circle from one point to another point, if you put a horizontal line for 50 miles from point A to point B, and there's no way I can arc this. I got people standing all the way down it. Nowhere can I arc any of these fucking mechanical objects ever to follow an arc of anything. Nowhere. From 80 miles away to me. You're leaving out the distance from every object that is from the space from there to you. You are point B. You are point B.
Okay, let me jump in. Okay, so I hear what you're saying. Rhetoric and words are fun, and I like doing them too. And I'm not criticizing you for that. I like that. But what I'm talking about, if you're gonna like hold them to task and be like, you guys got to prove this and do all this stuff, that's fine. And I agree. It would be nice if they could do that. And to this day, they haven't done it. In my viewpoint, some of them will say they think they have or whatever, or that there is data out there that does that. However, I'm throwing it back to you, how you could prove what you're saying. Because rhetoric and stuff is fun, like, oh, arcs and lines and drones. But I'm trying to ask you practically.
It's not rhetoric.
I
need to draw an arc line and draw a horizontal fucking line, right? Then you put them out in reality. You got your horizontal line across the street sticking up A to B or however long you want it. Now you got an arc line. Now that fucking drone is supposed to follow an arc and stay the same altitude. I don't know how else to break this down to you. If the drone follows the horizontal line and stays the same altitude, great. Now if it can also follow an arc and stay the same altitude, it has to do that. Not where can it not ever do that, Democ. It has to do that. Anywhere you pick to be a glober, if you say you're a glober and the arc and the fucking curve of the earth is outside your back door and outside your front door, how the fuck are you not going to be able to demonstrate it right there? This makes no sense to me. If the arc is right next to my feet, bro, going down from my feet, then put the fucking drone up from me and fly it down, out and forward somewhere. It has to, buddy.
Okay.
So many feet per mile. Right? You're point B, Geo. You're point B. So if you're point B and you're 80 miles away from your other thing, and the guy flies a drone in between you anywhere, you're point B. You're still supposed to be this much of a drop.
Okay, you've got to stop talking at some point. I'm obviously entertaining this, so I'm willing to try to see if we can come to some logical conclusion. So all those words are fun, I guess. They're interesting to say, oh, just put a line and just draw. I'm asking you, dude. We're talking about a distance.
I just told you. You keep repeating your question.
All right, come on. Don't interrupt me, man. Come on, dude. I'm trying to entertain this. Because if you're going to just like poison the airwaves with a bunch of screaming and then not actually have any way to back it up, it's really not productive to the conversation. I'm trying to see if you can do any brainstorming or some way to actually validate what you're saying outside of just the rhetoric and the words of it. Like putting up a meter stick or and another one that's arced is not going to validate what you're saying. So what I hear what you're talking about, and what you're saying is valid in terms of straight lines.
You didn't say anything right yet. You haven't repeated anything I said right yet. Stop saying you know what I'm talking about. Apparently you can't comprehend it. Everybody that's standing around me that's not in this live call understands what I'm saying. If you guys are too fucking dense, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Okay. How come every motherfucker standing around me understands what I'm saying, but you guys don't? Little old you, talking about words. I said a horizontal fucking line. That's your reference frame. An arc of the fucking earth. That's your reference frame for a globe. You compare
all right, let's start there.
Okay. Object. That's not rhetoric. There is no.
All right,
that is a fucking scientific conclusion, man, with an object, bro.
Okay, you've got to stop the Democ train right now. You got to slow down, leave some breath in between. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to, put you on mute, and we can't have this conversation. So just chill, slow down a little bit. Okay, I'm just trying to get to some practicality. Like I said, the words are interesting and fun, but I'm trying to take it out of words and into something practical that you could lay forth. Because if you were up in front of the United Nations and thousands of scientists of the world, you said, hey, everybody, the Earth is something different, and then you were telling them this, no offense, but I think they would walk away shaking their heads saying, well, I didn't get anything out of that. So I'm just trying to see if you're talking about, I hear what you're saying, make an arced line and a straight line. We're good there. The next question I have for you, in a practical sense, if you were able to do this, how would you make that straight line and how would you make the arc line And how would you design an actual test or experiment to show this rather than just kind of asserting it without any practical way to do it? How could you practically do it? What would be your first step? How are you going to make the straight line? Let's start with that.
How can I answer you without asserting words to answer you with, Gio? You said the stupidest shit in the world. Please stop. And I told you 1,000 times, you keep repeating yourself like you're slow. A fucking horizontal line, man. Do you get that portion? Is that good? You got that? I just want to make sure you're on the same page because you keep saying the same thing like you don't know what you're talking about. And then an arced line. A horizontal line is the flat earth. That represents my elevation. Now, if everywhere in the world you can fly your drone from a point A to a point B in a horizontal fucking line, quit asking me how you make one. That's your problem that you don't understand that, not mine. Okay, buddy? Stop saying that. You can use a fucking wall. A brick wall as a horizontal line, the top of it, right? And anything other than that, arcing, would be not that. It would be an arc. Okay, now you have your horizontal fucking wall as your horizontal reference frame, or a train track or whatever you want that's horizontal. I'm not picky, right? And then you make an arc of the fucking curve, 8 inches per mile drop on a fucking thing that goes across whatever you're going to use. A clear thing. You set a clear theodolite there or a fucking level, and on top of you have a clear fucking sheet. On the clear thing, you can mark with markers, your hand marker. You can draw it out. You can erase it and redo it. Whatever you need to make the right one. A glober has to do the arc. I'm not making a fucking imaginary arc for them. They have to draw it out for me. That's why I've been asking for the fucking actual material called an earth curve stencil so I can compare that to a horizontal. Because I want to show everybody that their fucking earth curve is a fucking horizontal line. They don't have an arc. They don't have an arc for me to demonstrate an arc of a curve earth for you. They don't have one. So I can't demonstrate archy elevation because they can't even make an arc for their own steelman model. You guys keep wanting to steelman. A glober can't even steelman it. They can't even give you a fucking section that's a curve. So let's get real. So a curved fucking line and then a straight line. You fly both paths with your drone. You're going to control it. And if you keep the fucking elevation going straight or arc, you have the lines next to each other. You make them any way you want. You get any reference frame you can get to have as your reference frame. The top of a pole or anything else. The meter stick just means that's the thing that's horizontal. I wasn't saying use that. You can use an 80,000 foot fucking wall that's from point A to point B for your horizontal, the top of it. Trust me, it's a straight fucking wall. It's not arcing.
So, Demak, I think you're right about that. The problem is going to be different ways of showing that to people who disagree about it. So, that's why trying to come up with demonstrations is going to be problematic. You're right that would be the best way to do it. It's just going to be hard to do, is what I'm saying.
So why is it so hard to show that elevation curves around any hill anywhere on this planet when it's supposed to curve around every fucking hill every inch in front of me? This does not make no sense. You guys are trying to say your math from every millimeter, every imaginary space that I could imagine so small, a particle is supposed to drop from that point. Elevation is supposed to do the same. And you're telling me it's hard to demonstrate that. I'm telling you that should be easy for you to do. You should be able to have an altimeter in your hand or a drone or whatever keeps the elevation, throw it forward, and as the fucking gravity pulls it down, it should follow that same thing at the same altitude as you threw it. And if it can't do that anywhere, you can't be on a globe. How can you guys say that gravity's pulling everything to the same rate of the curve, but you're not demonstrating it by when you throw stuff in the elevation follows the same rate? Elevation should follow the same rate.
If you get a drone and tell it to go elevation or altitude 10 feet over the ocean or something and just tell it to go in a straight line, then the difficulty is going to be that if you think the Earth is flat, you're thinking it's going in a straight line. But if you think the Earth is a globe, you'd say that even if it's staying at a constant altitude, that altitude is curving and it's not a straight line. So, both sides are going to say the same thing. And that's what I'm saying is that you're going to have difficulty convincing one side or the other.
No, because you're not doing it right. You're using the Earths and your imagination is the reference frame of your imagination of
Sure,
what
and
it could be.
you could argue that. What I'm saying
Hold
is,
on 1 second, please. 1 second. That's why I said you, as a human, can go draw on a clear piece of paper a horizontal line across the top, and then you can draw an arc underneath it. Correct?
right.
And the math of your Earth. Okay. Now you stick that clear paper right there, and depending on what this thing does in reality, you don't have to imagine what you're on. It's going to follow the elevation of one of those designs,
Right.
either an arc or a horizontal. So who then in their right mind, when it only follows a horizontal, and every time I drop it an inch, it drops an inch. I raise it an inch, it raises an inch. It doesn't fly and then have a fucking area. An inch away from 10 feet doesn't have an area of 50 fucking inches to deal with to be that distance. That's stupid. So when you guys are saying elevation arcs, you should have wiggle room everywhere to fucking say, well, I can fly within a foot right there and still be 10 foot above everything sea level on this ball because I got a foot of playroom for every inch. That's not the case. The case is every millimeter up is a millimeter up from a horizontal baseline. And we know this. And for you guys to say, this just blows my mind. I don't know, man. It blows my mind how you're saying people wouldn't be able to comprehend the differentiation of this.
Right, but the question is how to delineate between them in some way. That's the question.
Right.
Like just the reason I said the words earlier, I wasn't just trying to put you down for saying words. What I was saying is that, like, the rhetoric, meaning the wording of it, like, you know, prove it, do this, do that. That's fine. But you would have to actually present a way or do something to validate one side or the other. So that's if you're asking asking them to validate their thing. I'm just throwing it back to you and saying, okay, you validate your thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's validated every day.
Give it to us.
It's validated every day. You drop below a horizontal line, you drop down an inch. You go up an inch. You don't go curve down an inch and stay an inch. It's validated every day, buddy. Every fucking day.
Where have you validated that?
Oh my God. Everybody that does construction, man, you can't walk down a fucking hill and stay 10 foot up in the air on a 10-foot hill and walk down it and still be at 10 foot. The guy's going to be way bigger than you. You're going to be down. You cannot drop anywhere in elevation and stay the same height as the guy that you went from. If I go up to the top of Mount Everest, I can't never go down from that and still be at Mount Everest height. You guys are saying this is a thing that's happening. You're saying on a ball, I can go forward and down and still stay the same elevation. You can't go down and stay the same elevation anywhere. It's so simple, man. You
Depends on
can't.
your definition of elevation.
Yeah, in your definition.
Where
So
you start from. The marker point you start from. You can't go below it and ever fucking stay at the same gradient that you started from. So if you're at 20 volts, you're at this gradient, you're 50,000 feet from the dirt you fucking went up from, you can't go any inches below that from that point above water. So if you go above water 5 feet, you can't go below 5 feet ever. Proving a globe. You can't go 5 foot below 5 foot and not get wet. That's how you prove it's horizontal. Because the horizontal perpendicular line that you went up 1 foot from the water and you go down any more than 1 foot, you're going to drown or get wet. Your drone can't go any more than 1 inch above or below the baseline it ever started from horizontally and use water. So if you think your drone can go fly out any fucking where and drop more than an inch, when you go up only 1 inch, go fly out 50 fucking miles. You should be dropping thousands of feet and not get your drone wet. Never gonna happen. You won't be able to drop a fucking inch. And so what I'm saying is true. So get your drone and put it 1 inch above water. Go fly it out anywhere. 1 inch is all I'm looking for. Drop it 2 inches. Fly up 1 inch, drop it 2. Not 8 inches per mile. All I need is 1. Just give me 1 inch per mile.
Like I said, it depends on your definition of elevation and
above where you start. Above where you start, bro. Above where you start is your elevation. You guys base elevation in the air somewhere above water, correct?
I'm trying to bring up the bigger picture idea.
No, the bigger picture is you don't have an elevation base other than a horizontal line. You don't have the inner side of a fucking ball. That's not where you're going from. You're going from PSI, correct? Does PSI look like the inside of a ball to you? Looks like horizontal fucking gradient of air to me, right? An air which you can't trap into a sphere, correct?
We globers define elevation to be the distance to the center of the globe, roughly. And so if you don't have that
So you have to
definition,
demonstrate that every inch, buddy. I know. That's my point. So go outside on a hill.
so I was just trying to bring up the bigger picture idea, which is that since there are two different definitions of elevation, that's what makes the conversation complicated when you use words like that. And yeah, it's just a bigger picture thing, and arguing for a certain definition is fine. It's just that nobody's gonna we ballers are going to use a different definition. That's all I was saying.
I'm sure you guys already talked about it. I don't know if you're in the middle of a
No,
hot
we're done. Go ahead,
conversation.
bring it up. Go ahead.
Did any of you guys watch that debate between Oakley and Jaron?
No, what was the topic?
Science proves things or not?
Until it began looping.
Okay.
It didn't loop for me.
Yeah,
Who was saying what?
I missed the beginning. I'm going to go back and just watch the part of the beginning. But I watched most of it. And then we had a conversation in here on it for a few hours, and then that went into Witzik came in, and that went into interferometry and Lorentz contraction, and a whole discussion on that. But yeah, we did have a convo on it in here as well. But yeah, I watched it.
Well, I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but Joe, could you summarize what's a 1 or 2 sentence summary of what each person was saying? What was their, who was saying which?
I mean, the main topic was whether science proves things or not, and it was a mixture of over talking, ad homs, insults, all kinds of that stuff, and then there was some back and forth. It was a lot.
Gio, question for you, Gio. How does it feel to be in my shoes? Huh? You held Dimo feet to the fire. Do you understand the frustration?
Yeah, I would suggest never talking to him. Sorry, that's just the truth. Sorry, I'm not trying to insult him, but if I were you, I would recommend never debating with him ever.
When I went on his show, he said that I was a liar and I should be fired from my job.
If you tell me to do something, tell me how to do it. Lay it out. Give me the blueprint.
Yeah, he loops in circles with that, and then I was trying to ask him how to lay his thing out, and he just gets angry, and it goes nowhere.
But what was like the general take on the debate from the room? Like, what was like the general sentiment of that?
In here, or you mean other people?
Yeah, like in here, like what was I mean, you don't have to give me everyone's interpretation of it, but like what were people saying in here? Like how were they perceiving things?
Well, Jaron talked logic, asked direct question, which he never got answer to. And Nathan kept parroting what he prepared or read or whatever. And that's it.
All right, if that's Chikey's viewpoint, that's Chikey's viewpoint. Dysel, in here, we didn't really talk about their thing, though. It was just the topic came up. I guess, just in the kind of flow of others so the topic of whether science proved things or not. So we kind of had a conversation, sort of a unique conversation on the topic. We didn't really talk about their thing too much. So I guess I didn't hear anyone else's too many reflections on it. A couple of people mentioned a few things, though, their viewpoint on it, but.
Well, I didn't look further than that. If they talked about other subjects, I didn't see it. Gets boring, like with Demo. John asks a question, keep asking the question, don't get an answer. It's not a debate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's your perception of it. I think that I think Oakley he did a good job at laying out the components of scientific experimentation and those factors of it. And you have your
No, it's totally wrong because I can prove that first of all, when you're going to ask a physical question, you need to ask the right one. So let's go to, does heat cause water to boil? I can prove you both that it does, that it doesn't. And Nathan said, no, that's against the law of non-contradiction. Is this a natural law? Or a man-made law? Nature was long before us. Don't care about laws of non-contradiction. Just do what it does. It's simple. If you look at the boiling table of water, above 1 megapascal, you can add heat as long as you want. It will stay ice. So Nathan is wrong. I add heat and the water do not boil. At sea level, it will boil at 100 degrees Celsius. So which I proved, the null or the what was need to be proven?
Well, those aren't contradicting statements because there's an additional factor of the pressure. So you proved both.
So the question was not right.
Yeah, you could say that.
Question is more complicated. It's how does water behave? That's the question. And if sometimes it boils and sometimes it doesn't, that's what it does.
Daiso, did you watch it or did you listen?
Yeah, I listened.
What did you think?
I was also working, so I couldn't follow too close, but yeah, it just didn't sound like Nathan was being very reasonable as usual. Like, sound at one point like they kind of got close to agreeing, and then it just didn't seem like Jaren was backing down much. So he was just kind of like sticking to his guns that Nathan's a scammer, and he laid out the reasons why. And I don't know, man.
Well, what channel were it on? Were it behind a paywall? Where was it?
You can go on
The Asylum?
Yeah, you can go on YouTube under the original, what do they call it? The original Discord Asylum is the YouTube channel name.
Oh, so it wasn't behind a paywall then. The actual debate.
It was like on a neutral server platform.
Right. I don't think I'll be watching it. I mean, SE's take from it was that he didn't take anything from it. So I probably won't be watching it.
Well, outside of the ad homs and shit slinging, which was a lot of it, those guys were a lot of fighting, bickering, and there's all kinds of that stuff, and calling each other scammers and scumbags and all these things. Outside of that, if you somehow were able to peel away all of that, there was some content in there. I mean, basically, Oakley was laying out the scientific, experimentation, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I mean, I don't want to, speak for him or claim I'm quoting him or anything, but just as like a general summation, I mean, he was laying out, your just the null hypothesis and your dependent independent variables and all of those factors, and if A then B, and you're going to walk away either validating A or invalidating B, etc. So I mean, he just was laying that part of it out, and I mean, I'm not trying to make his whole argument for him. I'm just saying, like, he was, sticking to that part of it, and then Jaren was kind of using a lot of his thoughts as to why that's not always the case, and it's not as cut and dried as that, perhaps. I mean, it would be hard. I mean, I guess I could try to actually summarize, do some kind of summarization, but I don't want to speak for either of them. But I mean, yeah, there was some content in there on their thoughts on it, but it really wasn't moderated much at all. So it was a little hard. It was so many, I don't know, for a big part of it, it was just nonstop interruptions and just total insult stuff. And then at one point they said, like, they asked Jaron, hey, could you let him talk for a few minutes? So then finally Oakley laid out a thing. And then after that, it was hard to sift through all of it, to try to get the nuggets out of it. But it's probably not stuff you haven't heard both of those guys say in the past. So it wasn't really anything new. But there was one point, like Dysel was saying, where they kind of seemed like they almost came on the same page for a moment. Like there was a little bit of the meeting of the minds for a moment. And then it ended in, you're a scumbag and, all these insults. And then Nathan kind of left after a slew of, that kind of thing. He just kind of abruptly left.
Yeah, I have heard everything that they're gonna say. So just as you just said. But yeah, I watched that show for a good 2 or 3 years, probably. Nathan's show.
Well, it was kind of funny because on the way out, Nathan's excuse to leave was that I'm not going to sit here and be ad-hommed or something like that. Like he said something along those lines, like as if he took one too many low blows or something. And you're breaking up a little bit.
That's right. Shows on other people's faces. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say I basically stopped watching that show because of the shit that they slung at Witsit. I mean, Austin went on there, and you could tell he was just driving or whatever, and he made a pretty big deal of saying that what he was about to go into, which was the electrostatic stuff, that it was speculation. He made a big point of saying that, and they still give him the business. So. And he actually came out looking pretty good, I thought, overall. I think he did, actually. And so from that point on, I was like, wait a minute, fuck it. Austin's just basically took on that whole panel, like 5 or 6 on him, and yeah, he came out the other side smelling the roses. So, like, I'm kind of done with that show after that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's not much that's going to be had over there other than joining the echo chamber. That's about it.
But I suppose I should say that I did learn a lot up to that point. I should say that because, I've said it before, science is not my bag. And so, yeah, I did learn a lot. He's smart enough to have some good people around him, a few good, and people like Flat Earth Solar, the South African guy, he were really good. I think he's been on here once or twice. So, yeah, there's a few good people on that panel.
Well, it is a relevant topic. That's why we had a whole discussion on earlier in terms of, I think it comes a lot down to like epistemology and even philosophy and how you kind of approach things. Because if you view it like whatever words you would use, but like the idea of scientific experimentation with your dependent, independent variable, your hypothesis, the null, like you have all those factors. And, let's say you want to test, like to use the water boil thing, since they were talking about that, water boils at a particular temperature with a particular heat source after a particular amount of time in a particular vessel and a particular type of water at a particular atmospheric pressure, altitude. And you could even add some other factors like the ambient temperature of the room, the starting temperature of the water. There's several other factors you could bring in. So if you wanted to make a list of all those and be like, water will boil at this temperature, like I just said, of all those things. And it's consistent. So you do it once, boom, the water boils at that point. You do it twice, do it 3 times, 4 times. You do it a bunch of times, and you get a consistency of that. And you can do it tomorrow. You can do it next week, next year, in those same conditions. Have you proved it? Because if you have, then that's it. Like you've done your dependent and independent variables of all those factors. You've manipulated the heat, etc., and you've come to that resolution or conclusion that in the physical world, that's what happens. So if you then want to label that as proof, like you've established that as true, then there you go. Then that's it. It's established. And, unless something changes tomorrow, like unless you do those same things tomorrow and it doesn't boil at that temperature, then you could say, okay, well, now we had it proven for weeks or months or years or however long you were testing it for. Let's say you did it once a day for years. And now all of a sudden on day number 753, it doesn't do that. Well, okay, now then you could address that, the fact that it doesn't keep doing it. But if it does keep doing it, then are you going to say you've proven that thing? So
yes. I'm going to say yes.
Right. And I mean, could anyone strawman or steelman what Jaren's rebuttal to that is? Like, could you put your finger on it and be like, that's the reason he says that that's not proof? Because I feel like he kind of agreed at one point. He was like, yes, that's proven. But his rebuttals were all things that would be factors that you would have to take into that experiment to do it the way I just described it. Like, because he was saying, well, what if it's a different vessel? Well, if it's a different vessel, it's a different experiment. If you're going to have an iron pot and a stainless steel pot, those are different experiments. So if you're going to make as generalized of a statement as like, heat causes water to boil, then yes, I agree. There can be these different factors. But if you're going to actually set out all of the details, then you are proving that thing. So he was just saying like, well, there could be all these other factors and these other, I mean, yeah, there could, but if you're controlling for all those variables and then getting a consistent result, then how have you not proven that thing to be true?
Well, I think he was just saying that it's always open to the possibility that there could be some unforeseen variable, and that that proof that you made originally could be subjected to change due to the fact of redundant repetition of that experiment over and over. I think he even said like maybe on the 12th time, what happens if it didn't boil or whatever it may be. It didn't work out the way that you anticipated.
All right.
What then?
Okay, well, that's what I was saying. If it changes in the future, then that proof could be invalidated. But you've proved that's because the physical world changed, right? I mean, if we did very, very detailed measurements physically of the surface of Earth and found out that it doesn't have curvature, is Jaren saying that that's not proven then? Proven the Earth is a flat, stationary plane? He would say, well, maybe tomorrow it could be a globe, guys. So we haven't proven shit? If you haven't proven shit, then why even do that? Why even do anything, I guess? Like, if you
I guess he did say that there are some certainties, like 2 + 2 will always equal 4, no matter what, forever. And which is kind of like a convention, right? Because like the number 2 doesn't exist in nature, but so it's it's a convention we go by. And he was saying how Nathan's method is too rigid and allow for unforeseen variables. Like you can't apply, if A then B, if and then all that bullshit to nature. But that was kind of some of the stuff I was hearing when I did have time to listen in.
Yeah, I heard those things too.
So he had some points, but then some of his stuff was kind of like questionable, with the mathematical certainties and stuff, which is like I don't disagree that 2 + 2 will always equal 4, but like where do we see that taking place in nature? Like, and then it just seems like Nathan really wasn't budging on anything in terms of like trying to see eye to eye with Jaren's points. He was just kind of sticking to his own script, as Andy put it.
How do we not have two in nature? Like an animal can have 2 eyes or it can have 4 eyes. 2 eyes or 2, 4 eyes or double that. Like why can't you
No,
have?
no, no.
We
Like
don't.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm just saying, like the mathematical convention we go by, like the number 2 doesn't exist in nature. Like, sure, you can add things up, right? I'm not denying math. I'm just saying math doesn't exist in nature. That's all.
I just I think it's just I don't know. It's hard to. I mean, I never really understood this argument, maybe because to me it's just how they put the foot in the door to pseudoscience. That's what it seems to me, because the whole point of science is to know a thing. That's if you look at. That's why I posted the etymology of the word. It says to know, and the first line, and so it enters this world of, oh well, maybe not, because we've got this, could have these unforeseen variables and this, that, and it's like, no, hang on a minute. If you prove something, science, that's what it does. That's all it does. That's the point of it. And so, if you go down the line, down the road, and you find some other variable, that doesn't all of a sudden, to me anyway, it was still proof. And then you're building on top of that. I don't see why you'd suddenly say, and I reckon it's just because it's things they can't validate, so they just go, well, it's just as best educated guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely coming from like 2 extreme points, right? Like that's kind of how I'm seeing it. Like they're just on 2 complete opposite ends of the spectrum. And I don't even agree with either one of them to a large degree when it comes to that. Like, I don't agree with Nathan's approach to a lot of things, including, reality for the most part. Like, he's not willing to like go any further than certain topics and certain things. And for Jaren to say that, we can't prove things, like, what's your level of proof, first off? You know what I'm saying? Like, is this an absolute proof with no room for change? Or, because if that's the case, then yeah, that's a little difficult, But
but the word proof doesn't have to mean that it's like forever. Technically, what I mean by that is that like if I prove that every time I jump off my roof, I fall to the ground and I hurt myself every single time, and you do it every day or whatever. I have proven. I'm not even I'm not trying to even lay this out in a scientific experiment. I'm just trying to, in a very generalized sense, just something dramatic like that my body, or just, you don't even have to say that. Say dropping a rock. If I wake up every day, I pick up this rock, I drop it. Pick up this rock, I drop it. It happens every day. I mean, if you prove that that's the case, like if you wanted to say, hey, I've proven that this rock will fall every time I drop it, because it happens every time in this medium, at this altitude, etc. I'm not talking about dropping it in different mediums. I'm just saying if you, tried to set that up, I'm not even trying to say that has an independent variable and dependent variable. I'm just using it in a general sense. What would be the problem with being like, yeah, I've proven that? And if tomorrow, if it changes and it doesn't fall, well, then I guess you'd have to reevaluate at that point.
Right. Yeah, you got to have some building blocks, right, to like kind of further the understanding and get deeper into it or whatever. But yeah, you can't just say, oh, yeah, can't prove anything absolutely. So, let's give up on trying to prove anything at all. Like, that wouldn't be very helpful.
Yeah, what's the whole point if you're not, because the word proof means to establish something as true. So if you're not trying to establish things as true, what's the whole point? What's the point then?
Right.
Well, I guess you could say maybe it's like a method of inquiry. Keep adding information. You could view it that way too, I guess. That you don't have to prove, that you could just keep adding, kind of keep tweaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know that they're maybe talking about like scientific experiments in the natural world, but I mean, what about other things in life? Like, if somebody steals something from someone and it's absolutely proven, that they did that, like that is the reality. Like, can you know what I mean? Can you not, like, I guess it's a different topic because it's kind of proving like an event rather than like a phenomenon in that sense. But I'm just saying, like, can you not prove things that are what they are? Like, we get into that thing, like, can you prove you're a man, kind of thing, like, or, that whole topic. But maybe that's not quite what it's on. They're not really talking about just proving anything in reality. I guess they're maybe talking about, in particular, experimentation with the physical world and the natural world.
I think they were talking about like scurvy and vitamin C and shit at one point, or citrus being the cure, and I don't know. They were all over the place. That's pretty wild. No one else heard it, huh? Oh well.
I heard it, bro.
What was your take on it?
Well, if I was an outsider and I didn't know Nathan or I didn't know Jaron, if I was to describe it in that kind of a manner, I'd say Jaron came out looking not so good in this overall. To the outsider, he was bitching, whining, crying, insulting, and that was just the first 10 minutes of the opener. And then he kept doing it through the whole show, insulting. I understand why he was doing it, right? But I'm speaking as an outsider. On the other hand, Nathan came out as a professional. He had a good opening statement. He started off with proofs and this and that. And like I said, if I was an outsider, I would think of the complete opposite. And I know that Nathan, I mean, we all know how Nathan is, right? And I can't say I'm a big fan because he gave me the treatment when I went on his show as well. So, but if I was an outsider and I looked at that, I'd say, wow, yeah, that didn't go down too good.
What do you mean with the ad-homs, like calling him a scammer and stuff?
Yeah, 10 minutes
but, I mean, that's
of
already been
berating
established.
And whining. What?
I mean, that's the whole scammer thing has kind of been established, right? Like that's kind of like what transpired. I think a lot of this debate to begin with, wasn't it? Nathan
Yeah,
reacting
I'm not
to.
saying. I'm just saying how it. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, or I'm not. I'm just saying how it would look to an outsider. You asked me, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it didn't look too good. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
You're telling me Nathan Oakley looked professional?
Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, for the most
Wow.
part.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I saw it. I mean, look, I'm no big fan of Nathan, right? But if you ask me my opinion, if I was to keep my credibility, I'd have to give you my honest opinion, right? So, yeah. And the argument didn't go down too good as well either. I mean, I don't know how do you take a counter argument on proof? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I get to leave some wiggle room for, an alternate proof, I guess, but yeah. I don't
It's
know,
an
just to
uphill
say that.
battle. I mean, it was easy for Nathan. I mean, how do you argue against proof without looking like what? What did he say? Did he just agree with the A and B, and now he's saying no? And I mean, it didn't look good. Now maybe I didn't see it. How did you see it, Dicelo? How did you see the? Forget about personal feelings now. I'm not talking about feelings now. If you tell me who do you like better, I'll tell you Jaren all the way, right? But this is not about who I like. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was being honest. I don't know if you heard, what I said on it already, but I agree with what you're saying. It's an uphill battle for Jaren, and like it's kind of an extreme position, and that's why I said I think Nathan's on the opposing extreme position, being that he's using a very like basic and rigid method to kind of like approach things. Like you can't just use if A then B for everything. Like there's going to be a lot more stuff going into it and a lot more variables to contend with when trying to get down to a determining factor on a cause of an effect or a mechanism behind it or whatever it may be. But so I understand what Jaren was trying to say on that aspect, although I think they're coming from just two extremely opposing ends, and which neither one of them is a win. But subjectively, like I think you're right. Like kind of Nathan maybe kind of came out appearing a little better, and then he kind of left on. He like waited for the next ad hom type thing, and just said, "All right, I'm done with this," So I don't know. It was, but the thing is like I don't think you're gonna have an outsider not knowing the background coming in and perceiving this. So you kind of have to know the background in order to like make an honest and interpretation of how you perceived it. So,
Yeah,
and with
don't
that
forget
being said,
yeah, no, I hear you, bro, and trust me, I felt the frustration in Jaren, right? Like he was steaming mad, and that doesn't help you in in a debate, right? That won't help you if you're upset, if you're mad, if you go into a fight, right? Or your opponent tries to get you mad and get you off your game and stuff, right? So like I understand he's pissed off, he doesn't like him, I get it, right? But yeah. It's tough when you're in a debate and a lot of people are listening, and if you get a little triggered and you lose your cool, yeah. But he started off like slinging, right? He started off with the M16s and the 50 cals. I tell you, I was cracking up. I'm not telling you I didn't enjoy it, right? I was laughing like I was dying of laughter. You're a scam artist. You're this. I was on the floor, like shout out to Jaren, right? For that.
right?
Or during the debate, he was like interrupting him. He was like trolling him a little bit, trying to get him up. But he kept his cool. He almost lost it at one point. Like, oh shit, he's gonna lose it now. When he's like moderator, I was dying of laughter. Yeah,
I was too hearing Nathan say that.
I go, he's gonna lose it now, but he didn't. Yeah,
moderator.
Yeah, I think Jaren was trying to do it on purpose at one point. He goes, "Can I talk out? No. Can I? No." Like he was. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, it was definitely entertainment. That's for sure.
It's not unlike a lot of conversations we had here back and forth. I mean, yeah, we've seen it all before.
Yeah, next is going to be Witsit and QE or what?
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's going to be technical, so that we might get some stuff out of that.
What's up, Gio?
Well, I was just going to say, I don't. Not speaking for anyone else doing anything they want with their channels and things. However, I would think that the only real way to have to have it be clean would be to just have them go back and forth, pretty much the mute and unmute thing. Like, okay, Oakley gets 2 minutes. Okay, boom, he's done. Jaron gets 2 minutes. Boom, he's done. Back to Oakley. It's the only way I could think that it would be clean audio, because otherwise it's just so much interference of the over talking, and they couldn't even get their points out. And I mean, yeah, we've had to deal with that here quite a bit, and it is difficult to moderate. And there's something cool about the organic nature of the open discussion when there isn't the kind of mute and unmute back and forth. However, to really get down to the ideas or the information, that's the thing. Like, I'm just thinking, like, if they hadn't ad homed each other at all this scumbag and scammer, if all that was out of it, and then if there was no interruptions too, it could have actually been an intellectual exchange. Like, it could have been clean audio that we could have actually been able to look at the points a little bit more easily.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, yeah. People have different views, but yeah, proof, this is a tough one. Like, this is, yeah.
Was this a debate held on here?
No.
No. Do y'all hold debates on here?
Absolutely, yeah. You have something in mind?
I want to get my hands on with it, to be honest with you.
Oh, really? And what would you like to debate?
Flat versus globe, of course. I mean, I could give you a little bit more detailed outline if you want, but
So you're on the flat side?
No, I'm on the globe side.
I'm just joking. I guess we could ask Witsit. I don't see why not. I guess we could ask him,
Yeah, I sent on.
This is a question. It's not meant to be insulting at all, but like, what do you feel like you would bring to the table that isn't, a simple Google search away? Like, do you have anything different, or would it just be
yeah, dude. I've been doing this for 5 years. I've got notes out of notes out of notes that you can't Google.
So you have stuff beyond Google?
Oh God, yes.
Really?
Like ChatGPT stuff or something, or what?
No, just a compilation. Just the coalescence of my thoughts and the coalescence of my thoughts over 5 years and how I've organized that into structure and how I've essentially, how I can back that up. I don't think I've heard many people or anybody make the argument that I've made, to him at least. Like I said, I don't want to give my hands away, and it doesn't have to be a long hour, 2 hour debate. Just I mean, if you wanted to moderate, you could snip it in the butt just as soon as you thought it got boring. But yeah, because he's just so smug, and he reminds me of the reason why I got into debating Nathan Oakley in the first place. It's because of the smugness, and I just I really like to bring him down a notch.
So not the message, not the argument. It's the personality that you don't like and you want to debate, not necessarily the message.
No, I mean, I do want to debate the message, absolutely. But the reason, I mean, of course, we're human, right? So the reason I want to debate him over somebody else is because of his smugness. But the debate would still be the same. I mean, that's not really going to affect the debate.
Kind of a sick reason to do anything.
I mean, if he's scared, that's fine. I get it.
But don't you feel as though that's kind of like stooping to their level or whatever?
Stooping to their level? No, not really.
The worst.
I mean,
kind of seems like the worst reason to have a debate with someone.
well, you might see it that way. I really don't. I disagree.
Well, don't you think it's like a waste of your time? Focus on some random asshole who's smug and Try to
Well,
wait your turn.
no, because he uses a lot of the same debate tactics that what's his name used. It's like a famous book, and it's what Nathan and Huey use. It's like debate tactics. So he's an effective debater because he uses well known debate techniques. So the main thing is that to show people. I guess another main thing would be to show people that he's not that great of a debater, and that that he uses a lot of tactics.
Yeah, but the only thing lamer than a loser who debates people is someone who's mad at that guy and trying to knock him down a notch.
I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at him at all. I just think I just think it's important for other people to know that because he uses all these big words, right? Like he's some scientific authority, and I think it's important for people to understand that that's gobbledygook, and I can prove it.
I see. You want to expose this guy. I could see that.
Yeah.
Any particular reason why him over, like, there's lots of people, right?
He
But
has he has no humility.
Okay.
A lot of you other guys have humility, and I like a lot of you guys. I drink a beer with a lot of you guys. The reason I got into this in the first place was to show that even if two people have extreme different viewpoints, you can still at the end of the day let that go and enjoy each other's company. I think that's really important in society today because everything's so fractured, everything's so extreme. We need to let go of. We need to be able to let go of these people's extreme ideas and just kind of talk to them on a human level.
Yeah, but you're wanting to go to war with a certain person because you don't like their personality. That's not kind of.
I'm talking about. I'm just generally. I'm talking just in general. Of course, there's a couple out here that I think are. I'd love to kind of get my hands on, and for lack of the word, just kind of show how their arguments are flawed. But just generally speaking, the main reason I got into it was because I wanted to show that that doesn't have to be a river that divides everybody.
Is it the ether that you don't like, or is it any other particular?
The ether? Well, hell, I think there's a modern version of the ether myself.
So what's your main beef? Like, what's your...
My main beef with it?
Yeah.
Just his overall smugness.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, I messaged him. I really love to... I really would. I'd love to get a hold of him for about 30 minutes.
It sounds like you want to get into a cage match or something, like ladders and chairs and.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we all get into this. We're all looking for that opponent who's supposed to be on par with us, where we can cage match, and it'll be 6 and 7. You know what I mean?
And you think you're a worthy opponent?
Oh God, yes.
Okay.
I sent him a message. I don't know if he'll get it or he'll respond. I don't know if he's got me. It didn't say it was blocked, but I don't know how often he's online or what. But what's new? What's new in Flat Earth? Anything new? Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I was kind of thinking when I first got into this that there was a shelf life on this, because about a year or two after I started getting into this, there were some people that flipped back, like Jose GJ, and I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna all start flipping back, and You know, there's only been a few that have. I'm surprised more haven't.
Dude, this discussion is as ancient as mankind, man. I mean, having the Earth as a stationary planar surface itself has been foundational from humanity since the very dawn of time. Now, there is this kind of claim of the globe and the Copernican revolution, as they call it, and this whole kind of scenario of the globe thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, even in the 1920s, dude, like I found all these like maps and articles from the 20s where they were like making maps which also had like writing on them. Like they'd have like a couple paragraphs that would be describing like, you know, the globalists are taking over the land slowly, and this false concept that the Earth's a globe. You know, in reality, the Earth is a plane. You know, Earth is a plane, and a lot of the arguments they're giving are actually very similar to ones we've talked about today. Many of them. So, I mean, this is not new at all. It's strange to me. I guess people are just so disconnected from the history of humanity that somehow they think the globe is some ultimate authoritative standard just because this current time, I guess they've pushed it in the moon landing and stuff. But I mean, dude, the globe is a fraction of a percent cosmological significance in the totality of humans up to this moment. It is literally a fraction of a percent, this tiny, teeny little globe period with all this globe stuff. Even though you might think, well, there's a lot to the globe and there's all this, you might, yeah, in this modern time, but I'm just saying in the totality of it. So, I mean, it's just to kind of think of it as like, oh yeah, it was just going to be this thing that was going to fade away. It's like, it's the opposite of that, dude. Like the globe is the thing has its little expiration date to it, in my viewpoint. Like it just has its temporary thing. And the Earth being what it is a conversation that never really ended, you know, and really it never was totally snuffed out. Although they did have it quite snuffed, especially after World War II, up until like 2015. They definitely did seem to have the lights turned out pretty good for people. But I mean, this is as ancient and age old as mankind itself, man. The nature of the Earth and who we are, and I mean the shape of it, but also just the nature of reality and all of those factors.
Yeah, sure, but it didn't pop back up until Parallax, right?
I don't necessarily believe the history we're told. No, you're saying in the 1800s.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't think I think there's deception involved in that. Trying to claim that he was the first one that just no, not at all, dude. There's a massive lineage of cosmologies that are very multi-layered, multifaceted that were way before him. But yeah, I just think that's also false information. The idea that he just like came up with it or something. It's not the case.
No. Are you aware of any other literature besides him that dates back around the area?
Well, let's get into like our history and what history we're given and what we're told. So that's a whole nother topic, really, to get into that. Like what actually went down in humanity, what has gone down in terms of like how disconnected we've been from our origins.
Interesting.
But I mean, there's tons of writing. I mean, there's ancient texts, there's writings of all sorts talking about the Earth as a plane, maps, I mean, Mercator maps. You can go back in the entire history of humanity, and there's all kinds of maps and writings about the Earth. Entire cosmologies that are built with a lot of detail and nuanced about the nature of the Earth and nature of the vaulted heavens and the layers and levels of the heavens.
And so, what's your top three? Like, if I said to you, if you saw me on the street and you asked me, do you believe that the Earth is round, a globe, or do you believe it's flat? I told you globe, and I said, okay, well, tell me your best three proofs that it's flat. Do you have three that you can tell me?
We could go through 3,000.
Well, your best three. Like ones that would hit hard with the public.
Well, I'm about to step away from my mic for a bit, so I don't know that I want to get into a whole long thing, although we could do that at some point. But just kind of on the larger kind of, I was just going to say this a minute ago. We could get into it if you want. I just don't really have the time to, like, I'm not going to be able to be at my mic. I'll be kind of in and out, back and forth, so I just can't go into a long
Okay.
thing. But yeah, I mean, you definitely could go through that. But I was just going to say, just kind of on what we were talking about. You know that the movie Lord of the Rings?
I do.
You know how, like, the foundation in that kind of world, you know, Middle Earth, as it were, is like there's no indication of it being a globe, right? Like it's some kind of massive extended plane. Would you agree?
I mean, I don't think they really say one or the other. They call it Earth. They call it Earth and Middle Earth. So, I mean, I think that would imply that it's a globe. But let's just say I give you that.
Why would Middle Earth be a globe? Middle Earth would be the Earth, and like you have the underworld and the upper world, and you have the middle world.
Yeah, middle world would be below the surface, right?
No, the middle. It's like the meat in the middle of a hamburger. Middle Earth. It's like the flat meat that's in the middle of the hamburger. You got the upper part, the heavens above, the underworld, whatever, the deep below. Then you're just on a surface. My only point in bringing up Lord of the Rings is that, like, in that book and in that movie, as far as I know, yeah, there's no mention of like Earth as a globe, like as a setup for the story. Like they're on some kind of a topographical planar surface, and there's all kinds of shit going on. You know, there's all kinds of dramas and characters and wars and vying for powers and whatever's going on in the story part. My only point to bring that up is that, like, I think that movie does kind of set this framework for this foundation of like just an Earth surface in which things are occurring upon. And I'm just saying that to say that, like, the default, but that's how we all experience the Earth as well. Like, we experience it as rolling hills and elevation, the water, and there's the sky, and that's it. We traverse around it over a planar surface. Like, there's no globular nature to the Earth. And so to think that is like in my viewpoint, it's an aberration, but it's like an additional set of factors that I guess one would have to actually validate or prove if one wants to assert that, because the foundation of it is just the actual physics, XYZ, just the foundations of the way water sits and the way land comes up out of water, and that it's stationary. There's no indication that's flying or moving, and then that the sky is moving. Like that's the lived experience of, in that sense, just on that foundational level. If you weren't told a bunch of theories about globes and pictures and men landing on moons and stuff, you know?
Yeah. This makes me think of a thought experiment. So you gotta follow with me completely here, okay? You're, for lack of a better word, you're in outer space. You're in total darkness, nothing but you. And you look off in the distance, and you see a beautiful woman. Kind of zooming towards you, and it looks like she's gonna hit you, but instead she zooms past, which would seem like about 60 miles per hour past you, and those are your only two reference points. You have you and this beautiful woman. Okay, so at that moment, who's traveling 60 miles per hour? Or in that scenario, who's traveling 60 miles per hour? Does that make sense? Anyone? No? That's not y'all?
Yeah, I would say if you're moving, you're moving. If she's moving, she's moving. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't. No, you gotta pick one or the other. Then you're not answering the question.
Right. Like, okay, I would say this: like, the environment we live in is like in terms of the medium, in my viewpoint of it, if you have like even the concept of the ether, but we don't have to totally go into that. But if you have like this world, this realm, if you want to take a little snow globe and think of it as that, you can do that, whatever it may be. You have this whole realm, however big it is. In the realm, you have coordinates. So, you know, sort of like in Battleship, you know, A7, B12, you know, so you have coordinates, X, Y, Z coordinates. You could even put a number to them if you wanted. And then that medium and the coordinates are at rest. Well, they may be vibrating to some degree, but in general, they're not moving or flying through anything. And then you've got the ground, you've got water, etc. So if you are moving through those coordinates at 60 miles an hour, then you are moving through those coordinates at 60 miles an hour because the coordinates are just stable. So if you're going from A7 to A8, A9, A10, A11 because you're going at 60 miles an hour, then you are actually moving. You know, yeah. And then if she is moving, then she is moving. If you're both moving, then you're both moving. If you're both at rest, then you're both at rest.
You're bringing information into the question that wasn't there, though. Nobody said anything about a coordinate grid.
Yeah, you're asking which one's moving. I don't think we live in a reality that everything is relative in that way. There is a universal reference frame, if you will. There is the realm we live in, the actual coordinates of the air, the medium, the space. If I'm 10 feet away from you, I am actually 10 feet away from you in reality. If I'm not moving and I'm in those coordinates, like I'm at A12 and you're at B6, then you're in those coordinates. If you're moving, then you're transducing through the medium, then that's what you're doing. If another person's doing it, then they're doing it.
Yeah, but where are you going to get your measurements from in that scenario?
It's all in reference to the realm that you're in, the world.
Well, you're in a black and a realm that's full of blackness, like space.
But we're not. Like I'm in the place I'm in, like where my house is. This is where my house is. This is the place in this whole realm that this house exists, and I'm in the space I'm in right here. And every day I wake up, it's the same space.
Yeah,
it's not moving and flying in that way. So like if somebody flies by my house at 60 miles an hour, they are going 60 miles an hour through the world, and I'm just right at my place. Just
in reference to what?
In reference to the universal medium of this realm.
And that's kind of meaningless unless you can point to it.
Like in those coordinates thing, let's say I live at coordinates C98. That's where my house is. And you're at coordinates E97. Then I'm in my coordinates, you're in your coordinates. If you stay in your coordinates and I stay in mine, then we're both just not moving. We're not moving in relation to each other, and we're not moving in relation to moving in the medium at all. But if I'm at, I forget which one I said, I'm at A37, whichever one I said, and then you're at E97. But if you start going from E97 to E98, 99, E900, then you're moving and I'm not. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, but in the question that I proposed, there's no universal grid. There's just blackness, like there would be in space. Like if space was real in real life, if you were in space, there would be no grid. You would be in blackness with maybe a little bit of sunshine. So that there's nothing there to give you A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. There's only you and the other person moving toward each other at 60 miles per hour. That's it. And my question again is how would you determine who's moving? Can you determine who's moving? You know, if you can't determine who's moving, that's fine too. But just kind of curious how you think about this.
You're moving if you're moving, and you're not moving if you're not moving. It's pretty straightforward.
That's a tautology, geology.
Because you just fabricated an entire concept that doesn't actually exist. Like that thing that you're saying, like a blank space in which there's no coordinates of reality, does not exist. So you've made up
I'm not saying there's.
You've just reified a concept and then been like, well, how do physics work in this reified fake world you made up? That's not
It's
really
not. It's not a fake. It's not a fake world. It's just the regular world. I don't know what
Okay,
makes you
well then
think.
if it's the regular world, then it has coordinates. So it's not just blank space. You're going to have the sun, the moon, the
You're right.
ground,
I
the
mean,
water.
coordinates are proposed by man.
No,
Coordinates are.
I'm talking that there's like, okay, dude, just take the snow globe example for a second. You have a snow globe sitting on your table, and you have a little dudes in there that you move around. Like that snow globe is a thing. There's like land and water, and there you could put stars above it, whatever it is. If you move your dudes around in that world, then you're moving them around. If they're not moving, then they're not moving. So in your example, if you had two dudes in that world, I was just using the coordinates to kind of relate it to that. But if you had two dudes in that world, just like literally, let's say it's on your desk and there it is, and you've got two little toy men that you have in there, little, or make it like a terrarium where you have little GI Joes, whatever you want. If one of the GI Joes is not moving because you're not touching it and it's not electronically controlled or anything, then it is not moving. It is at rest. If you have another GI Joe that you put your hand in the terrarium and you grab his head and you start moving him around, he is moving. One's moving, one isn't, and there's repercussions for that. There's like airflow. There's if you're a human, there's all the water in your ear and all of the factors of kind of moving through the medium. Just like when you swim underwater versus stay still underwater, there's a difference. If you're at rest underwater, it's a different vibe than when you're swimming and you're going against the currents and all that. So it's just something is either moving or it is not moving.
That's because you have reference points. Everything you talked about in regard to movement, you mentioned a reference point. He's moving in reference to this. He's moving in reference to that. He's moving in reference to so on and so forth.
Right, because this is a creation. This is a created world of what we call physicality. So like, let's say you and I are in a room, 10 by 10 foot room, and we'll do the coordinates, A1, A2, A3, A4, etc. B1, B2, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the top row, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, going down. So you have those coordinates. If we're in a room and we draw on the floor those coordinates, so you have A1, A2, even put a little sticker or a little piece of tape or something. And then you and I are standing in that room. If you're at A7 and I'm at D4, then we're both stationary because you're at your coordinate, I'm at my coordinate. We're not moving. If you then start moving or I start moving, just like in chess or whatever, then we are moving. That's why you make your move in chess. Hey, I'm going to make my move. That's why we call it a move, because you're making a move. You're moving your dude. The rest of your dudes are not moving. They're all at rest. It's really that simple, bro. It's that simple. You don't need fractured relativity concepts of all kinds of broken ideas of the physical reality is all compartmentalized into this relative. You don't need any of that, dude. It's just literally as simple as like a chessboard either moving or not moving.
It's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at how can you possibly determine who's moving when you have no other reference points to go by?
Because you do have reference points. You always have reference points in this world. You have the stars above you. You have the ground. We don't live in just a blank space. We live this is a world, and there are absolute coordinates to it. Like where I live right now is where I live. If you came here, then you would be here, but you're not here, so you're in your coordinate. So
I mean, if you're flying or something at night and it's super dark, there's no clouds out, there's no moon out, you could very well be faced with a situation where it's pitch black and you can't see, and you might be faced with having to divert traffic because there's an airplane. I mean, there's absolutely scenarios in this world where it's pitch black and you have to move through it without any reference points. That happens.
Yeah, you could have a time when it's all cloudy, so you can't see any stars, and you're up in an airplane, so you can't see the ground. It's pitch black. It's a rainstorm. I hear what you're saying, but the thing is, there's repercussions to moving. Movement has repercussions to it. Like you're pushing air out of the way, for example, as it were. You're traversing through the air. There's the actual physics of movement. So there's repercussions to that. So, I mean, anytime you're moving, there's going to be physics involved of that movement. You can't not have the movement physics involved and be moving. But yeah, there are variations of it.
Yeah, but you've been around long enough. You know that in physics, we look at like kind of somewhat extreme examples that to prove a point, right? So you kind of take the concept until it breaks, and then you're able to learn something about it. That's what you do with pretty much every new physics problems in college. Anytime we'd introduce a new physics concept, they would always start off with or not start off with, but we'd always get to like the most difficult problem that really makes you question the fundamental principles behind everything, because it pushes it to the limit. And this is that scenario for movement. Whereas, if you don't have any reference points and you have two objects moving, how can you possibly tell which one's moving? The answer is that you can't. You can't tell which one is moving. The only thing you can say is that they're moving in reference to each other, right?
No, absolutely not. I think that's a
No.
totally broken philosophy.
Why? Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Because
well, that would be like saying if you had two chess pieces and you have, because that's the way chessboards work, A1, A2. I mean, they actually number them like that. The black and white squares all have So, I mean, what your argument is that you could confuse the senses to not know that you're moving? I mean, so what? Like, yeah, you could, I guess, like put blindfolds on and drug someone up and bash them around. They could get so messed up that they don't even know if they're moving or not. Okay, like they could be passed out or something. But like, what is the relevance of that to like actual physics in terms of just because somebody who's drunk and blindfolded and has earplugs in their ears and has absolutely no clue what's going on, just because they would maybe be all zonked out to where they couldn't really decipher something, that's some kind of an argument for physics relativity?
No, it comes down to
it easily.
It comes down to a very fundamental point in flat Earth. I don't really want to get there just yet. I'm trying to think of what else I was going to say.
I mean, dude, I would just say movement is movement. There's a reason that we have a word for it. It's because it's moving. Something that's not moving and something that's moving.
What's the definition of what's your definition of movement?
Well, ultimately, it's a transformation through coordinates from one coordinate to another. From one, I mean, if just strip it down, from one coordinate to the next. Like if you and I are in that room on the ground, we have A1, A2, A3, whatever. Like if I move from A2 to A3, then I have actually made movement in the real physical coordinate plot of the Earth or of the ground, and I've moved. I've transformed my coordinates from being in one position to another position. The physical thing that I call my body, the matter, the thing that I call my body is in a different actual coordinate than it was previously, just like on the chessboard when your dude's in a different spot.
So it would be accurate to say you're moving in reference to something else. That's how you establish that you're moving, is you're moving in reference to some imposed reference grid.
It's not imposed. It's inherent.
It's not imposed.
It's inherent.
It's inherent?
Yep.
What makes you think it's inherent?
Because inherently with I would break it down in a couple ways. You have the ground or water. You have the sky with the stars. You have the air, like the actual medium that we're in. And then I would even say ether to go to that level. So like within this entire creation, like let's say this is like a bubble and we're on the inside of a bubble. We're on a flat plane on the inside of a huge bubble. And there's waters all outside the bubble and we're in like an air bubble, on a flat plane. There's like water that's coming up from the bottom of the air bubble. There's land that's coming up out of that water. and we're just in this bubble. Well, in that bubble, you're going to have air. There's the idea of the ether, but we don't have to totally go there, like a background kind of medium. But you have the air, you have the sky, you have the ground. And if you're just like on the chessboard, if you're moving around in that environment, then you are, your coordinates are transforming from one coordinate to another as you move. And that's the movement. And then there's repercussions for that. Like there's the physics of it, the momentum, the air, that occurs, the friction from the air as you move. If you're a human, then you're going to feel it in your inside your body and all that. So yeah, there's like repercussions to moving. Like you're actually, perturbating the medium with your body as you traverse through it. And that medium is a very real thing. The ground is very real. It's all like just just like a chessboard, like a stage, stage right, stage left. I mean, these are all modalities that we live in every day. We're moving around on a stage, as it were, a stage of the earth.
Hold on 1 second. I'm putting these headphones in. Let's see here.
Well, before I got to step away, I'll be listening, but if someone else wants to pick it up, I'll be back in a few. But I don't want to leave you hanging. I do want to continue this, and I'll be back if you're still on in a bit, or we can pick it up next time. But if someone else wants to keep the combo going, I'll be listening, but I do got to step away from my mic for a few. Okay. But yeah, bro, cheers.
Let's talk to you, Joe. I always like talking to you.
Yeah, man, you too. I mean, I can listen if you want to go. If you want to say your piece back, though, if you want to have the last word, because I don't want to just say my thing and then just because I got like 30 seconds before. I mean, I'll just be listening. So if you want to respond, I'll listen. But I just got to mute for a bit.
Okay. I don't know if anybody wants anybody care to talk about whatever. I was trying to put my headphones on whenever he was saying that, so I kind of missed the end of it, so it's hard for me to rebut, but I'm down to talk about whatever.
Well, I'll just say this last thing. I mean, do you have any rebuttal or any way to invalidate that we actually are on a coordinate system and that we move through the environment?
Well, I'd say there's no evidence that there's a universal coordinate system. The only thing that comes close would be the background radiation from the Big Bang. That kind of can serve as a universal background grid with the right tools, but that's not something that's going to be used in almost any circumstance. That's one thing I remember finding out whenever I started engineering school. Is like I always thought there was like this universal like background grid, like we were always doing these problems like in relationship to rockets or this or that, and I was like, and whenever I found out like, oh, they're just making these up, I was like, what? I was like, there's no universal like background grid. I remember being really shocked by that and finding out about the WGS 67, whatever it is, like the world map that the U.S. government used that they commissioned for GPS satellites and stuff. So I really remember being shocked by the fact that there is no like universal like grid in space or just in the universe. They just have Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate systems, which would be just so insanely complicated. If you look around, you can find this in your local area. There's usually some around within 100 miles of almost anybody. There's these monuments that are GPS calibration points where they made this WGS. I think it's 87. I had to look it up.
84. But I mean, what like there still would be a coordinate system even in that idea. If you have a big bang and you have this huge universe and all these galaxies, all of those stars are in a particular position. This star is in A7, this star is in C6, this one's in D42. And then that you are here, that kind of thing, like you are here on the arm of this galaxy, the whole story they tell us. Even with that, you are here. And then there's the globe or whatever. And even on the globe, you're moving around. And then as the globe flies through the coordinate system of space, It would just be the same. It would be similar. The globe would be flying. So, like the idea that we're moving at 2.6 million miles an hour is spinning and going through all these movements. You're moving through something. How can you not have coordinates? I mean, what is movement if you don't have coordinates? If you're not moving from one coordinate to another, what is movement?
It's nothing. It's all in reference to something else. You have to have. If I say I'm moving at 60 miles per hour, that's not a complete thought. I have to say I'm moving at 60 miles an hour in reference to the street. So saying that you're moving, like what I tell people is like whenever they mention these real fanciful speeds, and they talk about, oh yeah, we're moving it. There's this comet, that we're moving 10,000 miles per hour in relationship to us. And I asked them, I was like, okay, well, let's take imagine that you have a large gun. You fire a projectile that goes 10 million miles an hour. And at that point, you could say, oh, well, there's this object up there that's moving 10 miles an hour in reference to us. How crazy is that? I mean, that has nothing to do with us. It's just out there moving. It doesn't affect us at all. It has nothing to do with us. So the fact that there's these things whizzing around in the universe, or that we can make a relationship between us and this other object, it doesn't have any effect on us at all. Just like the bullet doesn't have an effect. Like when you shoot it, that's moving 700 miles an hour in reference to you. Oh, that's so crazy. Yeah, that doesn't have an effect on you. And there's a really, really great video by 3 Blue 1 Brown. I'd love to show in here when there's a lot of people in here, where it's called a Fourier transform. It takes probably about 20, 30, 40, or 50. It goes from like 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 circles, and the circles add up, and so there's one circle, and it draws, and then there's another circle that starts at the tail, ends at the tip of the other one. It draws another circle, and it goes on and on and on and on forever. And it can draw, like they can use this method to draw like really amazing art. And there's so much chaos going on in terms of these essentially orbits that these circles are making. They're going round and round and round. But the end of this pin at the very end, the last circle has a pin on it. It's drawing, and it's just drawing as smooth as can be. It's drawing like the face of Robert Downey Jr. or whoever, and it's absolutely incredible. And that's a really absolutely exquisite example of how you can be moving in 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 different directions. But that doesn't really matter because you're moving in one direction. You're moving in 40 directions in reference to these other things that really don't have anything to do with you. It's just a relationship that you've established. It's not really meaningful. It's just kind of like an anecdote, right? Well, Julie's a redhead. Okay, cool. There's a meteorite traveling 50,000 miles, towards us, relatively towards us. Okay, cool. Like, it just doesn't really have anything to do with us.
Are you trying to say motion is relative?
No, that's not what I was getting at.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. I was just really being long-winded about it. I was trying to...
It's a truth. It's a truth about life that really, once accepted, you can go further. You can go places with that. So it's something that holds you back if you don't accept that.
Yeah, and that's why I started off with the notion of two people in pitch black. Just traveling at 60 miles an hour. You got a beautiful man, beautiful woman. They're coming together. He's looking at her, she's looking at him. They lock eyes. They're like, oh, and they're both thinking, oh man, I could get a kiss here. But lo and behold, they're traveling 60 miles an hour past each other. So they just whiz past each other, down their needs or wants, and then they just keep on going. And there's no way to establish a speed for them, and that's what I was trying to get Geo to like get at, but he just wouldn't get at it. I know he's heard this probably 1,000 times, but I was trying to approach it from a different angle. Oh, you have to forgive me. Drinking some soda here. Yeah, that's one thing that blew my mind in physics. When I started studying engineering, like that's one of the things that really blew my mind was that there's no universal background grid, and that motion is truly relative. It's meaningless without two points. And I had a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, as I said, yep, I'm agreeing, yep. Actually, that was the assumption of the ether has taken many forms. But the biggest assumption about it that the Michelson Morley was attempting to utilize was the fact that it was considered that reference frame. Like, it was considered to be the reference frame that everything else moved in. Like, that was the preferred reference frame or something. But that assumption was found that, yeah, there is no preferred reference frame, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, we're kind of getting back there a little bit instead of it being a preferred directionality to it. We're kind of getting back to it with the quantum foam, right?
Quantum foam?
Well, the 0-point energy. It's been a while since I looked at this. I might have my terms wrong, but it's my understanding that we know now that in truly in quotes, in truly empty space, there is something. And
yeah, we talking about
yeah. So that could be that could be the ether.
Yeah, I was saying this to them earlier, or to people in here earlier, specifically earlier, that the quantum fields, like a lot of people, and actually the quantum fields later did encompass, like, not only was the ether said to have to be the background reference frame, like the reference frame that everything else moved in and whatever, but it was also the thing that light propagated through. And so, other than the fact that there's no preferred reference frame, the quantum fields are what allows light to propagate, like is the, not the medium, but the field that light propagates through. So yeah, the quantum fields, in a lot of aspects, do kind of address a lot of the the things that the reasons why people had thought the ether existed, the
Yeah.
things that people thought the universe required. The quantum fields are kind of those requirements.
Yeah, their initial hunch was correct.
There's no preferred. No, there's no absolute frame though.
What do you mean no absolute frame? Like a
Like there's
direction?
like the only the biggest difference is that like instead of there being, like I said, it was supposed that the ether was the absolute frame. So when you describe movement, it's relative to each other, but it's also relative to this absolute frame. But that assumption was seen to be incorrect, and so the quantum fields, the one biggest difference between the quantum fields and the classic ether, the Michelson-Morley ether, is basically that that ether was an absolute reference frame, like a preferred reference frame that everything else moves through, and instead the quantum fields are also relative, like all like they're also just like everything else is it's all a relative reference frame.
It's all relative, but I thought it was like a point cloud essentially.
Yeah, but it's not. Well, I mean, the points are describing all points in space, but even those points in space aren't fixed. Like they're still relative. It's still relative. It's still relative space. Like it's not. There's not a fixed background. Is what I'm saying. So yeah,
It's
it's true.
not.
Those points encompass all points in space, but it's still relative space. If that makes sense.
Okay, so it's not station. Essentially, it's not stationary.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. What about the CMB? You think the CMB is a pretty good contender for an absolute reference frame?
Well, it's used as a reference frame that you can describe, movement in and stuff like that. But even that is just defining like a specific, point in time. But even the points in space is defined by CMB are still still relative. You know, what I mean? Like there's still redshift and shit like that when moving around.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
What's a quantum field?
A quantum field is essentially a field that has a defined how do I explain this? A quantum field it basically has all points in space defined by the strength of the field. Essentially a vector field.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. A vector, scalar, or tensor. Yeah.
Yeah, vector, scalar, or tensor.
Cool. So, what is the field comprised of?
The vector, scalar, tensors of each defining the properties of the field at that point. So it's like the
What are the properties
photon
of the
field.
field? When you say
The photon
properties,
field.
you
The
can't
photon
just-
field. I'm trying to tell you.
When you say properties, you need to have properties to associate with it. What are the properties of a field?
Well, thank you for clarifying your question that I was just in the middle of answering. But the photon field, for example, has strength like that. The scalar, the tensors that exist each of the points are a description of not like all the different quantum properties, including the energy, the magnitude of the energy, also like the and there can be different wavelengths of light at that same point. So it's almost like a catalog of tensors. At each point describing the field strength.
That's a good explanation.
You're talking about tensors are the property of the field. So, what is a tensor in terms of physicality?
Well, it's like a matrix, for example. So, for instance, if you have a scalar or vector, but a tensor is more of like a matrix of
Scalar and a
those,
vector is you're talking about mathematical frameworks to define certain things. So, are you saying that the quantum fields are mathematical frameworks to define specific things, and then you're trying to relate these fields as having some sort of physical effect on physical things?
No, I'm using like if I were to describe a magnetic field for you, I would tell you the field strength of the magnetic field at each position, each point. That'd be a way to describe it. So
What is the magnetic field?
I just told you. It's a description of the field strength. It's a description of the field strength at those different locations.
So when you say it's a description of the field's strength, so you're trying to define the field by using the term field. How? That's like saying what is a muscle? Well, a muscle is defined by the muscle strength. That's telling me absolutely nothing.
If somebody asks, somebody said, "What's
the magnetic field?" and you define a field by actually utilizing the term field, you're not really telling me anything. What is the
You
field?
can use a different word if it it does damage to the way you're thinking about it. But don't use the word field. The field is described by each point. Each of that point has a strength of the both the direction of the magnetic field and also the strength of the magnetic field. By magnetic field, I mean the magnetic effect that's happening at that location. So if you have a charge at the location, or a charged particle or charged object at the location, it's going to orient itself to that to the direction of the field, depending on the strength of that field. It may depend on the strength of the field of that location and the charge.
Strength of what?
The field.
I mean, of the field. That's what this field strength.
So let me get this straight. So a field is defined by the strength of the field. Okay,
Yes.
what is the field? Field is the strength of the field, and it's defined by
No.
tensors and vectors. Okay, so tensors and vectors of what? The field. So what is the field? The field is defined by the strength of the field. Okay, so what is the field
The field.
that has the strength? Strength of what?
The field. The field is unique values related to the properties of said field, like for
Unique
for
values of what?
hold on, let me finish. For electrical field, it would be voltage. So if you had let's just start off really simple. If you had a vector field that was, we'll just call it A1, A2, B2, B3, and each A1, A2, B2, B1, and B2 each have a unique voltage. So that would be the field.
The field strength. Exactly. The field strength at that location.
So
The field is described by all those points.
So the field is nothing in and of itself, right? So the field can't actually have physical effects on anything. It's just a measurement of something. What are you measuring?
Voltage.
What is voltage?
Voltage is the potential difference.
Potential.
Of what?
He just told you electrostatic potential of. You don't know what voltage is? You want to go back to grade 6? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean we can go there.
So define for me what voltage is. I understand who Volta is and how he created the battery. Yeah, I'm familiar with the fucking history, but can you define what voltage is actually measuring? What is it measuring?
Voltage is a repulsive force that is proportional to like and dislike charges. It's an inherent property of matter. It's an inherent property of charged matter. There's no explanation for why it is, or you can't answer why is their voltage. There is just, it's a property of the universe.
Sure. So your definition of field involves the term field, but if a field is just a measurement of something, right, where it exists either within a specific point in space, whether it's the vector of travel within what you try to define as the field, which may be spatial, right, and then you try to apply tensor equations to it, either way, you're measuring something within some sort of spatial realm. So what is the field?
We just went over that. You don't have to use the word field to describe it. I just use that because it's an easy way to understand what's
So
happening at each of those points. But in the electric field, listen, I'm not going to engage like this. It's just too taxing when you interrupt every time anyone says anything. You were saying
okay. So when you how can I talk if literally when I start to talk, you talk?
No, I was passing it on to B50 because I can't engage. I got to do this other stuff now because, like I said, I try to explain this to you, but you interrupt every time I say anything.
You have no explanation, right? There is no definition of a field, even when it comes to quantum fields, right? The quantum field is a vector and it's a tensor based on the measurement of the quanta of the energy. Okay, well, what is energy?
Energy.
What are we measuring and what are we metering? And then we try to define it with a field. And then each vibrational, let's call it octave, seems to represent its own field. And some fields interact with other fields, and these fields don't interact with other fields. Well, how can a field interact with another field if a field's only defined by the energy that is residing within some sort of spatial realm? So really all you're talking about is energy. And what is energy?
Energy is anything that can do meaningful work.
So you measure meaningful work.
Yeah. Yes. So let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Okay, so let's just say we've got an empty room. There's a large fire that's red hot coals. Okay, it's really concentrated heat. It can do a lot of work. Now, if someone comes in there and kicks it, it's going to disperse throughout the room, and no more work can be performed via that energy because it's diluted and it's not useful anymore. And you gotta understand that these are concepts that a lot of them we're talking about laws or like theories that are proven over and over again.
Sure, just not in the way that you guys are trying to fucking define them. That's the funny part, right? Especially when you're talking about energy or electricity, right? Because you have people like Charles Proteus Steinmetz, which will draw you out and give you a perfect explanation of the electric and magnetic fields and how they quote unquote travel, right?
Okay.
How they're
better than Maxwell?
I mean, sure, if you want to talk about Maxwell, whatever. Maxwell's equations, which were actually refined by Heaviside and then refined again and still associated with Maxwell, sure.
Okay. Well, what's wrong with Maxwell's equations? Why would you need different ones?
Maxwell's equations aren't even Maxwell's equations to begin with.
Well, that's what they're referred to, so that's what I'm going to refer to him as. I mean, he did a lot. If somebody comes through and tweaks your work and you did most of the work, I would still argue that should get most of the credit. So,
Sure.
if
If you look at one of Maxwell's equations, his actual original equations is probably going to take up 20, 25 pages.
Okay.
Are those the equations you're familiar with? Are those Maxwell's equations?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so each one of Maxwell's equations is like 20 fucking pages long?
I'm familiar with the condensed
That's what you work with?
I'm familiar with the condensed forms.
You realize all of these people worked with an ether framework, right? You guys want to start
Maxwell?
calling shit fields? Fuck yeah, Maxwell.
No, that's why Maxwell didn't work with the ether because he found out that the speed of light was 300. He found out the speed of light because he was trying to. Well, I may be wrong about this, but my understanding is that he discovered the speed of light by using his equations, therefore kind of disproving an ether.
Oh, really? So Maxwell disproved an ether. Michelson-Morley disproved an ether. What are you going to say next? Fucking Heaviside disproved an ether. Steinmetz disproved an ether. It's funny because all of these people
as they proposed it,
worked with all this shit that worked in a framework of ether were instrumental in giving us everything that we actually work with. And then fucking Einstein comes along, steals Lorentz fucking transforms, just takes the mathematics, has no actual physical application for them. And then we get these theories of relativity, and now we're off into fucking relativistic frameworks. And then we want to try to work with stupid shit like bumping particles together and fucking collisions and thinking that that's going to give us some fucking insight as to the structure of the fucking reality that we live in. But all the advancements that we have within the field of electricity was all done well before the turn of the century, right around the turn of the century. And then you have Einstein come in to completely knock all the fucking pieces off the table and put everybody down a literally retarded path, meaning a slowed down path of trying to understand all of this shit.
Well, he didn't really reflect on electricity. His whole thing was gravity. So I don't know why you're bringing him into electricity. What's the point of that?
It's his relativistic framework, right? When you're discussing the ether has something to do with what you call gravity. Just because you guys don't want to talk about it, you think that gravity has something to do with. Okay, let's talk about it. So mass. What is mass derived from? If we want to say that mass is attracting mass, and/or the bending of warping of space-time. What is space-time? How would you define it? And how is it physically affecting anything?
Hold on, one question at a time.
Sure.
What's the first question?
Math.
Math? M-A-T-H?
Math.
M-A-T-H. Or mass?
Math. So what is gravity in your definition? Let's first start with that. Are you sticking with Newtonian or Einsteinian?
Well, Einstein is a special case of Newton, so they're both one built off the other. So I would say both. The true representation would be Einstein, but Newton is correct, and Newton is absolutely correct in 99% of occasions.
Cool.
Einstein's only real. Or Einstein's only proved to be real in the most extreme circumstances. Other than that, Newtonian is what works and what we see.
Cool. So we'll stick with Newtonian. What is Newtonian gravity? How would you define it? What is the causal nature?
Newton didn't muse on a causal nature.
Oh, so there is no cause of gravity. Gravity is just an effect.
Well, I mean, he didn't get into the nuts and bolts, but I mean, mass attracting mass is what he claimed that mass attracts mass, but he didn't get into why mass attracts mass.
So what is mass? Like I was asking you before, what is mass?
Okay, I thought you were saying math. M-A-T-H. Mass is anything that takes up space and resists movement.
Cool. So what is mass comprised of?
What is mass comprised of? Is comprised of a lot of things: electrons, neutrinos, protons, neutrons.
So electrons, neutrinos. What are these things, and how are they defined? At their essence, their essa.
Well, I mean, which one?
We're gonna start going into. It's just energy. Is that what we're gonna claim?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's a form of energy, bound energy. I mean, do you have a problem with that? What makes you think different?
Can you give a proper definition of energy?
Energy is anything that you can use to do work.
To do work.
Yeah, do work. Move, and
Have the ability to do work comprises mass, which mass is defined by anything that takes up space. So the ability to do work that takes up space. The ability to do work that takes up space attracts the ability to do work that takes up space.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay. You said mass attracts mass.
Mass attracts mass.
And mass is comprised of the ability to do work.
No, mass is not necessarily comprised of the ability to do work. Energy, not all energy can do work. Like, for instance, if I hold up a book, right, I'm exerting energy to hold up the book, but it's not moving. I'm holding it still. So I'm not moving a force over a distance. It's just sitting there. I'm holding it. And it's, I'm doing a lot of work chemically, and my muscles are doing a lot of work, but it's not moving. So it's not, I'm not doing any work on the book. Does that make sense?
I actually didn't hear any of it. It cut out. But that's on my end.
Okay, so in regard to work, okay, I'm made of mass. If I stand here and I hold my iPad straight out and I don't move it, I'm doing a lot of energy myself to hold that book in place. But it's not the iPad is not being moved through it. I'm not using a force to move the iPad through a distance. So there's no work being performed on the iPad. The only work done in that scenario is my muscles holding up the chemical, basically the chemical energy being exerted to hold the book up still. So, but there's no work being done on the book itself because it's stationary. So I would have to move the book over a distance. I'd have to apply a force, move the book over a distance in order to do work on it. But I could hold it still, and you know, my body would do a lot of work to hold it up, but I would not be doing any work on the book. Does that make sense? Did you break up? Did you dip out? Oh, I was hoping we'd get somewhere interesting here. That's too bad.
So I'm driving.
No. Is it the same guy?
No, Napalm's still in here, but I think he might be driving too.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just sitting around playing World War Z. So
I know that was
going
a
with
game.
Huh?
But you're playing the movie?
No, yeah, no. There's a game called World War Z. It's pretty dope. Got some massive hordes of zombies you got to take out. Drinking some coffee at midnight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't talked to you guys in a while. I think this is pretty interesting because I've actually been in and out of the scene in 5 years. Whenever I started to get into the scene, it was like Nathan Oakley, God, who else? Which he's still around. Bob Nodell, Jaronism's still around. Bob Nodell actually passed away. Rest in peace. So it's kind of interesting to see, like, if somebody's young who comes in here, who they got their flat Earth ideas from.
I think it's interesting that I heard, because I just heard that Jaron had debated Nathan Oakley last night, or yesterday, or recently. It's interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was it on Nathan's channel?
I heard it was in the Asylum server.
Asylum server. Oh man, I wish I would have heard that. God, I don't know if you listened to his show yet or recently, but man, he's going back to old school, man. He's just screaming at the top of his lungs. I went on there a couple times recently, and I was on mute like 90% of the time, and he would just like randomly let me off mute, and it was hilarious. And I watched. I got a clip of his show like a few days ago, and he was just going ape shit. And whenever I was on there, one of the guests tried to interject, and he like berated them. He's like, he just berated the fuck out of them for trying to say something to me, because I've got a bit of a history with him. Kelcho, if you know this, but Brenda used to go on there a lot. I don't know if she goes on there still. And he was on this kick about trying to get somebody to put the gravity into the scientific method. And God, he just like listened to that while I was working, just pissed me off so bad. Like about him trying to get Brenda to put this into the scientific method. It just fucking drove me insane. So I went and I put it into the scientific method, and I went on a show and I went through all of it. And it was a battle to get through it, because I had to kind of preemptively say, you know, look, you guys, I don't know why I'm here, because I know you guys are not going to let me get through this. You never let anybody get through it. And, you know, I kept on saying that. And finally I got to get through all of it. And, after I got through all of it, huh?
That's how it goes on there for sure.
Yeah. Finally I got through all of it. their rebuttal was you can't use distance as a variable, and they changed they changed the scientific method after that. Their version of the scientific method, they changed it completely after that. They added a control variable after that time.
Pretty funny. Can't use distance as a variable. That's funny. Nathan says some pretty funny stuff though.
I know.
He once told me that he said liquids aren't a fluid. No. He said gases aren't a fluid.
Oh my God! Please. He needs to open a freaking fluids textbook. I mean, that was kind of a shock to me when I went to engineering school that fluids or that gas is considered a fluid. It makes sense when you think about it, but I was like, what? Gases are a fluid? Oh, okay. That makes sense. What else did I do on their show that was really funny?
Gases are a fluid, for sure. But what's a field? And what is mass? And what is energy? The ability to do work in a spatial existence attracts the ability to do work in a spatial existence.
Why are you saying it attracts?
Yeah, you understand that you're not you're ridiculing your own interpretation of something. No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that the capacity to do work attracts the capacity to do work, or we're not saying that inertia attracts inertia.
No,
or you know what I mean?
I asked for a definition of mass, right? And a mass is matter in a spatial realm. Okay, what comprises matter? Energy. What's energy? The ability to do work. So the ability to do work, which comprises a spatial thing, attracts the ability to do work, which comprises a spatial
why are you
thing.
you're jumping ship? You're going from this one sentence to something that has nothing to do with it.
So when you say mass attracts mass, what is actually taking place within that interaction?
What do you mean? It's in the statement itself. Mass attracts mass. Why are you? But you're throwing energy in there.
What is mass?
Mass is energy. But
Bro,
nobody said that.
You say I'm throwing shit in there that shouldn't belong.
Hold on. Say it again.
You're throwing energy in there. What's mass? Energy.
Say it again.
Okay, like, come on, dummy.
Say it again. Say it again about the attraction.
I'm cool. I think maybe you should mull it over in your head a little bit.
You don't want to clarify? You don't want to clarify because it didn't make sense
I
to me.
literally just asked you what mass is comprised of, and you said energy.
Yes.
And energy, by your definition, is the ability to do work. So the ability to do work attracts the ability to do work.
The ability to do work. It's not the ability to do work that's attracting.
What's attracting?
The mass is attracting.
What is mass?
It's not. You're trying to do this whole thing again. You know, just because that's like saying if I'm hot and I have to take a shit, that I'm attracting other people that are hot because I have to take a shit. Like they're two totally separate things, dude.
50. What you said earlier that Nathan added the control variables to the scientific method. Nathan added that?
Yeah, he added that after I stuck gravity into his old version of the scientific method.
But I thought the scientific method had control variables from the get-go.
Well, it might have, but I wanted to jump through his hoops to watch him dance like a little ballerina. So I just took they have their own version of the scientific method, right? And they outlined it. I wrote it down, followed it, and did exactly what they wanted, and then I came back with it. So I wasn't really my concern.
What's your version?
Oh God, it's been so long since I looked at this. There's multiple different versions. It just depends on what you're doing. I don't have one.
So the scientific method is just like some willy-nilly, kind of depends on what you're doing, kind of.
Oh yeah, totally willy-nilly.
Totally, bro. Like, depends on what you're doing. You can just do whatever the fuck you want and, throw some variables in there, sprinkle in some,
Salt. You gotta get salt.
controls. Salt, get it up by your head, bro. Stick your elbow out and just sprinkle it on it.
So it's not the scientific method, it's a scientific method then, right? Or is it the scientific method?
I'm not too sure about the language, but I mean, I think you can imagine if you're doing science in the human body versus doing a simple physics experiment, you're going to have different methodology. I mean, it's very simple to understand. If you're gonna, like, scurvy, for example, right? Like, what is that, vitamin C deficiency? Like, you're gonna have totally different methodology for testing that versus something that has to do with just basic physics, like trying to figure out F equals ma. If you apply force to an object, does it in fact move? Like, that's gonna be totally two different experimental scientific procedures depending on what's going on. The main point is that you have a variable, and that you hopefully, you don't always have to adjust it, but hopefully you can adjust it. You collect data and you analyze the data and you learn something. And of course you make a hypothesis about what you think's going on. But I mean, who's the guy that's saying? Who's the guy that keeps talking about? I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Forgive me, I'm tired. Like, who is saying that you can't have two different scientific methods? Speak up, big boy.
Oh, there's a bunch of us. Napalm, me.
Well, whoever was talking.
How many methods of science are there?
How many methods of science there are? As many methods as you care to develop.
Right. So there is
Well,
no
anybody
such
can just
thing
add
as
their
a
own.
scientific method. It's just kind of whatever we want to make it be, right?
Yeah. As long as you do it properly.
Yep. As long as you're doing it properly. So what would be the standard in which we would measure whether we are or are not doing it properly?
Well, one, learning. Two, testing the hypothesis and making predictions. Three, and running it by your colleagues to see if they come up with the same thing and they come up with the same methods and come up with the same.
Kids in grade school can do scientific experiments. Why do they? What do colleagues have to do with the scientific experiment? This guy's actually kind of funny. I like it.
You know what's the definition of pseudoscience, 50?
Not off the top of my head.
It's a collection of belief or practices mistakenly regarded as based on scientific method.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Okay.
if you're saying that anybody could do the scientific method and their own scientific method, then you're saying that it's supposed to that whatever science you're doing is based on the scientific method that you decided to concoct.
Well, I mean, you have to be able to adjust. I mean, everything isn't super simple. Like the scurvy example, or doing, let's just say, like chemotherapy or testing out a new drug. Your methodology for science is going to be extremely different from your methodology when it comes to chemistry, or it comes to material science, or it comes to material science. There's going to be some very, very similar pillars. There's always pillars, right? That you go by, and as long as you stay within those pillars, then and you're able to learn something and have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis and learn something and reproduce the results, then I would call that science.
Are the pillars Jachim and Boaz?
I don't think so. Are you denying that you do you believe that you have to use the same scientific method when dealing with um, chemotherapy drugs as you would with civil engineering?
What scientific method do you use in civil engineering?
I don't know.
What
I don't know.
scientific method do you use within, what did you say, chemotherapy drugs?
I don't know off the top of my head.
So then why the fuck are you bringing them up?
Because that's pertinent. You don't think that's pertinent?
Why would it be pertinent if you can't even properly articulate the scientific method used within these two fields that you claim use a scientific method?
Okay, so if I go get the scientific methods, there's gonna be multiple, by the way. So let's just say I go get them, and I outline them for you. I mean, what then?
Cool, bro. I'll wait.
Okay, this better be fruitful. If this isn't fruitful, I'm gonna be pissed.
Good luck figuring out and defining the two different scientific methods used between civil engineering and chemotherapy drugs.
Okay. You realize this is gonna be like a 2 or 3 page report, right?
I know how to read.
Okay. So we'll let you read it out loud. How about that?
Sounds good, bud.
We're getting a little far away from flat Earth here.
The server is called Earth Awakenings. It has many different topics that get discussed here, not just whether you believe or don't believe that the Earth is some specific shape.
Where are you going with this?
What do you mean, where am I going with this? I just told you what the server's about.
No, I mean, where are you going with looking at a 3 page document on the scientific method as it pertains to chemotherapy?
What do you mean, where am I going with it?
Really? What's your point? What's the point?
Dude, are you okay, bud?
Yeah, I'm okay, bud. Are you okay, bud? I'm just asking you, what's the point? Well, like what?
What is the point? What 3-page document are you even referring to?
I mean, I'm generalizing here. I'm just saying it's not going to be short.
I am fully capable of reading 3 pages.
I understand that, but what is the point?
You said that there's 2 different scientific methods that are used, one for civil engineering and one for chemotherapy drugs. You claim that there's many different scientific methods. You claim that basically you can just make up a scientific method. So
Well,
I'm just curious as
how
to the 2 that you specified. Can you provide me with the industry standard scientific method for those 2 industries you claim use different scientific methods to do, I don't even know, whatever you claim they're doing within those industries with the scientific method?
well, let's make this easier on both of us. I'm gonna get you a list of different scientific methods.
Cool.
So you don't have to read 6 pages.
Thank you for saving me from reading 6 pages that you don't even have.
I have them. I'm looking at them.
I mean, do you have questions for this guy, Elbow? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm just confused because in natural science there's only one scientific method, so I'm trying to figure out where does he come out with his other scientific methods.
What's the one scientific method?
The one that is called the scientific method.
Okay, can you post it in chat? Can you
Yeah, step by step.
Sure. Can you say it?
You observe a natural phenomenon. You formulate a hypothesis as to what's taking place within this natural phenomena, i.e., what is the cause of the effect that you're seeing. You figure out an experiment. You have parameters in which you're going to have a controlled variable, dependent variable, and independent variable. The independent variable is the one that you manipulate because the independent variable is the one that you think is the cause of the effect that you see. And as you manipulate that independent variable, you can figure out whether or not the independent variable is the cause of the effect that you are observing in nature. Boom. There you go. Fantastic.
Okay. Let's see here.
So whether you're proving your hypothesis or the null hypothesis that you formulated prior to, quote unquote proof. But Elbow, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I just rattled that shit off pretty quick though, off the top of my head.
I mean, the second step is really you know, kind of like a background check, you know, but it's pretty much along the lines. The second step, it's something that you don't have to really do, but it's more of a you should do.
Okay. Well, how about in that case, I have a version of gravity that fits into that.
So gravity is the effect. Is that what you're saying? So what is your observed natural phenomenon?
Trees or leaves falling from trees.
Leaves fall from tree.
Yes.
So what is your question about leaves falling from trees?
Why do they fall?
I think they typically die off and they lose whatever was holding them to the tree as they die off, right? They're no longer possessing the strength to be able to be considered like held or attached to the tree itself.
Okay.
What do you think causes leaves to fall off a tree?
Gravity.
Oh. Okay. So leaves stay on a tree and then somehow like every time leaves come out, they fall off due to gravity?
I mean, after they're worn out, yes.
Oh. So after they're worn out, they fall to the ground, and you say that gravity is the cause of the effect that you see.
Yes. Or how
So
about
the
this?
effect you see is a leaf falling to the ground. You say it's gravity. So what is gravity?
Gravity is an attraction to the Earth. Mass attracting mass.
So you think the leaf falls to the ground because mass attracts mass. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it's attracted to the Earth. And
The earth is a mass, but the tree's a mass too, right? So why doesn't the leaf just stay on the tree?
Because it's proportional to the amount of mass. Larger the mass, the larger the gravitational attraction.
So why doesn't the tree just fall to the ground?
Because it's held up by the roots, dude. Okay, questions that. Well, imagine.
But I thought that the mass was attracting. There's a mass above the earth. It should be coming downwards. Why isn't it?
There's a mass above the Earth.
No, there's a mass of the Earth.
Yes.
And there's a tree, which is a mass above the Earth, right? It's
Correct.
residing above the surface of the Earth. Why
Correct.
does it have the ability to be above the Earth?
Because it has roots and it's alive and it creates a structure that it creates a structure that allows it to grow.
Okay, cool. So when it grows and something breaks off of it or dies off like a leaf, you say that it goes downwards because something that you call mass attracting mass, which we went into earlier, which is mass is the spatial dimension of the ability to do work. So the ability to do work's spatial dimension is attracted to the ability to do work's spatial dimension.
No, it has nothing to do with the ability to work is not attracted to work.
Cool. So within their leaf scenario, what experiment would you come up with that would manipulate the independent variable, which you say is the cause, right? So gravity. So what are you doing within your experiment to prove that the leaf falls due to gravity? What experiment are you going to set up, and can you articulate the different variables that you are dealing with within your experiment?
You're gonna manipulate the height. And hold on, I'll get you my exact version of my.
So manipulating the height would be making the claim that height causes the leaf to fall. You
No,
understand that?
no, they're massive. The effect of gravity is proportional to height. So it's in trend.
Proportional to distance.
Yes, it's
I'll try to
proportional.
help you out, right? But if you're formulating an experiment or you want to prove the cause of the effect, so you want to prove that gravity is causing the leaf to fall, how are we manipulating gravity within your experiment?
You're manipulating the relationship of gravity.
What is the relationship of gravity, and how have you established that gravity is a thing to begin with that's even involved in this equation?
Via this experiment, via the Cavendish experiment.
What does the Cavendish experiment, what is the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
Independent variable in the Cavendish experiment would be, let's see here. I believe it is the independent. I believe it's the balls. It's been a while since I've looked at this.
Depends on how you'd like to do it. You can either make it the mass of the balls, or you can make it the distance between the balls.
So either the mass of the balls or the distance is the cause of the movement?
No, that's not. You're not understanding independent dependent variables correctly. It's not
what's the
independent
dependent
variables
variable?
aren't. They're cause and effect relationship only in regards to one another. So only in regards to the dependent variable is the independent variable the cause, or you could call it the what's another way to say it? It's like the function. It's like the in function. You have f of x equals y. The x is an independent variable, and the y, the outcome, is the dependent variable. So if you change the mass of the objects, or you change the distance between them, whichever one you decide to do, that is going to change the outcome of the experiment.
There you go. Now I've got an even simpler
So
one.
what does that prove? What are you trying to prove here? The effect has some relationship to distance. I thought we were trying to prove the effect, though.
No, in an experiment, let's say you decide to change the mass, and you're varying the mass or whatever. You're just trying to show that there's a relationship between, at some distance, some fixed distance, there's a relationship between these massive objects with regards to each other at that distance. And that relationship is that they're going to accelerate toward each other. And that's the effect that you're looking for. But that's the effect that you're going to find and that you report.
Okay, so we figured out the seeing of the effect. Now we're trying to figure out what the cause of that is. We see that there is a relation to distance, and there can be a relation to the mass, but what is the causal nature of this attraction?
And that's
Distance
not
is the
really
cause,
that's
mass
not what
is
the test
the
is trying to
cause.
figure out.
Right, so let's figure it out. You're claiming it's gravity, so how are we going to prove that it's gravity?
Gravity is the name of the effect. So gravity is the effect that those masses
Thank
have that
you.
relationship. So
Thank
if
you.
you're asking why that happens, it's just a different question.
Thank you. Gravity is never the cause of anything. It's the effect that we see within specific relationships. Thank you. Thank you, Kosha. Appreciate that.
Okay, but, I mean, what's wrong with that? Well, let me give you a really
It doesn't answer our question.
Okay, let me give you a really basic scenario and see what you think about this, okay?
Yeah, please break it down as basic as possible for me.
Okay.
So that I can comprehend.
Okay. So you're gonna walk out into you have a lead ball in your pocket. You notice an apparition in the field. Looks like a beautiful girl. You might want to have some relationships with her. And you chase her into the middle of this field. Oh, she disappears. And there's nothing around. Nothing other than grass. You don't see any leaves, or you don't see any trees. You don't see any landscape. You just see grass for miles and miles and miles and miles in any direction. You look forward, you look backward, you look left, you look right, you look up, you look down. You're going to take the lead ball out of your pocket and you're going to release it. Which direction, in what direction does it travel? Toward what?
The direction or the vector of travel?
Yeah. What direction, what vector does the lead ball travel in that scenario?
Down.
Down. Okay. What's down?
Down is down. Up is up.
Yeah, but what does the ball land on as it moves down?
The grass.
The grass. Okay. What's below the grass?
Oh, that depends. Probably a lot of things. There's going to be some soil, some mycelium, probably some aggregate in some way, shape, or form. Probably some living organisms other than the mycelium. I would say probably grub worms, earthworms, possibly.
What's below that?
Gophers, prairie dogs. Depends on where we're at, dude. Could be a lot of things. Probably water as well. Water, depending on how far we go down, we're going to hit a water table.
Maybe some limestone.
What did you say, Kosha?
I said maybe limestone.
Could be limestone. Could be some sandstone.
Is that all mass?
Could be granite.
Would you say that's all mass?
What's mass?
Everything we just described.
Oh, well, in order for me to say yes, I would say that that's all mass. I'd prefer you to give me a definition other than everything I just described.
What?
I said what's mass, and you said everything I described. Is there anything that isn't mass?
Yes.
What?
Light.
Light isn't mass?
Yes.
What is light?
Why are you dodging the question?
That's a different
What
one.
do you mean, why am I dodging the question? You're asking me these questions.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get proper definitions.
Find off that one that are on here now.
This
guy, Penguin.
What's up? You know what mass is. Everything you just described is mass, correct? The worms,
I don't know. You tell me.
the water table. No, I want you to tell me. Are you
Absolutely, you're hot micing, bro.
Are you really
Absolutely, you're hot micing. Absolute, you're hot micing.
Motherfuckers on Discord.
Yo,
So
you're hot
what-
micing,
Dude, you're
bro.
hot micing.
Hey guys, I'll try to take care of it. Let me see. I'm driving, but hold on.
I'll get him. Oh, he's muted. But he's server muted, so I'm just gonna move into the hot mic.
Why are you dancing around the notion that you don't want to? Why don't you want to admit that everything you described is mass?
I'm still trying to get your definition of mass so we can agree upon terms.
Mass is anything that takes up space and resists movement.
Okay.
Okay, so everything you just described is mass.
Okay.
Is there anything below the water table?
I would presume so. It could be granite. I don't know. It depends on where you're at.
Okay, is there anything below that?
Depends on where you're at, dude.
So
we only know how far we can go, which is about 7 miles. Anything past that, no clue.
Okay, so as far as we know, 7 miles down below your feet would be mass, all mass. So
Probably.
you release the lead ball, and it travels towards all the mass.
Yep.
So what would make you think that the lead ball is not attracted to the mass?
Well, I just think it's going to back to where it originally came from, because I'm pretty sure I had to pick up the lead ball to put it in my pocket, right?
No, the lead ball came from a cliff.
Is the cliff part of the mass that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. It's seeking its equilibrium.
Hey, Napalm, do you ever feel a force pulling your leg down when you lift your leg up?
Do I ever feel it pulling down?
Yeah, you ever feel that attraction that your leg has to the ground? I mean, or do you just feel the weight of your leg?
Ooh, what's weight?
Well, feels like the mass of your leg is you're lifting it up and it has mass, it has weight. But do you ever feel like a force that's pulling at all? Do you ever feel the force ever?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like
weight.
I feel like I exert a force to ensure that my body can, like my legs, right? If I'm laying on the ground, I don't feel shit. And then if I lift my legs up, I feel what some people would call weight, right? So I exerted energy to remove my legs from their place of rest, their equilibrium. I move them up, and I feel they have a tendency to want to go back to the place in which they have found their equilibrium to begin with.
But
weren't in the gravity, the G with the mass was one of their main, that was brilliant. Well, I mean, obviously they had to, but that the fact that they're defining mass with the gravity, that it's included in that. It's perfect, right? It's perfect for their assumptions. But I would say that if you're going around the globe, walking around the globe, and not feeling any difference between upside down and right side up, and that mass you would feel something, because it would make it be almost like you have magnetic shoes on or something that keep, not that the model even says that you should be upside down, but you would be, and you wouldn't feel the difference, which
No,
it doesn't
only
really.
think you're saying that because you think that you should feel that. You asked Napalm, and he answered you perfectly fine. He says he feels his legs when he lifts it up. When his legs on the ground, you don't feel the weight. You're not experiencing the weight in the way that you're describing, because that's not how it's experienced. You experience the normal force pushing up against your legs when you're standing on the ground, and when you're laying on the bed or you're laying on a hard surface, you're laying there. You're where your body was attracted to, or whatever you said was its resting place, or whatever Napalm said. Even when you're laying there, you feel the hard surface of the ground pushing up against your body. These are all experiences that we all have, and they're this is what you would experience, not the magnetic attraction or whatever. You feel the normal force of the ground pushing up against you as you're pushing down against the ground.
But I thought
I
it
don't
was
know
an
if that's
attraction, though.
yeah.
Yeah, the attraction causes that.
No, there is no attraction. It's bending and warping of space-time.
Just causing
Which
an attraction.
manifests as an attraction.
Not causing attraction. It's a totally different concept.
No, it's
So,
not. It's
so
what
now
causes
we're
that concept.
wait. So now we're gonna bring in. So we were talking about gravity as the causal nature, but not the causal nature, right? And now we're talking about the bending of warping of space-time, which is the causal nature. But we have no ability to actually manipulate the bending of warping in space-time. We just make an assumption that this is something that's taking place when a mass is residing within space.
You
So
can
it's about the
manipulate it.
concept as the Earth as the like the bed pushing up on you. I don't think that's a fair way to describe it, but I don't think anyone
That's the
feels
exact
the
fair way. That's exactly what
bed
happens. Are you sitting or standing right now?
sitting.
Are you sitting down? If you're sitting right now, I can promise you, unless you have some weird ass, what you're feeling right now is the chair pushing up against your ass. That's what you're experiencing
Yeah.
in your mind. When you think about what sensations you're feeling, that's what you're feeling, because that's what's happening.
Conceptually, I could think of it that way, but that's not
what
at
you're.
all.
That's
That's not at
what
all
you'd
what
be
it feels like.
sensing. If you had
But the
sensors all
reference
over your
frame
body like
is
you do,
me.
that's
I'm
what's pushing against
sensing
you.
my weight
Sorry, man.
pushing down on it based on my
Yeah.
reference frame.
And not conceptually, because if the ground wasn't pushing up on you, you'd be falling.
No, the ground's stopping me from falling.
Because it's pushing up on you.
No, because I'm pushing down on it.
What?
But
My
also
body's
that's the
pushing
reason
down
why.
on the ground, right?
That
And
would
it's
cause it
pushing.
to push up against you. Well,
Yeah, which is causing it to push back up on you.
Well,
Or
yeah,
you'd
if you
be
think of it that
or
way.
you would be in free fall.
But yeah, I don't know why you have to include that. I guess it does have to. Yeah, with your whole like rising up idea, you have to include that rhetoric. But I mean, obviously, no one thinks of it that way.
I mean, that's how it goes. Imagine you jump out of a plane. If you jump out of a
So
plane,
is your claim that the Earth is pushing up?
no, my claim is that if you're standing,
or is it resisting movement?
It is a resisting movement, but my claim is
So it's
that
inertial. So it's not pushing up; it's inertial.
no. I mean, inertia. I mean, there would be a tiny component of inertia, I believe, but I'd have to look into that. I'm not exactly sure how that would pertain to you on the globe as it spins. But regardless, regardless,
We haven't even gotten there, bud. We're just talking about the ground.
I know, but listen, if you jumped out of a plane. If you jumped out of a plane, there would be no force pushing back up on you. You would just be there would be a force pulling down on you. There
would be a resistance of the air.
There would be there would be the resistance of the air, but that's
So
not
you
enough
said
to
there's
hold.
nothing pushing up on me. So is resistance pushing up?
I meant to make you stand. I misspoke. I meant to make you stand.
Right, because I am more dense than the air. Right.
Correct.
Cool.
But if there wasn't if there wasn't a force pushing back enough to make you stand, you're going to go into free fall.
So what happens if I'm in a medium then I am less dense then? What is the vector?
Say that again?
What happens if I am less dense than the medium I am residing upon? What vector would be taking place?
Less dense, then you'd be experiencing the buoyant force and you'd be floating. Like in the lake.
Cool.
Or ocean.
So is that the lack of mass attracts the lack of mass?
No.
Floating is another way of so when you're standing on the surface of something. Okay, that's interesting. When you're floating, it's the same concept, except for you're in a fluid medium. But there's still a downward force, and if it's floating on top of something, there's still the buoyant force is sort of akin to the normal force. There's the upward force. It's the upward force acting on the acting in opposition to the downward force.
He
It's the
probably
same
doesn't know what the normal force is.
The normal force was the force pushing up against New Perspective's ass.
Yeah, the normal force is the one that's keeping you upright right now, causing you the one that's why you're not falling through your seat.
What? No, it's not. I'm just residing upon a mass that is more dense than I am.
Bro, this is like 3rd grade physics. I don't know why you're arguing with 3rd grade physics.
I don't think anybody takes physics in 3rd grade.
Okay, 5th grade physics.
Cool. So what was wrong within my statement?
Say it again.
I said, I am standing upright. Right? Well, first of all, I'm utilizing energy. Right? I'm using the ability to do work to stand upright.
No.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Chemical energy. You're using chemical energy. I'm not sure what he's talking about, Coach. I don't know if you want
The fact that I'm not free falling is because directly below me is a mass that is more dense than I am.
and because it's pushing back up on you.
Yeah, so I was somewhere else, but that's exactly my point. Is even though buoyancy and the normal are different forces, in this regards, you can treat them. They're both
It's
satisfying
resisting inertia.
Well, no, they're satisfying the same requirement. So there's a thing that's pushing you down. There's a thing that's attracting you towards the big mass, and in the case of the normal force, it's resisting that, and so you're staying there. In the case of you being less dense
What's
than the medium,
attracting me towards the big mass?
the big mass.
So the something that is attracting me towards the big mass is the big mass itself?
Yeah. It's that force we talked about, gravity.
Oh wait, so
Caused by the
gravity is
curvature
a
of
force?
space-time. Yeah, it's
So gravity
you
is
can give it
a
as a
force
force.
now. You said it was an effect earlier. Now you're saying it's a force?
Yeah, those words in this regards we're going to use interchangeably.
So, guys, when in reality do we see like really tiny things being attracted to like larger things?
Typically, like, yeah, it's no, not just randomly smaller things attracted to bigger things.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're trying to talk about dust, that's being blown around by fucking wind. That's
Well,
not
dust
just
is attracted to certain
being
things based
attracted
on
to.
electrostatics. Like your television will attract more dust. Actually, the old school CRT tube televisions created more electrostatics than our current ones, so they would attract more dust than our current ones. But yeah, dust would be attracted to the television due to
Stronger
electrostatics. Yeah, it's a stronger effect, isn't it?
Yeah, much stronger.
Yeah.
But where do you see that like out in like nature in the forest? Like where do you see like little tiny rocks being attracted and stuck to bigger boulders and rocks? Like
when I
rocks
observe
that
people,
have like.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Coach. I was gonna say
Nate,
rocks
go ahead.
that have. Yeah, rocks that have metallic properties. You know.
All right,
They
okay,
all
Nate,
naturally-
you're being an asshole, Nate. Why don't you?
Lodestones? Are we going to talk about lodestones now,
Wow.
Nate?
Is that a serious
Good.
question?
Wow, Coach.
Yeah, let's bring magnetism.
Come on,
Because
Nathan.
magnetism is probably more akin to what's actually taking place than the fucking bending and warping of space time.
He's just giving you guys he's just giving you a T-ball. He's trying to give you guys an assist, and I'm not appreciating that, Nate. But the example I gave is probably more annoying, but at least more appropriate. I was just say the time I've seen that recently was I've seen somebody conduct a Cavendish experiment, and it was a pretty neat display of it. So it's like they displayed it in a neat way where you can actually see that definitely is what's happening.
So it was an experiment. What was taking place within the experiment to prove? Were we trying to prove something?
No, he was trying to demonstrate something. He already knew
so
it was
it
going to
wasn't
happen.
an experiment. It was just a demonstration.
No, it was an experiment, but he was trying to,
prove or disprove a hypothesis to provide evidence for
What
a
what was
theory
his
or
hypothesis?
science. What was it, Kosho?
What
I'm
was his
actually trying.
hypothesis?
I'm gonna take the video. I'm gonna make a GIF because he actually has. There's a part in the video where he displays it so well. I'm just gonna turn it into a GIF real quick. So give me a second. I'll do it. I'll post a video too. That might be quicker just to
What was
post a
his
video.
hypothesis?
He
Kosho
didn't
just
have.
said he's gonna post a video for you with hypothesis, Napalm. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's just a teacher, and he's just showing what's happening, and he's demonstrating that it's actually the mass attracting mass. It's not the noise in the experiment or the magnetic property, because he gives all the background to it so that you understand how it's happening. But let me post it.
That's awesome because like I'm always very disappointed when I watch one of these Cavendish experiment videos because it usually comes down to like something going on with like the torsion and like whatever they have like it hanging from or whatever. Like it's done in like a
Yeah,
classroom. It's not done like outside of. It's supposed to be like contained, right? Pretty much like
for the most
away
part.
from
But this
any
guy,
of the elements.
he seems like he could be like a Canadian teacher, so he's like trying to be like I'm a cool teacher. What I like about his video is he really goes over a lot of that. Like he addresses those complaints, and actually maybe we could watch part of it together. But let me post it. Yeah, so he addresses that. He's a teacher, and he says
Cool.
he's coming on a weekend, and the reason he came on the weekend is because during the week, even after school, people are moving through the school, people opening doors in other parts of the building
I've already
can
seen this one. So they have no air conditioning
yeah.
or anything in this place?
No, there's air conditioning. Let me if you've seen this, then let me get to where he at the end of it, what he does is he shows so there's going to be noise in this test. This is a very crude, this is like he's in the classroom. He doesn't got in a vacuum chambers or anything like that. But he actually measures the noise in the experiment and shows that the attraction to the lead is clearly outdoing that noise. And he does that by he speeds the test up like 30 times the speed. Let me get to the point where he shows that in the test. Hold on. Compares that to the noise. So he actually has he has it sitting there for I don't know how long. I think some matter of minutes before he puts the so yeah, if you go to about 12 minutes, 12, 15, he speeds it up to about 15 times, and he actually shows where the noise is, and then he puts the lead there, and it clearly immediately attracts to it at the 50 speed.
I said through in the chat.
So lead attracts lead. Are they both lead?
I forget what I forget what the metal is, the weights, but it's the blocks are lead. I know that.
Cool. So what was his independent variable that he's manipulating in this?
The mass distance between them.
Okay, so how long did he run this thing without a mass being there?
He's got a clock there. I can answer your questions, but I'd be able to do what you're able to do too. So I mean, I guess who does it faster?
Go show streaming on Discord.
I can stream it. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a second. I mean, it's gonna slow things down. To be honest with you, my system always slows down the server when I do that. But
if it's too much, don't worry about it. But that'd be cool if you could.
Yeah, like I said, it's about 12 minutes in is where he's speeding it up. He actually overlays the range of the movement, which I think is important because he shows the range, and that's how he's defining the noise, is by the range that it's swinging on its own before the mass is added, and then he adds the mass. It immediately attracts to it, and it never goes back to the range on the other side.
So there's an attraction between these two objects. Is that what you're claiming?
That's right.
What's causing the two objects to attract?
It's just the virtue of their mass.
Damn, blue marble.
So if you manipulate, does he add different masses at all throughout this experiment?
This guy doesn't. But because we are who we are, we know other tests that have done the same thing. We know, but Blue's done this, and Biodual's done this, and I know people have done it with gold. I know people have done it with turkey. So the thing is that the thing that's changed is not the electrostatic nature or just the specifics of the object. It's actually the mass itself, which is going to
Right.
define
So how is the mass
the
defined?
acceleration.
What is it held together with? When you say it's not electrostatics, how is the mass comprised? What holds these things, this stuff in this spatial realm?
Well, in the case of the turkey, I think it was the. Actually, I don't know much about how turkey's held together, but I know what you're getting at. And Napalm, I just have to tell you that I'm telling you that even though objects have electrostatic, like they're held together through electromagnetic principles, and there's electrostatics
Mm-hmm.
within them, you
Yep.
can actually measure those things. You can measure the charge of an object, and you can measure the electrostatic nature of an object, and it's not varying that doesn't change this test. It's varying the mass that you get the difference, or you can account for the electrostatic charge, and still it's the mass that
I'm not
defines
talking
how
about
they're going to accelerate.
I'm not talking about an outward electrostatic charge. We know that things attract to one another, right? All masses are held inherently together by electrostatics. So why would we then think that masses, two masses that are all comprised and are only existing within this spatial reality that we exist in because of electrostatics, when it's residing close to another mass, which is only here because it's being held together inherently by electrostatics, why would we think that those two things would not have some sort of attraction between them? Very minute.
Because
It's
there's no
incoherent.
there's
It's
no
incoherent electrostatics. It's not like the electrostatics of some major charge disparity between the two objects. But if you did produce a charge disparity between both of the masses, you would see a much faster attractive and a more
and you can
stronger
account for that.
attractive force.
Yeah, you can account for that, and you can see that even when you account for that, there's a
You
greater
can't just
attraction.
how are you
Attraction.
accounting for how did this gentleman account for electrostatics?
No, I'm saying if you just described a hypothetical test in which you actually added, there is a difference in the charge, and so there is an electrostatic attraction or repulsion, which
There's
you can
always
account
an
for.
electrostatic attraction. How are masses held together?
Okay, so just because something's held together by electrostatics doesn't mean that it's inherently attracted to some other object electrostatically.
So if a mass is comprised of and is only existing because it's held together through electrostatics, and you have another object that is only existing because it's held together via electrostatic forces, right? The molecular and intermolecular bonds are all electrostatic. Why do you think that there wouldn't be some sort of attraction between the two of these things just because they appear separate in our reality, right? Can you break down all the constituent parts of this mass like lead? Can we start to begin to break it all apart?
Yeah, but here's the point. We can agree that there's electrostatic charges that hold them together, but what's done in all these tests and have been for the past 100 or so years, 150 years, however long it is that it's actually the mass. That's the component. That's the attribute of the material that has a direct relationship with the
Wait. I
magnitude
thought the
of the
material
effect.
was the mass. What
It
is?
doesn't
What do you
matter.
mean?
It doesn't matter.
So
It
what
doesn't
is?
matter. It doesn't matter if you're
So
confused.
the
It doesn't matter if you're
material.
confused about
No,
something
hold
somebody
on,
else
man.
said. I'm
Hold
still
on.
saying something, dude. No, I'm not
Hold
gonna
on.
hold on, dude. You're
Because
asking me to hold on so
you're
that you
just
can
trying to say
correct
that
me
the
based on something 50
matter.
said.
You're saying that the matter is held together by the mass. So what is different from between the mass and the matter? I guess there is no difference between mass and
Mass
matter. So
matters.
why are you making a
You gotta
distinction?
stop interrupting, Napalm. It's gonna make people not want to talk to you.
Mass and matter synonymous.
It's too much work to engage in this right now. So go ahead, 50. You're good.
But the problem is you're just making like blanket statements, right? I know how you
Yeah, but you
are,
gotta
Coach,
let
that
him
you're going to
finish
go on for a
making the
while. And if
statement.
you just you talk about me over talking to just over talk me, Nate.
Because you were over talking.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna do to you what you were doing to others, Napalm. Like, you see
I'm
how
only
annoying it is?
I'm only stopping him because I'm trying to get a point of clarification before he rambles
And I'm
on
stopping you because I'm
into
also
a
trying to
bunch
get
of
a point of
solipsism
clarification before
bullshit.
you ramble on into a
Okay,
Well,
solid
you guys are making the same
annoying,
point.
isn't it? Yeah.
No, from that 50, I'm sorry, Napalm, your correction that you're trying to get me correct is something that 50 told you. 50 told you something on a definition of something. I'm using the word, and now you're getting me to correct. You want the correction based on something he said when that's not going to do anything to push my point forward. And my point is very simple, that it doesn't matter that the electrostatics hold all things together, because we can measure the magnitude of that, what magnitude electrostatic property something has.
Mm-hmm.
What the effect that we're talking about, there's a magnitude to the acceleration, and that
Right.
magnitude is influenced purely by the magnitude of the masses and the distance between them. So just because of that fact, this relationship is the relationship that we're attributing this effect to.
Yeah,
The mass
it's
is directly
incoherent
proportional.
electrostatic acceleration.
Well, the mass is directly proportional to the electrostatic potential of the mass itself, because that's what it's made up of.
It's not true.
That's what That's what it is on the atomic level.
No, two objects. First of all, two objects can have two totally different mass. They have two totally different values for their mass, and they're gonna have two different electrostatic potentials.
So they would probably attract one another, right?
Yeah, they're massive objects. Yeah.
You're kind of proving our point, though, Kosho.
I mean, if you say so, but the magnitude of the attraction, the magnitude of that effect, can be defined purely by just understanding the distance between them and the masses involved, without even having any idea about the electrostatic potential.
How do you measure the mass of the objects?
There's plenty of ways to do that. You can use a triple beam balance, compare it to another mass, or you can measure its inertia by, you know.
So what was
So is mass weight
Cologne
then?
using?
A triple beam balance would be measuring the weight of an object, right?
No. Triple beam
No.
balance do not measure the weight; they measure the mass of an object. Yeah.
So what's the difference between a mass and a weight?
A weight is a force. Mass is a property of objects. The force that weight is specifically the mass as it's accelerating. So the force that is accelerating that mass, downward. But yeah, they're gonna have different They're gonna have different values. Like a mass is invariant in an object, whereas the weight is going to be different depending on where you're measuring it.
How do you measure mass?
With a triple beam balance is one way to do it, which is it's a balance that compares a known mass to the mass you're trying to measure, and so that's why you got the blocks on the triple beam balance, and whatever it ends up balancing to, like if it's 800 grams or something, it's just because you've compared it to 800 grams and it balances out.
So how do we measure, and can we measure an object's weight on a triple beam balance?
I mean, you could. It's kind of a convoluted. It'd be convoluted though, because, like I said, you can use a triple beam balance in two different parts of the world, and different objects are going to like like let's say like you have gold. Actually, you can use gold. You can use triple beam balance to measure the mass of gold, whereas the weight is going to be different in different parts of the world. So, yeah, I mean, I'm
So if
sure
we use
it's
this triple
kind
beam
of.
balance, in different parts of the world, and the triple beam balance measures mass, and it is affecting what we're measuring depending on where we're at, but mass is invariant. So there is no difference in mass regardless of where we're at. But we're actually using the same apparatus, which you just said will give a difference depending on where we're at. So if we're measuring
Oh
a
no,
mass in kilograms,
No.
can we measure weight in kilograms as well?
no, I'm saying the triple beam balance. Well, so if you have gold, the triple beam balance will give you the same magnitude of that mass wherever you use it at. However, the weight of the gold is going to be different in those different places, and so you can't really say that the triple beam balance is measuring the weight if it's going to give you the same reading no matter where you're measuring it, but the weight's going to be changing.
How do we know that the weight is so? A
Because you can
triple beam
you can use
balance
a scale instead.
doesn't measure weight.
No, it measures the mass. That's what I'm saying. If
So
if
mass
the
is measured
if
in kilograms. Can we define weight in kilograms?
well, weights in England they do that, but not really. They measure it in stone, and so really, when they say whenever somebody tells you their weight and they're using kilograms, they're basically telling you it's like a what do you call that? A
Kilogram force.
yeah, well, no, it's like okay, so for instance, like if you are in any place in the world and you measure the gold on the scale, you can calibrate so you calibrate a scale wherever you go. You put 50 grams on it, and you're saying this is what 50 grams is, and how it's measured here. But that's just because you calibrated it. So yeah, that's why I actually have a problem with people using kilograms for weight. But like I said, they do use that in England. So.
So you're measuring. Ugh. So you calibrate it based on a known 50 milligrams, or kilograms, whatever.
A little bit tautological.
So how do we know that it's 50 kilograms? That's not going to change regardless of where we're at in the world, right? 50 kilograms is 50 kilograms. So we have this triple beam scale. So if we have something that is 50 kilograms, but we want to weigh it, we can't use the triple beam scale. We're going to use some other scale, and allegedly we're going to get a different reading on weight, let's call it pounds, of this known 50 kilogram thing. No matter where we're at, like as we transport it around the earth, we're going to get a variance in that. But then if we take it off of the scale that we're measuring in pounds, right? So let's say we have a perfect conversion of 50 kilograms to pounds, whatever that is. Because there is a conversion between the two because they are both just fucking weights to begin with. You're saying that when we move these objects around, that somehow the kilograms don't change of these objects, but the pounds or the stones do. So if we're trying to measure something in pounds, stones, or kilograms, we're going to get a variance in the pounds. But if we convert those pounds to kilograms, there's going to be. I'm confused.
I think they just set the triple beam balance, so they just basically calibrate it such that it always just keeps adjusting to that known whatever 500 grams of gold, and then it'll change its reading accordingly, depending.
Right. So it's like saying that was a whole lot of saying nothing.
Yeah, it's just tautological, basically.
Because there is no difference between
There's
mass and weight. Is that kind of what we're getting to?
Yeah, I think
Oh, there is a difference between them.
it's mass is a hypothetical measurement that they're just calibrating, and they're just measuring it based on this triple beam balance or whatever, which is apparently calibrated to some supposed known mass of gold, which is basically saying always give the reading whatever 500 grams for this and tweak all the other variables and the triple beam balance such that now it'll only give 500 grams for this, and then it'll just change the reading of this other thing accordingly, whatever else you're weighing on it. Seems like that's happening. Basically, they've arbitrarily posited that this whatever There is this thing called mass, which is going to stay constant in this gold or whatever.
Sort of.
So if we had a known 50 kilograms of gold that traveled with us to these different places, we're apparently gonna measure some variance on this triple beam scale of other objects. If we throw that known 50 kilograms of gold, will we have a perfect balance?
You say that one more time?
So if we have a triple beam scale that's calibrated to a known 50 kilograms of gold, the gold is invariant no matter where we're located on the Earth?
Well, you could also figure out mass by just using Newton's second law. If you know
That's
what the
not that
force
wasn't
is.
my question though, Nate.
I'm sorry,
What,
Nate.
what do you mean?
What
What
was
do you
the
mean?
question?
What do you mean invariant?
Ugh. Google it, bro.
Dude, just
Could you ask the
explain
question
yourself.
again, Napalm?
There's no way to
So what
direct
I'm saying is,
mass is there. But
Yo, don't overtalk Napalm. Come on.
it's not that bad.
no, it's fine. You can go ahead.
Oh,
I'm just
come on. You can't go at me for not answering your question and then not wanting to say it.
No, so sure. So we have this alleged triple beam scale that is measured to a known 50 kilograms of gold, right? So wherever we take this triple beam scale on Earth, we can measure various things on it, and we're going to get differing measurements on these varying things depending on where we're at on Earth. So if we have wherever we're at on Earth that establishes the 50 kilograms of gold being 50 kilograms of gold and balancing the scale, if we take that same piece of gold with us everywhere that we go and we measure this other shit that is allegedly going to change in its weight, which we're measuring on the same scale that we measure mass for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
If we throw that piece of gold on there, is it always going to be perfectly balanced?
It depends what it is you're trying to measure against the gold. The gold can just be used as a counterweight to determine the mass of this other thing, because we know what the force of weight is, depending on where you are and what your latitude is. But that's a very crude method to go about doing it. There are way simpler ways to really measure mass and weight of things.
ultimately, mass is just some sort of hypothetical measure. You can only measure weight in reality, and then you can hypothetically posit that
No,
there's
you can
some-
measure mass.
You can't.
I can use F equals ma. If I
That's
know
not measuring.
the amount of force I'm
That's
applying,
calculating.
I can
That's not
determine what the mass is.
That's not
That's not a
measuring.
measurement.
That's calculating.
What do you mean?
That's
Calculation
calculation.
is part of measurement.
Nope.
How do you measure without calculating?
No, measuring is is something which you do directly.
No, you
Calculation.
can also have indirect measurements. There's no rule that says all measurements must be done directly. There are plenty of indirect measurements done by everybody everywhere.
You can colloquially call it that. But you're only measuring something. You can only measure something directly, and then you can draw some sort of correlation between. If you want to
guys
say,
are redefining
you want to say,
what measurement.
why are you interrupting me? If you want to say you're indirectly measuring something, that's a claim. It's not something that's
It's a
fine.
measurement.
But it's not. You're not actually measuring something. You're measuring
It's a
something else, and by proxy of that, you're drawing some relationship between those two things, and then you're saying, okay, because I measured this.
Like, show me where in the definition of measurement it says you must do something.
Okay.
Measurements
and then,
are only exclusive to direct measurements. You can't have an indirect measurement, or you can't have a
I don't
measurement
care
that
about.
involves
I don't care about the definition.
calculation.
I don't care
Like
about.
you just coming up with your own definition for it. If that's the case, say it and it's fine. If that's
I
how
don't
you
care about-
define measurement,
Yeah,
I
it's
have
fine.
no issue with that. But
Yeah.
to now say that is the definition for measurement, like you wildin', man.
And anyway, that's even tangent from the main point. Even if I grant direct measurement, which I still don't, at a philosophical level, calculation is something different from that. If you posit that there's some other thing that exists and you do a calculation on top of your measurement, direct or indirect, that's still not measurement. You just posited that there's some sort of hypothetical relationship between what you're measuring and this other thing, and then deriving that from this.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you about how you define
It's not
what
how I
measurement
define it.
is.
It's
It
just like,
is. It's literally your definition.
I
Because when you look
mean,
at what the definition for measurement is,
well, in the
it
dictionary.
does not agree at all with what it is you were saying.
In the dictionary.
Anyway, Google it. It will
No,
not agree with.
yeah. So in some sort of colloquial dictionary / whatever.
What is the definition of mass, Nate?
All right, close Discord. Yeah, it won't agree with what you were saying. This is just a definition of
I don't
measurement
care.
that you like and that works with you. And I understand you don't care what everyone else defines measurement as. You know, it's pretty clear. This is your own individual interpretation and understanding of what measurement is, which is fine. You are entitled to that.
Yeah.
What's mass, Nate? What's mass?
Ah, come on, Napalm. I've told you a billion times what mass is. Like, come on,
Really?
man. Yes, you've asked me this question, then I'll tell you what mass is, then it will lead to another what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Like we've been down this road before, bro.
Yep, I like to get to the foundation of shit.
But we've got into the foundation of shit. And when we got there, you told me that shit sounds wild and crazy. We got to the foundation of it being it is the interaction of the Higgs field with other certain types of fields. It's basically the Higgs mechanism. And then when we got there, like you guys were just like, yeah, it sounds like fantasy.
It's the interaction of the Higgs.
Forget Higgs. Higgs has nothing to do with mass, almost.
Yes, it is. Higgs is what gives, well, not everything mass, but it's what gives a lot of elementary particles mass.
Yes, but elementary particles weigh shit. They are not
What?
there.
The field doesn't
How
do
much of you?
anything. The field is
how
the
much-
framework of measurement.
No. How much you weigh?
Huh?
How much you weigh? What is your weight?
Oh, how much do I weigh? I haven't weighed myself in a while. I don't know, maybe 170? I don't know.
Okay, 170. So from the all 170, 1.699999 is not the mass of the.
I don't get you, man. What?
The elementary particle contribute very, very small amount to the total mass you have. The total mass you have in your body, the inertia, all this is the binding forces
Oh yeah, I agree
the
with you.
nuclei
Yeah, like I
of the
said,
nuclei.
not all elementary particles get their mass through the Higgs mechanism, but some do. Quarks don't. Quarks,
Yes.
it's as you said, through the binding mechanism caused by quantum chromodynamics within a proton or a neutron. So that's where most of the mass of a proton and neutron come from. But in terms of other elementary particles, such as leptons, your
No,
electrons,
all
neutrinos,
elementary particles.
yada yada. No, not all elementary
All
particles.
elementary
Electrons.
particles.
All right, show
All
me
element.
electrons having quarks inside them.
All
An electron
elementary.
is an elementary particle, so it cannot have
I
something else.
can finish a sentence. I can finish a
All right,
sentence.
go ahead. Go ahead.
All elementary particles get the mass from the Higgs field. The elementary particles. Our total mass, yes. You can read it.
Go ahead.
Elementary
Or total mass?
a total mass is coming from something else.
Forces and stuff like that. So all of those things contribute to its total mass, right?
Yeah, but a little, very little the Higgs. Not worth mentioning even. It's well, of course it was
it's a small
mentioning because
amount.
something you want to know about how it works.
Yeah,
But
it's a small amount, but that is the starting point. That is the fundamental foundation. Obviously, there is mass energy equivalence, and most of our mass is in the form of, energy. But mass itself, which is the question Napalm is asking, its starting point is the interaction with the Higgs.
right.
Thanks for killing the chat, Kosha.
How did I do? I mean, I agree with both. I agree with both you guys, man. I mean, you guys are both so right that what like if you talk about the massive tit, the mass of a tit or an ass or something is going to come from the binding forces that encompass it completely, including the electrostatic, including the nuclear, including the strong force, including the Higgs field, which is like what was going to give, which is going to contribute to its, the fundamental particles, like the fundamental mass.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost. I don't know where you guys are going with this.
Yeah, I just got back, so I just heard you guys talking about that. I don't know where that was going.
Oh well, yeah. Napalm was trying to ask what is mass. You know, like he was trying to
Really?
do that
Trying to
song
ask
and
what
dance
is
against.
mask? What is
Yeah.
mass? Good God, people! How long have we been in flat Earth for? Why the fuck are we asking what mass is? Like, come on, man. Like, seriously.
Good question. Why do you say what mass is? We
Okay.
describe what it is. You say it's a property of every object and the measurement of its inertia. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
what mass is.
why? Like, you think, like, if we can't define mass, like, I just don't get this. I don't know why you guys always go
What
back to the
I
why.
just defined mass for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait. Hold on. There is two kind of masses. There is inertial mass and gravitational mass, and it just happened that they measure both to be the same magnitude.
They measure both to be the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Some sophisticated experiment that involved the rotation of the Earth and the attraction, the gravity of the sun, and gravity.
Cool. Yeah, I just really would like some flat earther to bring something to the table, or I mean, any flat earther or glow earther to bring something to the table besides what is mass. I mean, goddamn, I'm about to die of boredom here. Excuse me, I shouldn't have said GG.
Well, I mean, there's different ways to describe it. It's describing the same thing, and even if you just use the measure of its inertia, that's fine. That's just it's a fine description. It just the measure of its inertia. It's a measurement of its resistance against acceleration. It's fine. It's fine to describe it that way.
There you go.
Chikey, why are you pretending to be a flat earther?
He doesn't like labels.
Chuck's trying to get some crazy tail.
Flat earth.
He wants a flat earth wife. Don't you, Chuck?
It's not I don't like. I despite labels.
Right. He goes by the beat of his own drum. That's what I like about Chikey. I've always liked it about Chikey. He really does, man. He often goes against. Bacon's kind of like that too sometimes. Except for he's really just correcting us. Nate pretends to be like that. Nah, damn it, Nate just left. I was going to talk shit about him. I can't talk shit now. But regardless, I like people like that. And Chikey's one of those kind of people. He goes by the beat of his own drum. You know?
Yep.
Napalm's gone. Chirality's gone. Nate's gone. I don't know what the fuck they left at the same time. But
maybe the boss told them to bail.
No. Percentage showed up, and there can only be one token Muslim at the time. So Nate leaves. Percentage shows up. That's the only way you can do it.
I'm kidding.
Is that a server rule?
We're taking shifts.
Are you taking shifts?
Or sometimes there's like 5 or 6 in here at one time. Just kind of, I'm like, wow, it really is the fastest growing religion.
Muslim or flat Earth?
You
It's
see that
Islam.
that when certain individuals are not present, we can have a calm, nice conversation.
That's true, but I'm not sure who you're talking about at this point. But that's true.
All those that disrupt the calm conversation.
Yeah, that's true. Those people do exist. I was in Gems earlier, and fucking Nate. I love Nate. Not Nate. Don. He's one of my buddies, but he sure does like to cause trouble.
Bastard.
How you been, percentage man?
No,
Long time.
I'm not saying bastard.
Oh, Chucky, go ahead.
Just pointing the fact. When they're here, you can have a conversation. When they're not here, you can't.
Yeah, but sometimes they are the conversation, so there's that too, you know. But
They make. Hold on, I was told not to sit here and monologue, which I wasn't. I was answering people's questions. And then comes someone and keep going on loop on some day, and that people supposed to listen to.
Hey, well, it happens, man. Chucky, you've also been gone for a little while. You were gone for a while, then you resurfaced.
Yeah,
Like,
look,
percentage did that too.
Kosher, I did a stupid thing, and I went and ordered the auto level.
You went where?
So, if you have something you think you want to do, some odd experiment, tell me.
Wait, what you did? What you said?
I ordered auto level.
Oh, you ordered an auto level. Oh, wow.
Did you?
Yeah.
Big dog.
Hey, well, I got news for you, man. You can only use that for 1.5 miles. So, according to Flat Earthers, so.
No,
I don't know
I'll
what you're
use
gonna
it
use
as
it for.
far as I can
What
see.
a
As
giant
far
waste
as
of
I can
money.
see, which is not very fine.
Yeah, Kosho, I'm good, man. Thanks for asking. I'm eating right now, though.
Hey, okay. I bet you're
Bon
really having a
appetit.
shawarma. I don't know.
Nah, couscous.
Okay.
Betavon. How would you translate betavon, Kosher?
Davron, what's that? Davron.
Yes, but how would you say in English? You say bon appetit. I don't think it's.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I
Pretty
used
sure
to
that's
speak.
French.
That is, yeah. I used to speak I got paid to speak fluid Arabic at one point, and I got paid to speak fluid Hebrew at one point, but I could barely say anything in your language now. So.
Jack,
Yeah,
did you
get off
really
your
buy
lazy
auto
tuchus
level?
and review.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry.
I said, get off your lazy tuchus and review.
Yeah, well, you
Review
know, go ahead, Chucky.
Yeah, the minute it'll be here, we'll do a two-pack test. Really this time, because Bev always says that we did the two-pack test. Can I see it? No, you can't see it. Somehow
What
it's
is that?
not on the stream.
What is that? 2-peg test?
Two-pack test. Two-pack test is a test that you do to the auto level to see that it's calibrated.
Huh.
Can we do it live?
But of course.
And auto level, remind me real quick, because I always get auto levels and theodolites confused. You can use an auto level as a theodolite, though, can't you?
Well, you lose some function of the auto level. The auto level, you do it's a transit device, yes? You take one measurement, angle of zenith, you turn it around, you rotate it, and you take the other angle. You take 360, supposed to take 360 degrees. However, that's not always the case because of offset or something. So as much as I remember, Larry tell me, if it's a surplus, you add the two angles and divide by 2 and add it to the first one. and that's the result.
Okay,
And
so
this
go ahead.
in auto level you can do it. You can do the transit. So you stuck to the accuracy of the compensator. We'll test this too. We'll give it a nudge and we'll see if something changed.
Okay, but can you use it like if you see the moon? Could you point it at the moon and get the elevation angle?
Nah. Well, if the moon is low enough, yes.
How high? What's the highest angle? So what's the range in the
I don't
angles?
know I don't know. I think it's one degree field of view.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the cheap. It's like the cheapest theodolite. It's just
Yeah, it's
my
pretty
understanding.
Okay.
Do
It's
what?
pretty cheap and free shipping.
Yeah.
The staff and the tripod cost me more.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Coach.
No, I'm just trying to remember because I know a theodolite you can measure like an angle perfectly, but so you can measure the difference between it being perfectly level then, but only within 1 degree.
No,
Is that right?
you can
I'm
measure.
trying to understand.
What I'll do is I'll measure angle with the Stadia. Yes, the Stadia is 0.1 1 to 100, or you can use the small. Well, you can divide it and do it 1 to 1,000, whatever. And we'll measure angles counting pixels.
So you're saying right to left, right? Right to left because you can't measure up to down.
No, up to down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the range, but you only have a one. But you're saying you only have a 1 degree range from level.
No, the whole field of view it will be 1 degree, but the Stadia is very small.
Oh, okay. I see. That's what I'm saying. So you can measure, but so you can measure the elevation angle of something then, right?
I can, but it's with the error of the compensator, my error, and whatever error presented the system. I can't compensate. I can't do the transit, which give you the right result.
Okay.
Would that
I'm just
require
forgetting. I'm
another
forgetting.
auto level?
So it's less accurate than theodolite. That's all.
What about total station?
Total
Same.
station. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of a total station.
Total station is a theodolite.
Right. Yeah.
Computerized
So
theodolite.
I was thinking of a total station. When I was like thinking about elevation angles and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh.
but it's transit. It's still transit. Does everything itself, almost.
Right.
Cost fortune. Who needs it?
You can
We're
rent
going
them.
on. Yeah, will still cost a fortune.
How much was it?
Was 83 pounds. The auto level, free shipping.
You're saying the total stations cost a fortune. You're saying.
Yeah, those start at about above $1,000 with 0.2 with 2 arc cycle accuracy, not one. Not like
Larry.
Larry has micro. Larry can measure milli arc seconds or tenths of arc seconds.
Yeah, well, Larry has 4 $36,000 GPS receivers. He said he got those for free. But that's what I want. I want a nice GPS receiver.
But there's not much visuals you can show with GPS receiver. You can do the graph later. You can do, but while you're using it, there's nothing to see. You stick it in the ground. That's it.
Isn't like a Garmin, like your run-of-the-mill Garmin, a GPS receiver?
It's an
Yeah, it is,
antenna.
but
It's
it's not.
kind of an antenna.
Yeah, but the type of GPS receiver that would be useful in these regards is one in which you can get both the L1 and L2. So you can get dual readings basically at the same time, which is what allows you to you can relay that, you can compare that information with the base station information to get the sub-centimeter accuracy. And sub-centimeter
Oh, yeah.
accuracy in these like if I was a flat earther, that's where I would be, all my focus would be on, dude, because you could do every single test that is worth anything with that, and you could you'd have all your questions answered basically. Like,
But that's not a measurement. It's a calculation.
yeah, I don't know, dude. It's that's okay. So if you can measure a position, which is what we use them for all the time, that's what I'm saying. Like we use it all the time to measure positions. If you can measure your position with sub-centimeter accuracy, you can establish straight lines that are as long as you want them to be, with the accuracy of the whatever the sub-centimeter. So you have a sub-centimeter accurate 1,000-mile line or something. You know.
Hmm.
So
You know,
what's the
you
accuracy on
remember
that?
the old speedometers, the analog ones. How do they measure speed? I don't understand. How this
Well,
thingy measure the speed?
there's different kinds of different cars. So there's some
Yeah,
cars
yes.
will, cars use rotation rate on the tires, and some cars use RPMs. Depends on the
No,
car.
I think it's all come from the gear. The bottom line is that there is some kind of device that when it rotates, it's compress itself, right? There are two weights, and that push the needle. So there's calculation there. Though it looks to you like you did something physical, it's calculation. It's analog calculator.
Oh yeah, I've argued that for a long time, dude. This argument that if Jeremy's awake right now, be pissing him off because I claim all measurements are calculations, even using a ruler. Using a ruler, and you're calculating the amount of so you make a metric, and that metric's an inch or a foot, and then you have a number of inches, and you add those
So basically
together.
saying counting is calculation.
And
Yes,
one,
sure.
one more thing that people don't think about. When you measure with the ruler, you look at one end at one time, and then you need to move your eyes to the other end to another time. That's two events that you measure. You measure the distance between two events, and then you need to start add all the little lines between them. That's calculation.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Just because you hold something solid in your hand doesn't mean it's not a calculation.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You don't need to
Percentage.
count the lines if you already inspected the tool and confirmed that the lines are accurate to the numbers, right? So you just
I got news.
and then you can just look at the number and you trust it.
Yeah, you trust the number. You get 52 feet. Well, that means that you have, like, what does 52 feet mean? We got to do a calculation, dude. You got 5 times 10 plus 2 times 1 feet.
What? Are you serious, man?
That's fucking, yeah. That's what I'm. Even though that's a very
That's only if you had a tool,
retarded.
like let's say you had a tool that only went up to like 10 feet, and then you have to do it 10 by 10 by 10 by 10, and then 5 times, and then add in 2. Then
No,
I agree with you that you have to add, and so it's technically a calculation.
I'm saying even whenever you're reading, if you're reading it and you're reading the 52, you're like, I got 52 feet. You're reading it, you still got to calculate. Okay, what is 52 feet?
No,
Well,
you
it's
don't.
5.
What are you talking about?
A little bit. Let's ask Matthew.
No, you don't have to calculate just because you have a number.
Yes, you
I don't know,
do.
man.
Yes, you do. You read it. Someone calculated and print it on the device.
I'll be honest with you. This is an argument that so I've said it for so long. You know what I mean? That I kind of just am biased towards it.
Okay, so
I'm
turn
trying to
left to
find ways.
72nd Street. That means it's 30 plus 30 plus 10 plus 2. Who does that?
Why'd you say that? Oh, I see why. Because you hit a 32nd Street. Yeah. No, but I mean that's different. But if you're measuring the length of your wall, you're measuring the size of your room. Obviously, the volume of your room is going to need a calculation, but the length of your wall, it's going to take a measurement, which is like 10 feet. So you take the ruler, it's 10 feet. But even
Like I said, obviously the volume is a calculation, but the length is a measurement.
well, you'd think so, but that's what I'm saying. It's you have to first establish the unit that you're using, and then you got to count those units. And like I said, I'm being pedantic, or maybe it's a stretch, but I'd say that calculation, I mean, that measurement is a calculation of the number of that units that is that length.
Yeah, it's pedantic. Let's like agree that the non-pedantic differentiation between measurement and calculation is if you're converting units.
Yeah.
No,
All I'm
not
saying,
converting. My hand rule is 2 meters. So obviously, I can't to measure anything more than 2 meters. I need to do it in more than one step.
So why did this come up? What are you guys calculating?
No, we're talking about objection to what we say. Say we measure it. No, you didn't measure. You calculate.
Oh.
Anyways, I actually look forward to you discovering the curve with your brand new auto level.
Yeah, probably will.
tell you, man.
I don't know how far I can see. I hope I can see all the power station in the vicinity.
I think you'll only discover the curve not by measuring or any of these type of things, but by logic, reason, and evidence.
No, main object will be the horizon. But I think the chimneys of the power plant should be higher than me.
You can't physically discover something through logic alone.
Right, but you can tell truths about the world with logic and reason and evidence.
As long as it's based in physical reality, yeah.
Sure. Right. Like radio waves. I think my cell phone uses radio waves. I can't see it physically, and no senses of mine can discover it directly, but I can use logic and reason.
Hold up, no, you still have, like, you're still physically, measuring or discovering these radio waves, right? You have a device that's picking up on them physically.
Right, but I have to use my reasoning ability to understand how the device works and then trust that it works, doing something that I can't myself with my own senses.
Yeah, sure, but it's physical, right? So my point is, you can't physically discover something through metaphysical logic, through thinking it out alone. It has to be grounded in physical reality at some point. Whereas with your phone, it is grounded in reality. You have this thing that's picking up these EMF waves and what have you.
Right.
Couscous, the food's so nice they named it twice.
Huh, yeah, that's right. Hey, do you know any Farsi? Hey, look, the other guy's back. The other guy. Anyways, do you know any Farsi percentage by any chance?
No, not really. I knew like some words.
I knew
I'm not
some
sure
words
if-
too.
I'm not sure if Pashto is similar to Farsi, but I know how to count in that language.
Well, how do you? What's 5?
Let's see. Yakudo. Man, hold up. Yakudo.
I think in Hebrew it's
Banj.
Shtaim.
Banj is 5.
Is Stanj like with a TH, like a TS?
Panj, like PANJ.
Oh. That's closer to Latin than it is to Arabic or Hebrew. Shtaim, wait, what? Yeah, Shtaim. It's Shtaim in Hebrew, I think, and it's something similar in Arabic.
Arabic, it's
Or is
Khamsa.